there are some very, very good setups that I've seen. And then, like I said, whether it's posted up in the living room, a kitchen, an office in a big shop, a warehouse kind of thing, those are all just different nuances. But there are people that have little studios and set up. Ride Boundless is probably the nicest one that I could think of.
Yeah.
That was cool. I could have hung out there all day, man.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I did like 2 other people's podcasts on this trip, and
you're saying that was one of the studios.
Yeah, the Ride Balance one. He has like a studio, and it's kind of it's an apartment building on the other side of like the Hollywood Hills, I guess you'd say, or like where the Hollywood sign is, Studio City. And we were sitting in Venice, and he was like, "Hey, man, let's do this podcast." And I'm like, I looked at Jaden. We were sitting at the Jameson bar in Venice, and he's like, "Fuck it, man, let's do it." So we just jumped on the bikes and hauled ass.
Why the fuck are we here?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. And we got a little, I guess the rain was on the way back, but we kind of missed it. But that's where the big bag of weed came out. And he was like, "You like weed?" I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Hold on, I got something for you."
Just a little bit.
Gunk. And yeah, that was we showed up and there were no beers. We were drinking
Whiskey.
And there's tequila, which no way. But.
Hell yeah. Y'all get shitty or what?
Oh, yeah.
Did you?
We were out there till like 3 a.m.
Oh,
had to ride back.
Yeah, it was
to
whiskey
Venice.
and moonshine. And then at the very end, I was...
He sent you home?
At the very end, me of all people, I was begging for Michelob Ultras. I was like, any beers you have, please, can I just get a beer? He goes, I think I have a couple of Michelob Ultras. I was like, I'll take them gladly. I'm sorry, Cody and James.
Oh, man. But, dude, once again, thank you guys for coming in. It's like short notice kind of because I just got back in town and I'm heading out here pretty soon. But I wanted to nail this in because we all have a busy July, I believe. Got birthdays and trips and fucking everything. But, oh, man, does it not feel like that's weird. Like we just
Longer than a month.
It doesn't feel like June just happened.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't
You know
feel
what I'm
like
saying?
it just happened.
Literally
at all.
all of June just happened. It's fucking July 1st.
Yeah.
That's strange. Because, I mean, we talk about how time and dates and everything kind of become irrelevant on the road.
Yeah.
Especially when, like, I know the latter portion was more scheduled for y'all. But, like, on the front half, it was just, we had an idea, more of a thinner idea of what we needed to do and where we needed to go. But time was not part of that. It was, we were just chasing sunshine. Sun up, sun down, everything between. It's very easy for time to fly.
Yeah, it does get to that point where you're like, I don't know where that threshold is from whenever you're in the trip, where you still feel like you're on the front half of it versus when you feel like you're on the downward slope of it, if you will. Like, where do you, like, is it like, do you think of it as the middle, or do you think of it as like this location, once we hit this location, it's kind of...
I think it's a turning point of when you're heading back, when you get to your furthest point and then you're heading back home. I think that for me, that's the turning point when, like, all right, we're towards the end of the trip.
Really?
Even though it's a week away, we're towards the end of the trip. We're headed home. And you kind of get a little bit of, you get down a little bit. Yeah, you're like, fuck.
Do you, like, mentally fast forward out of it when you're on the latter half?
No, I mean, I try to make the best of it every day, but, you know, it just, for some reason, that point to me is when you get to your furthest point, which was Washington for us.
Yeah,
you know,
Bruce's.
or pretty much right there on the border.
Post Falls.
Yeah, I would say right there on the
furthest.
border, you know, Spokane, Post Falls. And it was like, damn, all right, we're heading home. We're headed towards home now, you know.
Yeah.
Not the straight way, but we're definitely headed towards home.
So I would probably say it's kind of a balance between that aspect and, like, maybe that last, like, destination that you're looking forward to, like, whatever it is. Because I think each destination is probably different for each person. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know, I'm thinking about, like, our last trip, and I think, honestly, I feel like last year's trip after we did, like, Boston and all that stuff, I was kind of on the mental, all right, we're headed home now, even though we still had to go to Maine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a destination for me.
I think it's less of the destination. I think it depends on where you're traveling or how you're traveling, right? So this year we went all the way west, so we were in the furthest time zone away from us, and it wasn't until, like, 3 days, I think, before we were returning home that we actually transferred back in first to Mountain and then back to Central. And, like, to me, as long as we were still on that West Coast time zone, like I did not feel returned to home in any manner whatsoever, because like I don't know. I guess I've lived my entire life in the central time zone, right? Mm-hmm. So to live what would be, 2 hours behind us or 3 hours behind the east when you're all the way west is a totally different way of life. Yeah. Totally different way of life. So I guess as opposed to a destination, it was more of a time thing for me, because it wasn't until we started crossing back into those different time zones that, quite frankly, I even started looking at a clock. So,
yeah. And that day we left, I guess it was Missoula. We kind of crossed back into Pacific, then we crossed back into Mountain. I think we did it a couple times. Like we were just riding the line there. So that was pretty.
Yeah, it's weird. Since you've been back, like you came back and went on another vacation, essentially a staycation. Air quotes.
Just didn't go home.
What about you?
I just been overloaded work every day. You know, just trying to get caught up, and because I just got this kind of new job at work, and just trying to fall into that before I left. Yeah. And now definitely trying to fall into it, harder and dig deeper into my job after getting back from 2 weeks, So it's just been like a whole new aspect of work,
Even though like you guys got home like not this past Sunday but the one before, essentially, right?
Right.
We literally was only like a week and like a few days after you guys. So it wasn't like, I don't know, it wasn't like this whole, even though it felt like a lot longer when me and Jaden was on our back half of the trip. Mm-hmm. When you look at it on the calendar, it's really only like 7 days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 6 days.
It didn't feel like that much longer, at least from my perspective. Like being back home, like to when you guys got here, I'm like, oh, they're home. Maybe because it took me a minute to even feel like I was home.
Yeah, or decompress when you know what I mean? Got home. Yeah. Like, fuck, they're already back.
So when I got home on Tuesday, I've just been kind of not putting out fires, but recalibrating into like what's been put on hold for the last month. And one thing I did notice, and I wanted to bring this up because I just did it today, but on the trip I had, other than the time we slept on Bruce's floor, I had zero back pain. And that's riding the bike every fucking day, putting a tank of gas in the bike every day. I had, now don't get me wrong, it was sore, but it wasn't like the kind of sore that I would wake up like I do at home, where like it takes me like 4 hours in the morning to get everything back to normal. So today, I just want to talk about how weird it is to go buy a mattress.
What? Why?
It's just like,
as a grown person, why
as a grown, like, I don't think that anybody in their life as a young adult up until they're 25 ever think about mattress shopping.
No, I think you're right.
Like, that's not one of those things you're like, man, one day, it's not like you go to someone's house and you see a bed, you're like, fuck, man, I got to get that $4,000 joint over there. You know what I'm saying? It's like such a purchase that is so like necessary in life, but there's nothing cool about it. Right. And it's expensive. It's like a Dyna.
And zero people like see it. Zero people feel it, experience it. Right. It is one of the most personal
the concept of it, dude. I'm in a store, I'm in a box, and I'm just
laying down.
So two questions on mattress shopping. So did you try it out? Lay down on one?
Yeah, all of them.
Did you fart in it? On it?
No, I did the side. I did like the stroke to see if I got a little.
And didn't lift up one leg a little bit, and just burn one in just to see if it felt right.
You know how little that fucking means too. It's literally the direct comparison to what we talk about. Like you sit on a fucking seat for 2 minutes, and you're like, this is the one, right? The mattress don't. You talking about this broken ass mattress that fucking 7,000 people have tested out for the last 2 months? It has no bearing on what it's actually going to be. Like I feel like it has a lot more to do
they need
with.
To let you sleep in there a few nights.
Yeah.
Well, I think they do that thing where
some of them, like especially the joints that come in the box or whatever. Yeah, they'll send it to you. Like if you're not happy with it, send it back. All right. That's the test right there.
I just thought it was like the weirdest like shopping experience ever, where you just like walk into the store and you just lay down on a bunch of shit and you just like, I've never,
have you ever been casket shopping? Me neither, but
fair enough.
I figure it's pretty weird.
This boy planning his shit out. No, that's for sure some adulting shit.
Got a nail in my back.
No doubt about it. Oh, you getting that cheap ass one? Huh? Goddamn plywood coffin.
Particle board.
But yeah, so I don't know. I'm happy, but I'm also like, it's just a weird purchase that, I'm hoping that it solves like the lower back pain because
I hope so too.
at home, man, it's just one of
worst.
those weirdest things. Like, it's probably too because I got a lot of upfront weight that's kind of like countering. But like I said, I was on the trip and all the hotels we stayed in, even the shitty ones, I didn't wake up with back pain. So I'm praying it's my mattress. You know what I'm saying?
It's one of the weirdest things too, because honestly, you spend probably a third of your life fucking sleeping,
Yeah.
and nobody thinks about it. Like, I don't need a comfortable bed. I'm just gonna sleep. Shit,
Fuck
third
yeah.
of your life, you're in that
Quality
motherfucker.
sleep is much different than just sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High quality sleep is valuable as hell the older you get.
I'm hoping, man. So, but yeah, that's my
Jacob
only
just got a new one too, I think he said.
Yeah.
awkward purchase. I mean, not awkward, but just, I don't know.
You get
There's
it yet,
no
or
way.
is it
No, well, I
on order?
ordered it, so it'll be here on like Monday or Tuesday. But
Yee.
there's just there's no way you can be cool as fuck going into a mattress store and just like chill on the bed long. Just being stiff as fuck. Like, oh yeah, this is it. You know what I mean? Like all these people are in there doing the same thing. It's just like the weirdest experience in my eyes. I don't know why.
Did
Why
you
you
go
trying to
Cali
be
King
cool?
on them bitches? Or
Nah, I'm a
what?
queen guy.
You gotta cuddle.
Y'all ever
Cuddle,
wake
baby.
up like choking, kind of like reflux?
No, that's your snoring.
That's your.
You said
That's
what?
your fucking.
That's
I woke
sleep
up-
apnea,
That's your
dude.
apnea,
I,
bro.
I woke up on the couch yesterday taking a nap to like.
We know why.
I thought I was like,
We can tell you
like
why.
it was. I drank a bunch of orange juice earlier, and I felt like I was throwing up. It was the worst. The worst.
We think about that every time you fall asleep, dude.
You quit breathing for like 2 minutes.
Dude, when we stayed with Kyle and them, we were all lit. So it's to having Kyle, like they let us crash at their place one night, and I was like, "Look, we snore, him more than I do." She's like, "Oh, it's all good, it's all good," and we were all laying in bed, and all three of us were all laying in bed, but we were still chit chatting, and literally, Jaden said something, she answered, and he answered with the.
Hey.
That's standard.
It
I
happens,
can't do that. I
baby.
can fall asleep
It
quick on
happens,
you like
yeah.
that.
You did that in Houston that one time.
I don't mean to. It just happens.
It fucking happens.
But yeah, so I don't know. So let's.
Congratulations on the new mattress.
Well, thank you, sir.
Way to
Thank
go.
you, thank you. I'm pretty stoked about it. And I ain't gonna
Fourth
get.
of
I'm only
July
gonna
sale?
get to sleep. Yeah, I'm only gonna sleep in it one day. Yeah, I financed it too.
It's all good. As long as it's
$45 a month. Fuck yeah, give it to me. You got
as
some
long as
pillows
it's
too?
0%.
years.
As long as it's 0%, it don't matter.
It's like an iPhone.
It's like
I think I paid
same
40
as
online
cash for
the last,
90
like, 3
days or some
years.
shit.
God, dude.
No, it was like a $2,400, 22 or 23, something like that. And then we got the matching pillows, which I'm more stoked about.
Hell yeah.
And so
Like temperature controlled pillows.
yeah,
Yep.
it's all the same materials and shit. So and then there was a $600 off sale. So it was like I ended up getting it with all the financing and the delivery fee and shit.
Did you get the Dak Prescott bed?
I don't
The
know which
sleep
one is
number?
it. No, I got a Serta.
Sir, I was about to say.
What's the ones with the cows? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Oh, they're nice.
Welcome to the Fast Life podcast, where we talk about mattresses.
This is the
It's
Fast
very
Life.
important for you to know what kind of mattress you have. Therefore, you can do these kind of
Shit.
trips.
But after we go through this whole goddamn list, you'll understand why the fucking comfortable mattress matters when you get
Come home
home.
and bought a bed.
Bro, for sure.
The one unique thing about this trip over all of our trips in the past is we had 0 layover days.
Yep.
How, before we start talking about each day, how do you think that was good or bad, or did you notice it?
100% noticeable. That you cannot not notice it.
Yeah.
Because just because we have a direct comparison. No, say this was the first one we ever did, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be as impactful as I feel it was. Only because since every other trip prior has had layover days, we all understand the value of those days.
Yeah.
Those are arguably the most important days we have when we travel, I think. Because even if you still go out and do stuff or whatever, fuck around, the fact that you are not packing up and then leaving for one, even if it's one day, that day is so valuable, so important.
Yeah, we were looking forward to it.
To just reset your psyche. Some of the physical, like there's only so much physical that you can do in the middle of a giant trip like this, but really I think it's more of the mental kind of relax, little breather, that type of thing. But 100% it was noticeable.
What day do you think would have been the best place to have a layover? That's the other question about
To your original point, I'm glad we didn't have any. As much as it kind of would have been nice, I'm glad we hit some on the back end. I feel like every one we did was perfect. I'm glad we didn't do any. Just because we covered as much ground as we covered, I wouldn't trade some of that or some of what we saw for an extra day anywhere that we were at. As awesome as everywhere we were at was, if that makes sense.
I was going to say that I look at it 2 ways. The cool way about it to me is that you're waking up and you're seeing something new every day.
Mm-hmm.
There may be times where you get a layover day somewhere where, maybe you're not interested in that area or, but you're there for another day or whatever. But I did think one of the cool things about it was every day you're waking up, you're seeing something different.
Yeah, so there is the pack up situation that makes it a little bit difficult.
Right.
But yeah,
be a biker, and you're on a trip. Be a biker. It is what it is. You're not doing this for a year of your life. You're doing it 2 weeks, a month, whatever it is. Pack your shit up every day.
It was a somewhat small sacrifice to make all the trips. Now, the one difference between this trip and the last ones is I think we had way more consecutive shorter days to where we were only doing like less than 200 miles a day.
Right.
But yeah,
that's probably the only way it was possible.
And those
I
are
agree.
those are the awesome ones. The ones where you only had a little bit, and you're like, "Fuck, we're done."
Because you can slow
get
down.
this shit off, and then
you can slow down and still get more.
Two gas
remember-
stops. Oh, yeah, we're done.
remember before how we would always talk about if we can just hit our destination and the sun's still up or whatnot. Like we were literally showing up to spots as they were opening for hotels to be booked at 3 or 4 p.m.
4 o'clock, yeah.
I still feel that way. Like if you are traveling between sunup and sundown, that's all I could ask for.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have to do so hypothetically, like when you come home or when you leave out, like if you do the 3 a.m. leave out type thing, it is going to be a full monster of a day, right? Or if something happens on the road or things out of your control and you end up putting yourself in a position where you've got 300 miles in the darkness.
Let me get that Tully real quick.
It just changes the dynamic of the trip.
Yeah.
It feels so much better to be able to visually see everything between between sunup and sundown. Daylight to me changes the way you travel. I don't want to just get to a place. To me, the point of doing the motorcycle travel and the way that we're traveling is to actually visually see what we're doing.
Yeah, 100%.
You know what I mean?
Let's talk about it. So, like originally when we talked about doing this trip, day one was gonna just be here to San Juan Inn, and we decided to do a meetup in Amarillo. We did the big tech. Dude, I've never done that before.
I liked it.
I had fun.
It's good, right?
It was a good little hotel.
It was my first time, too.
It wasn't as expensive as I thought it was going to be.
No,
I mean, it was definitely still touristy as fuck, but it was a good meetup. I mean, for me, I know that it was a little bit different for me than you guys. I went and saw my daughter and shit like that, but just being there, getting in the room, and then you guys like showing up, that felt cool to just be outside waiting with the GoPro as you guys pulling up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. That was exciting. The whole trip for me was nerve wracking because being gone so long, that was really weighing on me. Like, how's it going to be financially? Am I going to, where am I going to spend too much? That's kind of why some of the nights I chose to, just stay and edit photos other than going out, just because I was worried about spending too much money. But ultimately came home with quite a bit, so I'm good. But Amarillo, like, it was a good stop, and it cut that initial day one, at least cut it into a third.
Almost.
Yeah. Took a third off of it.
Yeah, it was like almost 500 for us from East Texas.
Yeah.
So it was still a good day for y'all.
Yeah, it was a solid day.
A good half day riding.
But we worked.
But was it not fucking worth it?
We worked half a day.
Yeah.
And then left at noon. I think we got on the road at like 12:30 probably. But we made it there by 8 o'clock before the sun went down. Like, it was
Enough
perfect.
time to go get some beers.
It was my favorite decision of the trip. I was on record not looking forward to the first day. Fuck it, I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
I'll catch up kind of thing. Bad attitude. So happy when we decided to do it, and I think it played out perfectly because had a great time. We had fun, but didn't go nuts, and then just set up an awesome day the next day.
Any day that we can, or especially me, I'm sure a lot of y'all look at it the same way. If we're leaving on a trip on Friday, I'm fucking getting somewhere Thursday night just to get gone, because you already got the anxiety of fucking leaving, like you're ready to fucking go. I'm getting gone after work on the day before.
What's the latest obligation I have to be here?
Yeah.
When's the absolute earliest I can start this thing?
Even if most of the time it's just us coming to here to stay with y'all the night before and leave,
or us coming
together,
out y'all's way.
Or
It's always a popular choice at home too with the people that you've told about this trip. I know it's this and this, but guess what? We're going to start about 16 hours earlier too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, really, you're not worth a shit neither when you're at home and you're officially kind of done with your responsibilities.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm either waiting or I'm not, and I'm getting on the road and getting where I need to be, wherever that is.
Exactly.
It does, and it's fucking valuable. It's valuable to be able to kind of cheat it a little bit. If
you
that's
put the standard down, like we're going to be here we're going to leave at this date and this, and as you know, as a precaution, we still have that little cushion in case something happens and someone can't do that quick little rip, right?
Yeah.
They need to use all the time and can't leave till Friday morning. They'll have the original day that they'll have to meet up with us, right? Or they might have to leave at 3 a.m. to catch up with us when we leave at 9 a.m. from where we're leaving.
Right.
That's worked out in our favor a couple times as well.
For sure.
Like with bike issues or whatever, to kind of build in a buffer day, if you will. When we were in Tennessee and we had to go to Dream Rides.
Yeah.
Like if it
was a whole
wasn't
extra
for
day.
that buffer day,
Yeah.
That would have put us up against
Because didn't we end up leaving like a whole day before?
one whole day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, so the next day, the next day was to Mexican Hat, which, if you guys haven't stayed at the San Juan Inn,
Do it.
it's fucking dope. Like, that was my first time staying there. I know you have done it before. Riding by it, you kind of think it's just some dusty-ass motel, but it's legit.
It's nice.
No, it is legit. It's
like-
nice right there on the river.
That was probably one of my favorite nights just because of the energy going into the trip.
Absolutely.
Being so close to one of my favorite places in America at Monument Valley. And then, just Hans was there. That was good to finally kick it with that dude. He was fucking cool as shit.
So cool,
Brought the
man.
whiskey out.
Yeah.
Sitting on that rooftop. I mean, you guys went and did some other fucking peyote type
down the
shit.
river, dude.
I don't even know why.
I went and howled at the fucking moon.
Yeah, but even before that, I went down that, and that was like my.
Were you doing laundry already?
I did do a laundry.
Day one?
I don't know why. You're right.
Why the fuck are you doing laundry on day one?
Night.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I washed, but I washed something.
Pants.
But I went down there and had just like I don't know if you called it in your feelings, but took 2 or 3 beers down there and my Simpson box, and I just went and sat by the river and kind of watched the sun went down, and it was real badass. Like I knew we'd have time to yuck it up, and I don't know. I just needed some me time, and couldn't recommend that enough. Like I said, you're right. If you're ever going through there, stay there. Go through if you're from East Texas, you know what a cattle gate looks like. Go through the cattle gate that goes down the steep hill. And you can walk way the fuck past that river. You see donkey shit, and I think they do tours and stuff. But real cool. You're up along these caves, and it's so cool.
That whole fucking area is dope. But that hotel was like, it was just a perfect vibe.
It is.
It was.
You know what I mean?
It was good.
And I know it was early.
It wasn't a
early-
rager night, but it was a good chill night on the
Dude,
fucking roof.
that's my favorite night is when we're
Yeah.
just sitting around a table drinking.
Yeah.
Either talking shit to each other or hearing fucking stories, especially having like a guest like Hans in there to tell
Hans
some
and
of his
Franz,
life.
Yeah.
Hans and Franz.
I fuck with that shit, dude.
That's right. We saved that
We gonna
the top part all the way in the corner, and we kind of own
Give it
that
up for
hotel.
Hans, man.
Dude, he killed
Dude's
it.
looking good for his age.
Hell yeah.
We all thought he's like in the 50s, trying to throw your shit out there, man. But
Hell
dude,
yeah.
dude's fucking killing it.
Killing a badass FXR.
Yeah.
How many times do we pee off that thing?
I did a couple times. I did.
No,
you didn't.
more than a couple times.
You are the worst. You got so fucked up. You started going to the edge. You just like went to the garbage can and shit. Like you got fucked up.
You should have saw me at the last night in Van Horn. I just pulled I was pulling my pants down to my ankles and pissing.
Like I can't walk another 10 foot to go to the edge.
Jetty took a
Jetty's-
picture and sent it to me, and I was mortified about it. the way my ass looks, that's why my wife.
Hank Hill, baby. Bunch of white boys. We sit on our ass for fucking 18 straight days or 20 straight
my
days.
ass is
whatever.
going in me.
Yeah,
now. It's like
100%.
it's like back, and then it fucking goes in. Like it's gross.
And the further the rest of our torsos go outwards,
Yeah.
the less our little fucking asses show anyway.
When he showed me that photo, all I can think about is how many times I walk around the house naked.
100%.
And I'm like,
Your old lady's like, damn, I'm lucky.
nope.
Never fucking once, dude.
Yeah.
Like, put your pants back on so I can see your wallet.
Damn, my old man's got a nice ass.
Whatever, dude.
There's no definition. It's just back turns into legs.
For sure.
And a long ass crack. That's what it is.
You know, a bubbly ass, go date an athlete. We're just bikers, dude.
Oh man.
But I would say one of the. Are you?
Nothing. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say. So kind of after everybody dialed down after drinking that night on the rooftop, I think us three walked down there and
Talk to some aliens.
dude. So if you've never been to Monument Valley, one of my favorite things is just getting away from the light pollution, wherever you're at.
Yeah.
And the fucking stars are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
there's
mad
no-
I didn't even look. I wouldn't even pay
Dude,
attention.
and that I was pissed. I was like, these fuckers didn't even come out and look at the
I
stars.
didn't even think about it, man.
It is, it's nuts. It's crazy how many they look so fucking close because there's so goddamn many out there.
I'm glad you
We had to-
reconsidered.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
I tried to go to bed.
He was
too.
going up. You were with us, right? Didn't you? Yeah. And he
Kyle-
was going up. We're like, go to B, come on, man.
That's one of the reasons I got back up. I was like, I got to go look.
Yeah.
At least,
I didn't even think about that, man.
It was beautiful.
I don't know what it was.
Because
I
by
guess
the time you get down to the bottom, right, even the little, there's not bright lights off of that little motel, but even those lights are
they kind of like washed
the
up.
canyon
gone
kind of
because
obscures
it can't.
it,
So
yeah.
it's
You're in that
literally
river canyon.
Yeah.
like the probably the brightest thing down there was like the river, the glow off of the river from the
Fucking
moon.
moonlight, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
It's
It was
dope.
pretty.
Let's go back. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Let's do it, bro.
I loved it because that night too, there was so much
y'all later.
energy that night too. That's like the early in the trip, right? These are the first conversations that we're having. Like we talk all the time and shit, but like it's different. Like road conversations, you can get some depth. You can really hammer some shit out. And it's not like day 20 where like I've been hearing this motherfucker's story for the last 2.5 weeks, right? So there was just excitement, and then you add into the fact that Hans was there, so you have some new blood as well, and then and we even interacted with people that were on site,
yeah.
right? So we had the restaurant people, we had the hotel managing people, and then there were other people that
on
were staying at the
bikes
hotel,
that were
yeah.
from other countries that were doing a bike trip.
Absolutely.
They come and rent some bikes, and then they were riding around doing all the desert shit. That's dope.
Really great.
As
And
far
I
as-
think actually, now that I think about like that, it could have just been like a momentum thing. That particular place, like as far as the putting stuff on the internet, I don't think I had more inquiries the whole time than that spot.
Yeah.
Like people were like, "Where is this? That's so cool. I
Yeah.
want to go." And that's, I mean, you should go. It's really great. I love it.
As far as that beginning of the trip energy, I said earlier, I went down like happy hour time. I went down, had my own little after drinking on the roof, all that. When we went done, like whatever that I was like still processing, working through whatever done. After that, the trip began for me in Mexican Hat.
I
like,
feel that
was
too.
like Amarillo was awesome, but it really began for me in Mexican Hat, where the rest of it I was like, boom, like homeostasis or whatever you want to call it, where everything was right.
So you looked at that as day one.
Yes, that's
Kinda.
I
Yeah,
looked at that as day
that was
one.
on my-
Yeah, I think we talked about that too.
Yeah,
Where
we
it
did.
felt like day one. It officially felt like we were on
Far
a trip.
enough away out. Yeah, everything was different.
there wasn't
But
much
the
to
vibe-
talk- just
the
felt like a
vibe
meet
at that
day.
point was
Yeah.
on point.
I know it's further than fucking home, but
Yeah, but even
I didn't
riding
consider that day one.
We're still in Texas, so it's kind of hard to check out.
even riding through New Mexico
when
and
you
all
work
that
half
stuff.
a day and shit too, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
dude.
That was really the last that we were hot. No, wait, we still got. I forgot about Nevada.
That's not true. I don't. It's oh my god.
But it's crazy when we let. Oh shit! You got the hair left on
Cody
you.
B
left
got
it-
a
you
hair on
leaving
his
evidence, dude.
Montucky.
That's the curse of having a thick mustache.
A thick mane, buddy.
Whoa.
Motherfucker hurt.
You got your foot caught on your chain, your bike chain.
Hanged it.
So, like I said, if you guys have never been, if you ever want to go,
you hit your wife. Like it's her fault. Just kick the dog. Somebody's got to pay for this. Damn it.
if any of you guys ever plan to ride like Monument Valley on your way to the Four Corners or any of those type of things in that direction, especially if you're coming from Cali going to Four Corners, stay at the San Juan Inn. It's a fucking badass spot. I think you had said it before that COVID really kind of put them back because they rely on tourism.
Yeah. It's mom and pop, man. It's a single location, and you are
family.
literally contributing to the family's way of life. That you cannot
cool.
take that. It's like going to a private motorcycle shop versus a Harley shop. It's just there's value in it. There's value 100%. In it.
Monument Valley again. We got there. I wanted to get there early. Of course, that didn't happen. For some reason, I thought it was
We're still
further.
pretty early.
They're pretty early, but there was already
It was 9.
There was already a
7.
Instagram versus reality kind of thing going on
10
down.
miles, 20 miles.
Yeah, I thought it was a lot further than it was, but it wasn't that far. We got some good shots. We finally got a good group photo for our situation. I don't know which one I like better. Did we use the bikes in that one?
We did do a bike one.
Did we do a bike one? Okay.
Hands down though.
That's the one we got to do for the picture. I used on this podcast, I used the Golden Gate picture of all of us with our helmets off.
That's cool.
Someone called us Power Rangers though on the
I don't give a fuck.
But
You'll say that.
The one at Monument Valley, I think the little group photo of us was better than the actual bike
Hands
photo.
down.
True.
I definitely haven't seen them all.
I like
but
both.
My favorite
That one's
picture
hard.
of the entire
That
trip.
one's hard to replace.
That one's hard to replace, because probably a real photographer took it, not just an amateur like myself. But it was one of those things where, like, you had the reflection in the water and those mountains right there. It's just, you can't. And that was, we didn't even expect that. You know what I'm saying? We weren't posing for it. We just, like,
But
did
this
our
is
thing.
the best. So, and then
Jacob's the coolest motherfucker alive.
that's
Picture,
right.
boy.
He stayed cool.
fuck with
bro.
Tomahawk.
He stayed cool. The reason why I feel like, like I said, not having seen all the photos yet.
Yeah.
To me, hands down, not even close. The one of us sitting there, like around that rock or whatever, kind of just bullshitting, like smiles, poses. It's just us.
Yeah.
That it's not even close.
There's a lot of, there's
best
like 10,
picture of the
there's 10
trip.
photos.
The one at Monument Valley when we're sitting,
We grouped
just
up.
on the rock, just the homies, not like with the bikes or nothing, just fucking us.
Yeah.
And it's not even close, dude.
I think that's one that I didn't know if we were going serious face or smile face.
This picture
Yeah,
right
that's
here
what
is
I-
easily,
So I went,
easily
I
my
went serious
favorite
face
photo.
blood and
and I
shit.
hate my serious face. I wish I
like
could
the one where he's
smile.
throwing up blood.
Yeah.
I just love it, and then just randomly Monument Valley's in the back too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that picture a lot.
So, first time checking out Monument Valley, what'd you think?
Insane. That was one I'd heard enough about it that I was like, it's probably not as good as everybody says. It was sick, dude. It was real badass. And I guess right after that, you go through Zion. That was what really, I guess, blew my hair back.
Yeah, we'll get there.
I was
We
super
got some
impressed
more
with
stuff.
Zion. But as far as Monument Valley, super cool. Like I said, touristy, a lot of forest. Somebody made a joke about, I'll give you $100 to somebody else, not
naked.
me. Yeah. And I regret, just to do it in your underwear. Like strip down your underwear and run down the thing as everybody's doing the Forrest Gump, all the cringy run things.
Yeah.
And that was my first, I regret. I should have got butt naked.
Should've got
and
your
just
money,
done
man.
it. But the only thing about it is there were kids out there enough where I've been,
sexual.
Might have been on some lists.
Exactly.
Put on a list at Monument Valley.
Can't come back to
Yeah.
this reservation, motherfucker.
But it was awesome, man. It's beautiful.
All my times going through Monument Valley, other than the photos that we got, it probably wasn't the most absorbing of it, because when we camped there, you have this like when there's not all these tourists around, you have this this vibe that you soak up of this place. Like the desolateness of this place is what makes it so special. And when you're standing somewhere and there's fucking a gang of motherfuckers doing the Forrest Gump run down there taking pictures, it kind of sucks up that energy. You know what I mean? As opposed to if you were to capture it, by yourself, but that's just the nature of social media.
For sure.
I would
shit like
say
that.
the year we were there in 2019, there was not near as many people there.
Yeah.
Right.
And that y'all had the wild horses come up, right?
Yeah.
That was at the campground.
Because we were actually in the park area.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, if I had to pick we just got done raving about San Juan Inn. I'm picking San Juan Inn. Like, you could stop, because I think the big thing of that area you're talking about, like the kind of the peace and tranquility of the area, showing kind of respect to those before, right? It's
Navajo
like
Nation.
having some stillness. If you were to pull out away from the Forrest Gump Hill shit, away from the Instagram shit, and really just kind of set and absorb it, I think you would be able to get that feel.
Yeah.
We just didn't this trip, but
We had a long day of riding.
absolutely.
Still,
From an accommodation standpoint, I'm voting San Juan Inn. I like that place way too much.
100% badass. So the next spot that I wouldn't even, you guys, somebody pulled this up. I think it was you and Kyle brought up the Horseshoe Bend. I didn't know this shit was right off the fucking highway.
I was wanting to see it. Yeah, for sure.
But I was cussing all y'all motherfuckers as we were hiking to it. But it was sick. It was sick.
It was sick.
That's what, and you know what? I knew that at the time because we're a big group.
Yeah.
We're big boys, right? We're not hikers, and I know that.
We're bikers.
But for every time that we do these things, even you getting cussed out or whatever, I know after the fact, after you're out of the heat and you're fucking done sweating down your fucking back and ass and all that shit's done, and you're back home, and you are thinking back to what you did.
Yeah.
Maybe you got a photo or whatever.
That's
I
right,
knew
James.
it was going to be appreciated. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So,
James.
well worth it. It is a hike, but way
Every time we got
worth
to the
it.
top of the hill and there was another curve and another hill, it was like, motherfucker.
It is a hike.
Why ain't they
I'm
got a
just sitting here
goddamn
looking.
trolley?
I'm just sitting here looking at
How could
these
they
like
make the parking lot up to
70
it?
fucking year old ladies and shit like that doing that, and I'm like, if my friends can't do this, we just need to go home now.
Dude,
I'm glad we did it because I
100%.
couldn't.
It was dope.
It's hard to realize how high up you were, and honestly, if all those little speedboats and kayaks weren't down there, it probably would have took the perspective away by standing up on the top of that.
big goddamn cliff.
Yeah.
And my knees get weak.
You liked it, right, Chance?
Both
loved
of y'all.
it.
Chance loved it.
We got some shit in that East Texas
My
water.
fucking knees weak, arms was heavy.
Man. You be standing straight up, scratching kneecaps.
Dude, I'll be honest, I don't like that shit without like handrails and shit like that. That's sketchy.
Oh,
as
it's
fuck.
gorgeous though.
It
Because would you rather?
didn't we look
Would
it
you
up?
rather
Wasn't it
have
like
a fucking
1,000
handrail?
feet down or something?
Something like that.
It's
I
fucking
feel like somebody could have base jumped off that thing.
Oh, for
For
sure.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
For
That
sure.
same dude that did it later, or in Idaho, 100% they could have done it then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all did see a base jumper there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But only a small portion like had the rail, and then everybody just went and dispersed out. I love that
Who
shit.
wants a photo with a fucking rail on
Yeah,
it?
no.
Fuck that. We're men.
Kind of.
Man, that stand far from the
It
edge.
took me a minute to walk down there.
Look, Cody, there's a whole nother rock you can fall on.
That fucking rock's got to fall at some point.
It was
And
good,
I don't
though.
want to be the nigga standing on it.
Can't say that.
First podcast Montek is watching. Thanks.
Yeah, right.
I apologize, Montucky.
Well, he had a choice. He was gonna either go.
Yeah, 100%.
I didn't
You put the.
what?
tell me.
Tell him you're half black. Get ahead of her
Yeah.
now. Half black. I can say this.
Dude, my wife's black.
She does play basketball, so
Horseshoe Bend though was a really good stop, and it's great because like I was already looking forward to the Page area, and the fact that was just outside of town, I dug it. I dug it 100% because we had been through Page and we didn't go before.
no, yeah, we went the opposite
We
direction.
went
Yep.
we went right over that.
Did y'all see all the
bridge
pull
at the
offs
dam?
for the Antelope Canyon?
Yep.
It's like an Indian thing where you have to like ride in a truck for like a mile in or some shit.
Oh, you-
but Antelope Canyon is that fucking wild one where it has all the lines and
where it's like real soft.
it looks like an antelope's horns, but it's on the inside.
That's Page.
No, yeah, it's
Yeah,
outside
right
of
there.
Page. We
You
passed
seen
it.
all them Jeeps and shit with the shit in the back, like carrying people and stuff? That
Oh,
was all,
yeah,
that was
yeah,
all
yeah.
for Antelope Canyon. There was another one there. I can't
There's a fucking gun show going
Yeah,
on in that
if you want
motherfucker
to,
too,
if you
boy.
want to fire a machine
Bro.
gun,
Yeah.
you don't own one, but you want to shoot one,
I'm so
go to
surprised.
Page, Arizona.
So
because
surprised Jacob
Antelope
didn't.
Canyon right there.
the way,
yes.
the way they sell
See-
fireworks around here, they have pop-up stands like that.
I'm not
Hey, come
surprised
shoot a
we didn't
machine
stop.
gun. Come shoot a machine gun.
A lot of hiking involved in
Well,
that.
exactly, exactly. So when you was talking about earlier, like
I would've
you know,
stopped in
a lot of
minute.
shit that we pass up and don't stop
Yeah.
at, like that's one of them. I was thinking of the whole. I was like, fuck, man, I really like to see that, but it's a stop. It's a pretty,
been
it's a
staying
pretty
in
good
Page
hike
that
to
night.
see that. And
Yeah.
yeah.
And even that, like I guarantee that thing is way more popular for like Instagrammers than
Oh,
like
yeah. And
than the
imagine-
shit. I mean, you're gonna stand in line to take a
To go
picture
down
of
there.
that.
Yeah.
Have you seen those Instagram versus reality posts?
Dude,
Oh,
yes.
for sure.
There's like this, like I think it's in Italy. There's like a square hole in like a wall that looks into a canyon, and it said Instagram versus reality. And Instagram is like this badass photo looking through this little square hole that has a little door on it.
Okay.
And there's a line
Yep.
down the fucking street to take that same picture.
Yep.
I'm
so
like, man,
gross.
like that's the only thing that fucking ruins
Right.
these experiences.
I got that 2 years ago when I went to Daytona and I rode to Key West first.
Yeah.
For the fucking little concrete deal
yeah,
that says
the
the
thing.
southernmost
Yeah.
point
Point
of America or
right.
whatever. I pulled up to that some bitch. It was pretty late because I woke up late or whatever.
100
I
people there.
guarantee you there was 100 people in line.
Ugh,
I said,
wow.
I took a picture of my phone. Peace out. Like, see y'all. I got a
sucks,
picture of
dude.
it, but not with me in
Yeah.
it. Fuck it.
Excuse me. That sucks.
So after
I know the one. Sorry,
ahead.
go
No,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, I was just going to talk about that same type of thing. I can't even remember what it's called, but it's the one that's kind of like you can walk on it and it's all wavy. Fuck, I don't remember. Bad reference. All I know is they have like a daily drawing of so few people, so it's not that.
Oh, right.
Essentially, like you have to be present, and there's a drawing every single day
Fuck that noise.
that like they'll let 30 people on it all day long type thing.
And you could sit there all day and not get drawn or some bullshit.
You can, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Oh, for sure. I saw it on a documentary one time. That's how
Well,
I knew
this
about it. Like
goes
a
to
guy
the-
sat there for like a week.
We're gonna
to
talk.
try to
We're
get
gonna get
into
more into this thing, but it plays into the whole Mammoth thing when we tried to cross over, right? With that, so we'll
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
talk about
Oh,
that soon.
bro.
Dirty Larry, if you got anything to say, chime on in, my man.
Come on, Larry. Why don't you work?
So after we left the Horseshoe Bend out there in Page, we started headed up to. We weren't planning on going through Zion.
Yeah. Here's another one.
We're
Half
gonna
the group
skip.
was like, fuck that, I'm not paying that. Half the group was like, we got to.
I was on the fence, like I was putting the case out there, like
Hell no.
y'all want to do it?
Absolutely.
It's however much dollars.
Was it 30? 20
I
or
don't
30?
care.
It wasn't even that bad.
I
It wasn't
don't
that
care.
bad.
Anyways.
No, it was $30 because it was one of those deals where we could have got the
You either buy the all year
It's a
pass
national
or you
park,
buy
right?
the
Yeah,
week
7-day
pass.
pass.
Yeah.
Right.
And goddamn, it was worth it.
I was
100 for sure.
I was bitching. I was not happy about it. I did it. It was worth it. I was
Fucking
happy. I would have
worth every
honestly. I
dollar.
say
And
it's
we're
worth
talking
it.
about Zion National Park, by the way.
Yeah, Zion.
And when I say worth it, it wasn't worth it for what we did. I'm so happy we did it. But I would have loved to stay somewhere and be able for having
there.
a week pass and run that thing 2 or 3 times.
You
Yeah,
know,
like,
I prefer the
But it was fucking sick.
the entrance that we came in on though.
Yeah.
So I guess I don't know where. So it would have been from the Page
George.
direction. So
We
through
came
St.
through.
George.
We came through the Page area.
Yes.
If we would have come the other way, it would have been through St. George.
Right. And the only reason why I say I preferred it because going that direction through Zion allowed you to go downwards
Yeah.
versus climbing up the mountain. And
Yeah.
to me, it allowed a better
yeah. I see what
perspective,
you're saying.
a lot
Agreed.
more of a visually pleasing.
Yeah, because
ride through.
you think you're there, and then you go through this one of the longest tunnels I've ever went
Oh,
through.
shit.
Yeah.
It was long.
And then you come out of it, and then you zigzag down this canyon, and we took a lot of photos down there, and it was sick.
It
And
was amazing.
yeah, that was one of those things where I feel like we've slept on it. We've heard about it so many times.
And we've been close to it a bunch of times.
Yeah, we were close to it the last time we came through that area, and we just kind of like, if we do it, we're not going to be able to make it to Monument Valley in time. But I want to go back. I would love to, like Jaden said, I would love to go back there and spend like at least a couple of days, maybe doing some of the hikes.
Yeah.
There was a couple like waterfalls in the
Yes.
background. That was
I feel
pretty.
like that's a
why are
lot.
waterfalls like so awesome to people?
That was
I don't get that. Like, why
Zion
is it?
was my first of the trip. where
Waterfalls are
I
like seeing a
get it
pair of tits, dude.
I love
If you think about
No
it.
matter how many times you see them, they're badass every time.
I don't know where they came
I want
from,
to
but
see
they're
everyone
awesome.
I can, baby. The big ones, the small ones, all of them.
You guys coined that shit. Waterfalls are tits.
I think generally speaking is because most of them are natural, right? Yeah. And like in today's world, right? So few,
nobody wants those fake ass.
So
waterfalls.
few things are naturally pretty any longer. That it's it's one of the wonders of the world that still remain. That's timeless.
So we can start rating waterfalls in cup sizes.
We see
motherfuckers over there.
We see some A cups. That's a B. And then we see some goddamn tatters out there.
That's a little misleading because size doesn't necessarily equal grades. Well, no, I'm just saying. There's
Angel Falls is more dope than fucking babies
all day. You know what I mean? Like it's bigger doesn't necessarily make better.
Yeah, right.
Or at least in boobs. I don't know. Waterfalls that may be different, but.
But some of the ones that we saw
he's got a point because Niagara was dope, but it wasn't the same.
It was wide.
It was so big that it wasn't
like
enjoyable.
Yeah, I know we're jumping way ahead, but whatever that one in Washington is, which it was raining and we didn't see it good, but tell us something starts with the T. It's not a giant one, but it's fucking beautiful. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I think they're more epic too. Like that one, probably those ones had probably a 500-foot fall, right, versus a 85-foot fall. Like even if it's wider, if it falls a shorter period, like it's less
not as
majestic.
Yeah.
If you I don't know.
Yeah.
But like when you see that shit from way up there and it just falls.
I guess from like the ground perspective of where you're gonna see a waterfall, those higher drop falls are way sicker than
They're super sick.
Niagara or even the one in Africa that's like one of the biggest ones. I forget the name of it, but those probably look dope from like a drone, which we all know we can't do those around any waterfalls. But like I said, I don't know, like waterfalls, like no matter where they're at, like we're skipping way ahead. The waterfall conversation is coming back in this podcast.
Yeah,
it'll come back.
And right now, my advice for everybody as a bookmark is don't go chasing them. Move on.
Hey.
Ba-boom!
Well, so we did Zion National Park, and we decided to hit up.
Zion was probably the first time of the trip where I teared up on something. Like just seeing natural beauty. Like I've told you I'll do that. Sometimes I'll see shit. I'm just like, is this real life? Like, am I seeing this? Like, am I lucky enough to be seeing this on a motorcycle with 8 of my best friends? That shit hits me hard in the feels a lot of times. And that was probably the first one where it's not, I'm not boo-hooing, but just like your eyes well up. And it's just, I don't know, when you see somebody in your family you really love, just that happy feeling. Zion was one of my first times.
Yeah,
where I was like,
dope.
this is sick.
I like it too when they're unexpected like that.
It makes you feel real
We've
small.
come across a few unexpected things that have really been home runs. I think you're spot on with that. Like it was
just makes you feel small and you realize how nothing, like none of the bullshit matters. Like
and you didn't plan it out and you're just in it. Like,
shit.
That's a great wrong turn or right turn. Yeah, hell yeah.
So after we got out of there, we stopped over. We pulled the camera out, got some bangers. All you guys riding bikes and stuff like that. Cody again, he's always getting the best. But got to give a shout out to Jason Kinney, R.I.P. Dinah. He PayPal'd us $625 for dinner.
Man,
yeah, that was
night.
amazing.
And
thank you, sir.
Use it.
Unexpected miracle.
Yeah.
I mean, it really
honestly. I mean, we had a few people reach out during this whole trip that helped out with things like that, and it means a lot because especially a lot of us, like I know me and Jaden for sure, doing a whole month, we didn't know what our money was going to look like. Mm-hmm. We didn't. Last year when we went east, money went quick.
Yeah.
When we went west, longer days, money didn't go quick.
Right.
If that makes sense, you know what I'm saying?
It was in smaller chunks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's probably a lot of the places we stayed too. It's not like we didn't stay in a bunch of big cities every night.
Exactly. So what I would say to all you guys out there that are looking at doing a similar type of trip, when you start thinking of where you want to go, sit down with your boys, map out places you want to go, find hotels, and then do it with enough advance where you all can put in together to cover hotels. That way when the trip comes up, you're just bringing gas and food.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what I mean? The hotels are paid for. That's what we did. We put all this up. Ended up being like $500 a piece.
Did y'all think it worked out well.
100%.
I thought it was spectacular.
There's no other way to travel.
You'll
in my
hear at
opinion.
the end of it, but it worked out very well.
Yeah, there's as far as not having to worry about lodging, being with a group of dudes and knowing we've got that covered.
Yeah.
And literally just what you said, you're worrying about the shit you buy on the road, the gas and the food you eat. And that's it. And you couldn't get
It helps.
It's not as big of a hit out of your pocket when you start in January, like giving up money, and put it up. And then when the trip gets here, just like you said,
100%.
get food. You know?
Yeah. So once again, thanks, Jason.
Dude,
Jason,
thank you
his
a lot.
wife
Appreciate it.
Tina is the shit. They came out to the camp out.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. This isn't just a random dude that listens to the podcast. Him and Johnny Utah rode out from Florida.
Yeah.
His wife flew in. I picked her up. TL and I drove her and Johnny's wife from Dallas up to the camp out, and then I guess back to the airport, and so he could ride. But anyways, they're friends. Like they're people that have come to the camp out. There's a relationship there, and I can't thank him enough, man.
Yeah,
It was
we were
such
like,
awesome
once
ride.
again,
Such that money we made it.
It
Last
was
for a
such.
while.
It was kind of out of nowhere, so I didn't know. It was hard to figure out what the appropriate response was to show our
How to
appreciation.
accept- or first of all, like just how to accept it. You know, like, dude,
Transfer.
It almost feels bad.
Transfer immediately.
It almost feels bad for accepting it, you know. But
We gave him a little love, and
there's rad fucking people out there that enjoy it, you know.
it
So-
definitely went appreciated, or it didn't go unappreciated.
No,
it
for
was very
sure.
much appreciated. We had two
I'm about to
very
say,
good
we ate
meals
more than one meal off that.
off of that, and that was, I mean, for a big group of dudes, and being able to have something like that on the road and kind of alleviate a little bit of the travel burden, like super
helps out.
thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate
100%.
it.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, between that and all the people that we stayed with that provided lodging for us, like let us crash on the floors, like those kind of things. When you're on a long trip, you do have your money, your account set up. And first off, guys, the other thing that I would give you a pro tip. Jaden's got some good ones he needs to let you guys know about. Pro tip. I'm thinking about yours now.
Well, all right, so while he composes himself, because I am that funny. One thing he is saying, as far as the people, if people are coming through or whatever, and you think, oh, I don't have any whatever, I don't have the spot, or you do have the spot. Like I said, you have no idea how much just a floor is appreciated. It doesn't have to be a giant house with there's 8 of us. It doesn't have to be 8 different bedrooms. It doesn't
Or a yard.
have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, it's especially the early part. We all had our camping stuff. Just when somebody opens up their home, whether it's a yard, a floor, a bedroom, a couch, anything, it is appreciated more than you know. And that little break on the bank account, and whether it's a group account, our account, or whatever, it's appreciated more than you fucking know. And I can't wait to reciprocate it. The same thing. Like I said, Jason's already a friend. We've already done that. Dude, he's got a lifetime pass. Like, when you're coming to the camp out now from Florida, wherever you're living at the time, dude, come stay in Dallas. Come stay wherever I'm at, and whatever I can do to help.
I got a
get you
room
there,
I could put somebody up.
Yeah.
and it just goes both ways. And like I said, to the people on the road, you never shy away from having people over, or at least on the invite, because we're never going to turn down like, oh, that's not good enough.
Well,
whatever you have, we
good-
appreciate it.
A good way to think about this is that the whole saying the road will provide. Sometimes you have to realize when you are the road.
Yeah.
And if you can provide, try to be that person.
It
You know
will
what I'm
be
saying?
reciprocated at some
Yeah.
point.
Put
It's
back
just-
on the table that you eat off of.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So once again, thank you, sir, for that. That night you guys all went out. I think me and you stayed back.
Yeah, we did.
And I was editing photos from the Monument Valley. You guys tried to find a fucking bar, but y'all ended up going to some kind of bar that was like doing a rally or some shit like that. What was it?
I
What
think it
was
was
that
like
night in Park City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were they doing? They were doing a benefit or some shit.
Yeah, it was like a veteran MC
Lost
club.
Souls
I
or
don't
some
remember.
shit?
No, it was a veteran MC.
Patriot Guard or Combat Vets or something.
It's Combat Vets, I think, is what it
Yeah.
was actually, and they were just.
Oh, it was fucking Freddy's.
Yeah, it's one that
dudes.
we've seen
Not
before.
Freddy's Patriot Guard. but-
And they were just having, I don't know if it's an annual, semi-annual, but they were having a big fundraiser party for
There's a
something.
bunch of fucking people there.
Yeah, a bunch of bikers, and I don't know, we went in, we hung out. It was the perfect kind of bar for all of us to do our thing with, and it just happened to be that it was kind of rented out kind of thing.
Yeah.
We still had fun, but it
We
wasn't.
had a beer or two, and then we
Yeah.
went over to a brewery.
That's right, and that was that
that
was
like-
when Larry was playing Excite Bike.
Excite Bike.
with the FXR.
And he had the
HDX.
Excite Bike shirt on.
yeah.
It was killer.
That's dope.
Shirt on.
I think
It was.
Kyle got caught drawing a dick.
He did.
They had a wall you could draw on. So
100%.
Kyle was drawing a dick, and she caught him.
scolded.
And then he turned it into like hops, like you make beer out of. And he's like, "Look, it's hops." She was like, "Yeah, it's still a dick. Like I see what you did. We'll be painting over that. Thanks, though." Oh, fucking Kyle. But that was actually fun. I had a blast
Yeah.
at the brewery.
Yeah. It was a good time.
Leave it to Picasso.
Picasso. That's a good one.
That was the first time we got a little hot tub action that night too.
Oh yeah, I got in the hot tub there.
Uh-huh.
I don't think we did it all.
Kyle and
Y'all
I.
did?
Kyle and I did before we went.
Well, the
and
next
grabbed a
night is
drink
when we
or
got some hot spring action.
hot spring.
Next day.
That's
Next
right.
day. So Park City, Utah. That was day 4.
Cedar City.
Cedar City. Yeah.
Cedar City. Okay, my bad. I'm tripping.
I was looking at that. I was like, "Did we stay in Park
Oh yeah.
City?"
My
Park,
bad.
Park
My
City is
memory's
the
bad.
Cedar City.
like Olympic spot.
That's why I was like popping up in my head.
Yeah.
So Cedar City, Utah. We jumped on the highway. It was like a straight shot west from there. We tried to do the Area 51 stuff, which we did the black mailbox, right?
Yep.
And I don't know. I mean, I guess that was the first thing we came up to. So like,
Where's the
what
entrance?
else? Where's the entrance? And then the next spot was Rachel, which is like the only gas stop in that whole fucking
Oh, is
thing.
that what that?
That's where we met the dude that was trying to get gas money because
He's
his
like,
ship.
"Man, my ship's on the base. These assholes won't let me get it."
Yeah, he was a weird motherfucker.
He was
about it.
pissed.
He was pissed.
But it's man, it's out there.
So-
Nothing out there, right?
If you haven't been,
Don't.
man, but I don't know. I liked it, but it was weird. It's like Area 51 is tucked in some mountains. You're not seeing it
There is no Area 51.
unless you have access to it.
underground
There's
and
no
all
way
that
you're
shit.
going to see it.
You're not supposed to, right?
Apparently, in Rachel, you take that road from Rachel straight in.
Right.
It's like
Back where, like, the
10
campers
or
and shit
20
was?
miles.
Yeah.
To get to the-
gonna do
to the
that
gate.
unless
Yeah.
they're going. you
Yeah.
know? So
And, we had shit to do that day.
yeah, and it was
Right.
hot as fuck. So we're trying to blast through this
Yeah.
shit.
This was the last real hot day we had.
Yeah.
But here's the deal, right? So you kind of have only a couple options when it comes to crossing Nevada,
Yeah, yeah.
right? So you have that option, or you have was it 80?
You have
40?
80 and then you have 50, which
15.
50 is the one I want to do next.
It's like
No, we did. That
No, we didn't do 50.
I would
say
say
it was extraterrestrial highway.
Nope.
Nope.
It's north. It's just south of 80.
I would say that from a scenic perspective, that route was a little bit better, but on motorcycles, you are putting yourself much more at risk taking that route, right? If you're on 80, that's a main vein, a lot of traffic. If something were to happen, you're going to be able to address it and or get rescued. If you're out on this 51 route, one gas station for 150 miles or whatever it was,
Yeah.
no one out there.
Yeah. You break down.
It's
up
much
there,
more of a
it's-
liability factor, right?
So when we left Cedar City, like we actually, nice little road in. We crossed over into Nevada, and then we kind of hit that first town for a gas stop. And that town, remember that was the town where the dude had like a Camaro or a Mustang where he just fucking completely disobeyed the 25 mile per hour speed limit.
I liked that town. It was a really pretty little town. Like they had the American flags all down the entire
Yeah, it was
town.
on a
There was
railroad.
train tracks
Yeah.
right next to the whole deal.
Yeah.
You remember that? Where God, there was like
There's something I can tell you to remember that town.
yeah,
but I
for
can't-
sure.
I can't say it.
For sure.
Drug use has entered the chat.
No, it was a cool town, but it was literally I think probably what you're going to say, it was the last thing until that Rachel.
Yeah.
I think it was 50 or 60 miles from there, and then you had Rachel, and then it was another 100 or so, almost 100 miles.
Until we got to that one town where
From
they
Rachel,
had the clown
like,
motel.
out. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
it was wicked.
Tonopah?
Yeah, Tanopa. Yeah, Tanopa. Yeah.
You remember the thing that, like, when
That
we
was a
finally
clown.
made it through that whole area, the thing that we discussed was how you would come over these ridges or these mountains, right? And then you would be able to just crest the peak, and then you see, like, the vista, and you see another stretch for, 50, 60 miles. And then you crest that one, and another stretch for 50, 60 miles. And it's like...
Yeah.
There was like 10 of those.
Yeah.
It was
fucking lot.
like, is this the last one? There was a lot of those.
It's just over that hill right there.
Just that hill.
And you get over the hill like
the next hill.
Fuck, it's over the next hill.
There was a
and
lot
the next
of
hill's
those.
a long ways away.
Yeah.
I clocked a couple of them, and the two I clocked were like between 20 and 25 mile stretches.
I was gonna say, it probably can't be 50, 60.
You can just
But it is a long
see
ways. Yeah.
fucking forever.
Southern Nevada is all the hills have eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Everywhere
Exactly.
you turn, you're looking for that 3-eyed cousin fucker to pop out.
Cousin
Yeah.
fucker.
Yeah.
Well, the wildest thing, the wildest thing about it is like when you're passing these areas, but you're seeing like how like someone that lives there and has a like, and you could tell like the difference between somebody's life being there, like they're like hills have eyes or some shit like that, or they have their shit together, right? When you pull up and there's green grass in the desert,
I don't think nobody out there got their shit together.
and there's like a
agree.
couple dualies out there and shit versus like there's a a shack over there and a couple fucking Berettas.
Right. 19 cars that have broken down over the years.
Yeah. Oh, I want to fix it
We
up
just
sooner or
leave
later.
them. Yeah.
But you know,
It's a different way of
it
life.
was a good experience to go through it. We hit that one town that had the what was it, Tonopah, that had the clown motel.
Yeah. What video game was that on? You remember that?
No, so I watched a YouTube video before we did this trip about 25 of the most obscure places you can see off the main highways, and that was there. I didn't know it was. I paid no attention to it because I don't give a fuck about clowns.
Yeah.
But we passed it. I was like, holy shit! I watched a YouTube video about this place.
Well, there's a video game like a Call of Duty or
oh
something.
no,
like
that's
that, where-
that's Twisted Metal.
No. This is like a fighting war game where you're.
Was it a map on Call of Duty?
Yes.
Okay.
It's something like that, but I don't know if it was Call of Duty, but it may be in like one of those other games like that.
Sonoma?
Yes, but it was of the clown hotel or
Oh,
whatever.
jeez.
Yeah.
And like you're running through the
Nuketown or
rooms.
fuck off, bro.
Is it GTA?
Fuck, yeah. It was weird.
But yeah, so the goal this day was to get to Mammoth, California, which that was a whole nother place. I think when we left Cedar City, this was all uncharted waters for myself and us as a group.
Yeah.
So I hadn't ridden any of this area, none of southern Nevada, none of the eastern Sierras of California at all.
That's where it really started changing because we went from southeastern Nevada to like northwestern Nevada, right?
Kinda-ish. Not really.
We
No?
Kinda straight across.
the south
Yeah.
of Nevada.
Okay, but it put us in northeastern California on the
Mid.
and entering that area, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
we went up northeastern, but point being is we got ourselves in a position to enter into the eastern side of the Sierras,
Yeah.
which we've never done, and that's very much a fucking conscious choice because there's no like real great way to get there.
Yeah,
and that
you
was
got to go through Nevada in some
yeah,
sense.
exactly. I was really stoked when we got there. Quite frankly,
No, it was too.
Yeah,
we started seeing those mountains, and they're mountains that we hadn't seen
they
before.
had ice or it had snow on the top.
snow capped. Yep, I loved it.
Yeah, when we crossed the border from Nevada into California, like you could see the snow-capped mountains, and there was this badass like long sweeping curve as you hit the border, and you could look down in the valley. There was like a little farm down there, and then you come to this little small ass town which we came into. It was Sunday, remember?
Yeah.
We come in. They're fucking like they told us to get out of the gas station because they were closing at like 4 p.m. Remember that?
I drank a beer there.
I think it was California time by the time we got there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think Nevada is on Pacific time. Yeah. So we were already in the Pacific thing. What was weird? Or no, we left that spot, and from there. So this is where it gets interesting. So we are going to fucking Mammoth.
Mammoth.
We're first night of camping, right?
First night of camping
we can talk
in
about
Mammoth,
that.
California. Yeah.
First night of camping, and Chance doesn't have a mic, but Chance could probably he's a champion of like,
Hey.
I'm not doing that tonight.
You want to swap real quick?
But we've never done a hot spring, and we were passing a plethora of hot springs on the way to our campsite.
Like public hot springs. You
Public
don't have
ones.
to pay to get in these.
Yeah, because we
motherfuckers.
did hot springs or steamboat springs, and that was like
Yeah.
that was
like a
a
resort
swimming
type
pool,
shit.
dude. Is
Yeah,
what it was.
exactly.
It wasn't a hot
Wasn't a
spring.
hot spring.
Exactly.
So
This
this
shit
one
was just out in nature.
Yeah.
This one is like a pool, literally half the size of this, maybe 3/4 the size of this table right here.
Yeah.
6-man hot tub.
I would
6
say 6 foot diameter probably.
Really small.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah, you could lay end to end on that bitch and touch both sides.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. But
So
it was fucking apparently. Oh yeah, you're the only one that didn't get in the motherfucker.
you didn't go
so-
up there, did you? Y'all went back.
Yeah, they went up to Mammoth, right?
Okay.
They got weird, so I left.
But here's the thing, like, so apparently in that area there was a decent amount of them.
There was a
didn't,
bunch.
We didn't really know about the whole plethora of locations in the area because we had just kind of scouted the one ahead of time, so that's where we keyed in on that one. We were educated on those other ones when we pulled up, and they're like, yeah, there's some folks up there. But there's other ones down the street this way or down the street this way, depending upon what you want to do. It was later in the day, though, a little bit later in the day, though, for us. So we kind of decided, you know what? We're here. We're going to fucking get into it, and we're going to do what it does. And then it ended up only being a half of us or so. And the other half was like, I ain't doing this. It was starting to get cold, too, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, so to me, I'm perfect time to get into a hot spring is when it's fucking cold.
Yeah.
But I understand.
Getting out of
I
a hot spring
understand
and
not
then
wanting to because
riding through the cold, yeah.
it was pretty fucking cold. So what was it, you and Larry
and Jacob.
Me, Larry, and Jacob.
and Jacob went. So you split to Mammoth to kind of scout it out ahead of time, and we went down to the hot spring, and there was. What was there 4 people there, and I think a little family had just left, and well, it was a fucking public hot spring.
When we pulled up, the family was walking up there,
yeah.
and as we debated going up there,
They were walking back.
the family was walking back, and so when we passed, what did y'all remember what the family said to us or something at all?
I think they just said it was full, pretty much.
Something about like if you guys go up there, there's a couple people in there, but you know.
I mean, I felt that way anyway. If like 8 dudes come up, I don't care if the thing is full. If you just come up and stare at people, like they're gonna clear the fuck out.
So we walk up there, and I think that we're all in this position I don't know hot springs etiquette, right? Like, do we get naked?
You're in hippie country, bro.
Do we get naked, or do we get down in our skippies? Like, what is the
Skippy?
I
He
think
did say
I think it's
skivvies, like
skivvies.
peanut butter.
skivvies.
Yeah.
Skivvies.
V, not
think
a
you're
P.
right.
Okay, thanks.
Skippy's a peanut butter. I'm just helping you out, dude.
Skippies, man.
Go around, keep calling your underwear Skippies. See where that gets you.
Don't do it on the podcast,
Jonas,
Dude, correct me later.
Sorry.
Do you want a pen to write it down and say it's Skippies? You got to work on this fucking number
hit
2
him, bro.
shit, man.
Hit him. He's on your side of the table. It's a backhand.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
But anyway, we start walking up, and I don't know what we were expecting. I think we've all watched hot springs on TV before, but when we were walking up, I couldn't help but notice there was 3 women and 1 man in the hot spring. Yeah. And as we got closer, it looked like everybody was naked. Come to find out, 2 people were naked. 2 people had their bathing suits or something on. I felt like from their perspective looking at us, we looked weird and awkward.
Oh, for sure. I felt awkward.
We had way too many clothes on. Like they were full hippied out.
Yeah.
This is not the first time that they've done that. Like this is probably a regular ass thing to do.
Okay,
there.
so let's say this too. The 2 people that were clothed were probably around our age.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The 2 people that were naked,
Old hippies.
60 plus.
For sure. Both them bitches for sure was at Woodstock,
So
guaranteed.
they don't give a fuck anyways.
Hell no.
Yeah.
But whatever. So it was decision time, right? Were we gonna stand there and stare at these motherfuckers, see if they get out the pool, or are we gonna turn away and leave?
Jade, He's told this story a few times because we've had to
You
talk
did?
it.
All right, I want to hear it.
So we walked up, and it was very much guys, this is real. I think they're naked. Like you said. And so we walked up. It was very apparent that from walking up, all four were naked. I was like, oh shit, this is real. They're all naked. So we get there, we kind of stop, and it's like the middle school dance. The hot tub's over here. The boys are over here. I said, I'll go do this. I'm going to go test the water. And I walked up. This was a recon mission, no doubt. I've never been in the military. This is a case of stolen valor, but this was a recon mission nonetheless. I walk up, and I was like, hey, guys. I was like, just testing the water. And I put my arm in it and kind of bat it back and forth. I was like, ooh, it's warm. But as I'm doing that, my head's just scanning like this. And I'm looking, and I realized.
Processing.
I realized we got two nakeds. We got two naked older females, and we got the other female just had her straps down with tees. But she had her top on, but she just had her straps down, and then the guy was sitting there in his trunks. And so I was like, all right. So I walked back, and I was like, it's real deal, man. this is the real thing. It's live go. And
we probably circled that pool for another 15 minutes before we decided to get down in our underwear and get in there.
Well, we started talking to them too, and they did have some courtesy, some etiquette. Like, hey, we'll be out in 10 minutes. Well, I don't know if the fucking time was going backwards or what it was doing, but we weren't waiting. So about 6 minutes later, we're like, fuck it, right? We're finna go in. They were still in the motherfucker, and they were on the other side. We're on this side. We're like, and we basically forced them out, did we not? Like,
no,
one guy gets in, two guys get. All of a sudden, like, four of us are in there. Like, well, there ain't no room for you bitches no more. Let's get the fuck out.
Well, but they didn't get out.
Well, they did shortly thereafter, right?
I thought they hung out for a minute.
You know what though? But they had gotten out.
The couple left, and then
the clothed couple.
The clothed couple left.
Yeah.
And then they were left with the hippie bitches.
Yeah.
And but I think what was going through my head at the whole time was like
they're like hippie grandma, like your great. They're like your great aunt.
Sure. Definitely grandma.
They weren't your grandma.
Gray bush.
They're like your
gray
great
bush.
60.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
For sure.
The one of
50
them. Oh yeah, maybe the older one, but yes, they were.
But like they were well
upper
set
50s
up,
sure.
well prepared. They lingered in the
But they
pool
were cool
for,
as fuck. They sat there.
sure.
They told us all about the area, and they didn't run off. They weren't worried about us being in there.
No.
I just felt like it was like we got to a hot spring and like we got to embrace the culture of hot springs. And we
I wish I would
feel
have got
that.
naked. Honestly, I wish I was wearing my underwear. I wish I would have got naked.
I didn't want to see.
But
your
if
dick.
that was part of if that was part of your daily, right? I wouldn't have an issue
does it
with
matter?
it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because at least one of them got out it's like a full day, like a picnic, whatever. They got out. They had set up chairs and everything. They got out and went over there and be naked. They just wanted to be naked, I guess.
What they did was fine. What it was us not being used or being around that type of stuff.
Making it awkward.
Us making it awkward. That's what it was.
Oh, yeah.
Like I embraced who they were and what they are about.
Y'all making it awkward. That was cool as fuck.
I have no issue. wait. Until you got in there and you started slipping on the rocks.
I couldn't. That was my fault.
Started falling
There's
on
like
these motherfuckers.
moss or something,
So
or
there's
what
like
is
algae,
it? See,
yeah.
algae,
The whole thing
algae
is
on
covered
the
in algae.
and he
It's
started
slicker than
slipping
owl
towards
shit.
the naked
Yeah.
woman. Ah!
She's gonna suck me up in a gray bush.
Well, I got a mouthful of the tub water in my mouth, and I thought I was done. I was like, "Oh fuck, I'm getting monkeypox
definitely gonna
in
get a
like 2
COVID
days."
vaccine
I was like,
now.
I'm out. I was like, "This is gonna knock me off the trip."
That was
but-
good though.
No, they were cool as hell. That was the funniest.
They were
part.
cool as shit.
Is
The
when they
weirdest
got
thing-
off, they did. They had picnic, just lawn
chairs.
chairs set up.
Yeah.
They got out,
Had a
just
cooler.
wrapped up. They went over there and ate
Chilling.
like tuna sandwiches or something. Like they had pulled a couple sandwiches pre-made out of the thing and just. And I was like,
This was
fuck,
not
I
their
kinda wanna
first
go hang
fucking
out.
time.
Y'all got any beer over there?
There's nothing wrong with it. Absolutely.
Hell no.
It's we don't see that every day.
yeah,
It's
Yeah.
different.
If we had a hot spring in Texas, like it would already be first off, it would be on somebody's land.
Yeah.
So there would be some kind of fucking. It would
Right.
be like Steamboat Springs.
There's no public.
100%.
It was literally a hole in the ground in the middle of a valley in between some of these Sierra mountains. Like it was beautiful.
and it was
It was beautiful.
40
but
mile an hour.
I'm
wind.
glad it is what it was because we've been talking about it for at least 10 or 15 minutes now,
Have
and
we?
at least I mean, it was an experience.
That's
I
what
mean,
old naked bitches do, I guess.
No, well, I mean,
It was an
that was
experience.
kind of like the thing for us, but like you're not gonna walk up to a hot spring. I mean, what would we even be talking about if it was like a whole bunch of fucking like Playboy bunny models at the fucking hot spring?
100%.
You can talk
No,
about
we would not be talking about
You
it.
can talk
I
about
thought
who
you
rolled
were
up
talking about-
afterwards.
It'd be even more awkward.
Yeah, right. Chance done cut off the podcast.
But
Cancel.
I mean, it was cool. Like even once they got out, it was kind of weird when the young, like, I don't
Yeah.
know if they were high school or young college
I think they were
girls
college.
got
They
in
were
there.
Right around 21.
But you know what? I think the same maybe pressure was applied to us that we applied to the
old
to the
ladies.
old gals.
Exactly.
Right? We were standing there staring at the old gals, and they got out
Yeah.
essentially, or half of them did, and then the other half did. So we were able to have it to ourselves for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then some other locals came up, and they were younger, more attractive than us. We didn't stay in there very long, right? And we're like, all right, I guess it's time to move on. it wasn't.
Cody stood watch the whole time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
That had to
goes
suck.
back. Way
Thanks
back.
for not pulling your body out and making us all look bad.
ah,
Yeah, right.
Cody's got the best ass on all
his
of
body
us.
go.
best ass.
He's definitely.
No.
Let me see your ass. Y'all put the asses
I
out.
don't
Let's
have
see.
an ass.
Exactly. You kidding me? I sleep with this dude every night. He has one of the worst asses.
I don't know about that.
I could sit mine on the
He has a good torso, but
see
this
your
boy.
ass.
Oh, dude. Have a little bit of cake there for you, son.
I think
that.
if there's anybody who's in an ass competition, it's probably Jade and Kyle. They
Yeah,
both got a little bit of cake on them.
Cal got a dump.
Everybody else is just full healed
Kyle,
out.
you know what? Kyle works out, so he probably has
He
me
does
beat. You're right.
squats.
He must work out. Yeah.
Kyle's like thick 2 C's. He works out. He's got me.
Well, anyway, we had a fucking great eye opening experience, and honestly, like I felt like it was. I'm glad I got in. I really did.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Jumped in stripped down to the underwear, jumped in.
All in the middle of a day.
In the middle of the day, it was cooling down because we were climbing.
It was
in
windy.
a-
Sure, it was
It was
cooling
windy. I was able to pat it off and dry up as good as I could before we made it up to Mammoth.
Him and
What do you think it was?
Jacob.
45, 50 degrees, give or take, when we got in the hot springs? And then by the time we pushed up to Mammoth, it was...
I would say it was probably about
Low 40s?
60,
I would
but
think it was
the
60
wind chill,
degrees,
The
yeah.
wind chill was
Okay.
probably down in low 50s.
I remember...
But he went
I
up to
just
the
remember
fucking
getting a
campsite and
phone
said there's
call.
snow on the ground.
That's what scared me from getting in the hot tub because they went up
Right.
and said, "Dude,
It's
there's
30
fucking
degrees
snow
and there's
on the
snow on
ground
the
at the
ground up
campground. It's fucking cold as fuck. I'm not sleeping in this shit." So I'm thinking, well, I ain't about to get wet and then ride up there and be frozen to my bike when I fucking get
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So fuck that. I just stood outside and like, y'all do y'all's thing.
But it was nice once we finally moved on and got ourselves to Mammoth. Like, Mammoth was the first civilization we had really come across
Yeah.
in
The whole
the
day.
entire day. And it was fancy, it was bougie and all that shit, exactly what a ski town would be. But we
went to it. We went straight to a
didn't make
pizza
ourselves
joint.
up.
And they were cool. The waitress was cool. She
Yeah.
had the fucking.
Yeah.
They do the I don't know, what do you call them, sequins. She had some shit on her makeup. It's like a but
Stargate.
they were cool. Yeah, Stargate, whatever.
Okay.
You paying too much attention, bro?
You know what though?
You're gonna
I
get in
think-
trouble, bro.
I
You
think
don't.
if we had
You
a,
never remember what they look like.
if we had a camp that was in like Mammoth proper, I bet we would have camped.
Yeah.
But given the fact that our camp was up mountain,
I didn't realize.
you
yeah,
know
it
what I'm
was like-
saying?
I didn't
like
realize
you said it was a
two
good
different-
10, 15 minutes up mountain,
Yeah, at least 15 minutes.
and that's
I mean, it was.
that's probably 2,000-3,000
and
foot.
that's steady climbing
Yeah.
elevation
Yeah.
the whole time. You know.
Yeah, it went from 58 to 38.
That's the trip. 38
Yeah.
with snow on the ground.
And that was going to be our first night of camping. So I wasn't, I mean, as much as I wanted to camp on this trip, because that's one of the things I missed from our last trip.
Yeah.
Yep.
So far, camping day one, bust.
But there were
I
people
don't-
literally camping in Mammoth proper.
Yeah.
So it's big
I don't-
difference there, I guess.
I don't want to camp on the next one. Like, we've already got this down. Why even fucking bring all that dumb shit on the bikes? Like, do we not all agree? Like, this one we ended up doing it like 3 times. It was for me. I fuck that. Dude.
You know,
I wish I'd have done what you did and just said, "Fuck it, I ain't doing it," and you ended up kind of winning. Like you're the
still
kid.
camped.
Yeah, you're the kid that like didn't bring his books or his book bag to school, and you didn't get in trouble. Like fuck, like I want to do it like him.
I don't want to be the fucking nerd that did it all.
Yeah.
He didn't bring a rain suit, camping gear, or anything, but he was okay. He's still alive.
And you got the best pictures. I got pictures of me on my bike, and it just looks like the Beverly Hillbillies.
Yeah.
Like, just
I agree with that.
like I fucking like why bring all this dumbass camping shit when we used it 3 times and we're going to the Midwest, dude? We're gonna stay with everybody. Like we're not camping next year. That's a fucking hotel.
I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, a no layover trip probably should not be camping involved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Because that was kind of a pain in the ass having
Yes,
the days we
yes,
did camp, like
yes.
Gold Beach, as bad as it
We're
was
not-
where we were. It sucks to have to wake
We're-
up extra early and pack up all your camping shit.
we're not known to be early risers anyway.
Yeah.
So by the time everybody gets moving, you got to pack all your shit up. You got to pack your camping gear up. It's probably not the trip to do it. I agree with you there. But if we do any other bike trips and we have chances for layovers, I would rather pick up and move from a city, like if we're staying in a hotel or whatever, and go the next day, than pick up and move from a campground each day. I would rather have a 2 or 3 day layover in a campground than I would a fucking
Okay, makes
hotel or
sense.
Airbnb area. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like how we had the Airbnb in Venice or whatever, 3 days there. Like I would rather do that in a campground so you don't have to unpack your shit the night before and then pack it up right the next morning.
I'm with you there. As long as the packing and unpacking of the whole tent camp,
Yes.
that fucking sucks.
If you're gonna take the time to do all that, at
Stay
least
there for
have
a couple
2
days.
days or
You're
3
right.
days. You
I'm
know,
with you.
so and you get to.
It's evolution.
I don't have a problem with it. What are you talking about?
We're-
Why you not campers anymore?
Let's just buy Gold Wings, dude.
Oh Lord, I'm ready,
Sprinters.
No.
dude. Because if
That's
you
the
look
point.
forward on, we haven't got there yet, but there's a couple spots on this trip that I know we only camped 3-4 nights, but a couple of those nights were some of our best nights. I think it's coming up, and
All right, yeah.
the Gold Beach.
We'll get there.
That's what I said. That's
So,
one of
You
them.
did okay.
I said it was an awesome night,
So
but
my-
it sucked
my
to have
thi-
to leave the next
My
morning.
thing was in a short deal. Like if we're gonna camp, I would rather do layovers on campgrounds instead of hotels.
Makes sense.
I feel you.
The
I
one
guess it
night
depends on where
rolling
we
all
are.
your camp shit out, sleeping bag, and getting it all back loaded up, it just sucks, man. Like for
It
a
does
one
chew
night.
So-
up a shitload of space in your pack out.
It
And
does.
time.
Sure.
It does.
That's-
So one
that's
of the
much
other
more
things
challenging.
about like day 4 park or Mammoth, California was once we did get to the spot and we did hit the hotel. A couple of us individuals, myself, I did not again. Once again, let me say this. Let me say this right now. I regret not being out for a couple of these nights. I don't know why I was nervous about like money throughout the whole trip,
We're okay with
It was
passing on
early.
Cedar City.
It was early.
That's okay.
but
He was playing with house
this
money in
night-
Cedar City.
did you
should
out-
have come out in Cedar City.
Mammoth?
you went out in Mammoth, right?
yeah.
So
That was a good
somehow
time.
in Mammoth, I wake up to James and Dirty Larry had a foot race down the middle of the street
Apparently,
at 2:30 in the morning.
at 2:30 in the morning, and Dirty Larry won.
Red Lodge style, like running down
Yeah,
Main Street.
yeah.
It was
Yeah,
Red
yeah,
Lodge
yeah.
style.
Like,
And then
there was
the town
nobody.
was dead. Like Main Street
Jaden
our
was
fucking-
butt naked in the middle of the highway.
I needed my attention too. I don't know why.
he had to bring out his trick.
Like they
Larry,
said,
fastest catchers in Mammoth.
Damn right. Damn right, Larry.
they said the next day I was like, I didn't get naked last night, and they're like, yeah, motherfucker, you did. And that's
Apparently,
it.
you were so
Didn't
naked
happen.
in the hotel room that they were like getting ready to fight you.
I don't
That what
remember
you
any
said?
of
Like,
it.
hey, like, dude, put your fucking. You've been naked for
Well, see,
15
I don't
minutes.
remember that.
I don't
remember
remember
Hey,
you
none
don't
of
being
that.
y'all, don't y'all remember though? Before we even went out that night, we went into the biggest hot tub there ever was.
Oh yeah, it was like
Huge
a fucking
hot
Russian
tub.
bathhouse.
Yes,
That's when Kyle fell asleep on the
it was like a
step.
pool,
Dude,
Yes,
Kyle sleeps everywhere.
he does. He's a pro sleeper.
And he doesn't snore that bad. He's actually not
he's
that
actually
bad.
good.
He's not that bad.
But he'll get up and rebuttal with you. He's down. He'll go to sleep for an hour. He's back
yeah.
up partying.
He don't care.
I remember Rally. Whew.
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't do it.
I've seen him sleep in some weird places.
You and him were both on some weird place fucking sleep schedules.
Where do I sleep?
You slept on the fucking
cement in fucking Arkansas.
Well, I'm hungover as fuck or drunk as fuck, whatever. That's different. Not
Anyway,
just going to sleep.
I wasn't privy to this night. I regret it. Sorry, guys. I was in my feelings. But
All good, bubble
you guys fucking went hard as fuck that night.
Yeah, so it was super cool. So we met them at a pizza spot, the guys that went ahead and checked out the campground and everything, and they said, fuck that.
Yeah.
So we met at that little pizza pub or whatever it was, had food, had some drinks.
Yeah, the baked
There's
ziti
a
there.
fucking, La Quinta right next door or something.
With a massive hot tub.
Badass hot tub.
Good thing about fucking mountain towns and ski.
They have shit.
They got hot tubs.
Indoor pools.
they
and hot
have
tubs.
shit.
Indoor pools have fucking, they're either heated or they're full hot tubs the size of pools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we got a room there.
Then we got
and-
local recommendations.
Yep, we got local recommendations. We said we'll go. I don't remember the name of the bar. It was
Clock Tower?
Yes.
Clock Tower was one of the recommendations.
2 blocks
We didn't
down.
take that one up.
Oh no, that you're right. What was the name of the one we walked to first?
It was like a tiki bar, right?
No, that was the one we sang.
Oh
karaoke.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So when we say karaoke,
I know what you're talking
It's
about.
just past.
It was like a
So,
local.
Anyways, we
spot.
walked down 2 blocks to this bar, and it was pretty dead.
There's 4 people in there.
Yeah, so we decided to go to. It's pretty late at this point.
The
It's probably like
downtown.
midnight. So we decided to go to the tiki bar, which was
was
another
like a-
recommendation.
Monday,
Dude,
Tuesday. Like
yeah.
it was middle of the week, right?
This motherfucker was popping.
There was a
and-
couple people there.
And they were doing karaoke and all that, and then I think Kyle's the one that got up to sing
Kyle did.
Friends in Low
Friends
Places.
in low places. Brought the whole bar in there, baby.
Oh yeah, I got
That's it.
videos. There's
I feel like it looked like there were more people. Excuse me, than there were, but it was kind of it was like a layout flaw of the bar because they had this big bowing bar that came out into the middle of the whole fucking thing, and it like pushed everybody either to the side of one wall or up to the spot where they're doing the karaoke. So it felt like there were more
pretty
people in there than it was.
Yeah, no, but I think Kyle ended up getting up there and sing karaoke, and we all joined him on stage, and we sang.
The whole bar.
That's
Anytime
awesome.
you
Oh,
sing
they
that
loved it.
song,
But that
the whole
was
bar.
the-
Friends in low places will always get
Didn't the
So here-
DJ fall in love with us and we like kept him going longer? Like
Oh
he
yeah,
played more
well,
songs.
So as soon as we walked in, they were closing in like 15, 20 minutes, and I said, "What time y'all closing?" He said, "Probably here in 20, 30 minutes."
Right.
I said, "How much is it going to cost to keep you open?"
Right.
He said, "Well, I don't know. Depends on how many people come in." I said, "Well, there's
Us.
8 of us."
Right.
Weasels unite!
I said, "There's 8 of us, and we tip really well." So he's like, they end up staying open like an hour later than they was going to, but it was. I had a good time
Dude,
there.
that was a
It was
blast.
fucking fun.
Is
As
it
I'm
just
sitting here
me, or did we kind of run across similar thing that we had come across last year, like in Boston and cities like that, where there were gray areas on close times
That
at
was
certain
more
places?
cliquish. I think that was more cliquish in Boston. Like
it was definitely
locals, fucking-
a thing in Boston last year, but like I don't know. I don't think it was just once. There's like we kind of close at 10 or maybe midnight.
What's those
Depends on
smaller?
what
It's
happens.
those smaller like neighborhood things. Like they're not used to getting
Yes,
a
exactly.
group of 8 like us. You
But
know
if
what
I have any, like, I don't know.
And-
If I have anybody in my bar, right, and it's a Tuesday night, a night where I'm almost guaranteed to make dick for money, right? And I have anybody in that bar, and I'm only paying me or maybe one bartender or whatever, and I got at least, all right, if there's 5 people in there, that's at least, I don't know, $150.
Yeah.
To me, that's like you don't close $150 on a night that you're gonna make 0. I don't know. That
But you
maybe
gotta
it's
think-
But
perspective.
you don't know
Maybe
how much
I'm
they
wrong.
made all day and all that shit.
Fair
And a lot
enough.
of those people,
So,
they're
yeah,
not
maybe
out
they
there-
made a big nut. I don't know.
That's just their business. They're not even out to make a bunch of money. That's just they may have a tough day. Maybe the fucking local baseball team lost and they're pissed. And fuck, it is what it is. And
Well, that
but
bar was tough.
They are not a community in
We're on the
Mammoth.
road every day for us is Saturday. Like it's another thing that I'll
Right.
say on the Queen
Right.
Zone when we go into more of the big trip.
You
Like,
hit it.
I had a month of Saturdays. Every day is Saturday for us, regardless of what day of the week it is we're rolling into
Yeah,
town.
we don't
There's times-
realize it's fucking
yeah, there's
Tuesday.
days we roll into a town, it's Tuesday, it's fucking dead.
Yep.
But for us, hey, motherfucker, we just had an awesome 400 miles. Where's the beers at? We're
Yeah.
ready to party.
Yeah.
it's-
And actually, I think that
I
was
think
a
Larry
Sunday.
said that. It was such a good analogy. Like it stuck hard.
what?
That every day is Saturday.
Oh yeah,
We just had
100%.
12 straight Saturdays type thing.
That's and it kind of played into the future plans of college towns, because college towns have more of a vibe where
yeah.
any day of the week is still kind of a party day.
Could be
like
the
it's
day.
you could still show up any day of the week, and college towns you get
I
a
love
better
how I
vibe
made a
than-
fucking itinerary to get through this quickly, and we're on day fucking 5.
I mean, it
At
happens.
an hour and a half.
It happens.
Anyway, so
So
day
we're-
6.
we're-
So
Day- we're
James
in
got
day
his
4.
ass smoked in Mammoth.
Oh shit!
Larry put them Skechers on his ass.
Oh, Larry.
And next day we headed out to Disco Bay.
So the thing about this trip, so one of the things I think people need to understand is that, for one, if you're not from California, if you want to ride all the cool shit, you got to get a fucking permit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can talk about that.
I was upset about that, but
So we
was
left
a bummer,
Mammoth
dude.
with
It was
the
really a
idea because I've ridden across to California so many times, and every time I've always wanted to ride the 120 across the Sierras,
Yosemite.
the Yosemite.
Yeah.
And every time it's either covered in snow, so it's just closed. And so now it's open, and we're stoked. We're all about to go
yeah.
see the Yosemite shit, right? The fucking waterfall, goddamn, what's El Capitan,
Capitan.
all this shit. And then we leave Mammoth on the road, remember?
and see that sign?
There's a like one of those digital billboards that like
Yeah,
tell
road
you,
construction sign kind of deal.
yeah.
It was only 5 minutes out of town.
Yep.
If you want to ride 120 or drive 120, you permit required. What the
reservation.
Reservation. That's right. Reservation
To
required.
ride a road.
Like, are you fucking kidding me?
So, the whole time I'm like in my head, like, fuck, like, what do we do? Like, I don't want to fucking ride 10 miles up the road and then get turned around. Yeah. So we went to the gas station. You walked across the street to go ask some people. I was pissed.
We was all on our phone trying to figure out
Yeah.
if we can get them that day, or
Right.
if we could, you know.
Just want to be educated on our decision. Like
And okay, I remember this. The weird fucking thing about it, after 4 p.m., you don't have to have a reservation.
it is weird.
Like, are you fucking kidding me? So
Yeah.
a time frame, you don't have to have a reservation. But during these hours, you have to have a reservation. Like, what the fuck?
We should have went Sonny Barger on it.
Dude, we
Fucking-
should have just
R.I.P.
bulldozed those
Yeah,
barricades.
R.I.P.
Started.
and just fuck them. Fuck them.
So
At the same time, I'm disappointed we weren't able to do 120 because of the epicness that it's supposed to have. But just up the road, what was it?
Sonora Pass.
Sonora Pass.
It was legit.
Yeah.
But
We're talking shit like what we had to do.
We
sucks.
fucked up.
Yeah,
no.
It was,
It was
so
not bad, but
beautiful.
I will say this: that was probably my number one of seeing on this trip was the Yosemite Pass, and then
really?
Idaho was second for me. But it just, stupid regulations
You wanna
like that.
come cry
Just
on my
fucking
shoulder?
yeah, dude, I do.
Okay, what? I'm sure the road would have been great, right? Was it because of the regulation that it turned you off, or was it just because we weren't? They told you no when we wanted to.
No,
yes?
mine was just a scenery that I've seen thousands of pictures of in Yosemite. El
Yeah.
Capitan, the huge ass waterfall.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it. What did he say?
He said he thought El Capitan was France.
That motherfucker don't know shit.
But no, I really wanted to drive across that.
It sucked.
Gives you another reason to go back.
Yeah, true.
We said the same thing about Golden Gate last time we went. Gives you a reason to go back.
Yeah, for sure.
We weren't disappointed this time.
No, for sure.
So we chose to do the Sonora Pass.
No reservations required.
It
10 miles down the road.
Yep, 10 miles down the road, no reservation required to go across this pass.
We did
but-
have like a weird situation with the California Highway Patrol. Remember, they followed us all the way in, and then you James, you reached into your vest
Oh, goddamn.
to grab a goddamn GoPro out,
Yeah.
and you said the CHP was passing you at the time, and they slammed their brakes.
I didn't realize they were there.
Yeah.
So we were.
Are Are you talking about the one that was coming opposite way of it?
No, he was
it
behind
was
us.
coming up behind us, and I didn't realize it
Oh,
because, like,
yes, I do remember
my
that.
mirror was a little cockeyed. Like,
He was kind of riding in the middle of the fucking lane.
well, my left mirror, with the little buds that I have underneath, like, the mirror has to be cocked a little bit further forward, so it's a little unusable. So it gives me like a 45-degree angle versus like a 20-degree angle or something like that. So anyways, long story short is I did not see this guy. And I always keep my GoPro in my vest pocket, and there was a patrolman coming
I
up
seen it.
behind my left, and it was in my mind, it was a shot that was worth getting of, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Chance right behind me, that I was like, oh, this will be great. So I go into my deal, and they can't see my front side, and I literally pull it and go like this right at them.
At the cop.
Right at them, and apparently they slammed on the brakes, right? Yeah. And I'm like, well, apparently I'm glad I didn't get a shot because I pulled out a foreign object and pointed it right at some police that I didn't even know was there.
Yeah. Glad they wasn't Jacob.
Yeah, that was kind of sketchy.
And
But
you were like, so it was 2 lanes going one way.
it was 2 lanes. I was in
And
the
he was
right.
like-
I was
he
actually
was like-
kind of switching
He
to
was
the
kind of
left.
switching both lanes there, and that cop was coming up right behind me. I remember seeing. I was like, "Oh shit!"
That's
James.
right.
I remember
Hold on.
we went to that small town before we hit the Sonoran Pass, and there was a cop. There was a bunch of cops in that town, and I remember either somebody like messaged the group chat or whatever. Or somebody hit us with that, and I knew the cop was back there, so I was trying to maintain the speed limit and shit. Once we turned off of it, the cop pulled over, kept going, or I think he passed us at one point, and he was just like on the side of the highway or some shit. That's one of the. That's one of the things about this entire trip.
Turn off. I always do that.
Hold on, dude. Are you doing the shirt switch again?
Oh, you noticed?
This dude.
Just trying to give a little shout out to
This
some of the
dude.
friends and sponsors. Starting off with Bissani Exhaust. Shout out to Gary and Daryl. The second one was True Performance. True and Step to Death. This is the LFG guys. There's too many of y'all. Don't remember all your names. I'll be honest. I love you though. You're awesome.
He smells like weed too.
Yeah.
Hey,
I ain't mad at it.
But the crossing the Sierras or Yosemite was
Beautiful.
it was badass. It
Really
was
was.
empty. It was really badass.
thank you for noticing that.
It was pretty empty.
And we got to the summit. It was pretty dope. I think we pulled off, got some good shots of the bikes, and there was a badass waterfall in the distance.
Yeah, it was so
bunch
pretty.
of waterfalls on that pass.
It was all the ice melt.
Bunch of titties everywhere.
Waterfall equal titties.
Bunch of big cups.
Yeah.
Bunch of big cups.
I love them.
But I mean, for me personally, like I was pretty excited because Steve reached out and said, "Hey, just crash here. We're going to be getting a hotel room that night."
Right.
And he was like, "Hey, man, just y'all are coming to town. Just crash in my trap house."
In Bodega. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much it's a trap house, is it not? We
Trap
stayed there
house.
for another 2 nights
Trap
afterwards.
house.
Yeah.
It was a good time though, dude. We had a good time. It was a hell of a fucking trap house. Wasn't in the hood or nothing. It was on the bay with boats and shit. The neighbors had fucking dinner and lighting going on. Like, it was regular.
I gotta pee. This is my first pee break. 137.
Congratulations.
Good, dude. Go chase that
I don't
waterfall,
know.
bro.
I'm glad you left at this
I don't
moment
chase
when we're talking about your friend.
All right. What do you want to talk about, James?
Well, we're talking about Bodega Bay. Or Disco Bay. I'm
Disco
sorry.
Bay.
Disco Bay, Discovery Bay in Northern California, because that's where we ended up.
Yeah.
We ended up that day. So we rode Mammoth through Yellowstone and ended up in Discovery Bay. And it was a great
This is how we
great
played
crash spot.
Singo.
Yeah, this is where we played Singo. Never heard of it before.
It was fun.
It was actually
it
fun.
bad? Yeah, it was not bad.
With us also where we had a bunch of cats come into town too that kind of hung out and partied and
All Steve's
Dude, it was-
homeboys, right?
Yeah, all Steve's homeboys, not all Steve's homeboys, but some of Steve's homeboys that were local to Disco Bay. And then I'm trying to think. So Josh.
Yeah.
you know
You're
what I'm
talking about the
saying?
night that Kyle and Josh
Yep.
did the mullet thing
Yep.
and
Yep.
the Danger Zone night. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Danger
one
Zone night.
of Steve's buddies, Bruce, came through because he came through on the backside too. And yeah, he had a couple guys that they ride. I feel bad actually now because I don't remember the names, but they showed up in vests, so I know they rode over there. And you're right, he had some friends. That was
Well, it was
fun
the
fucking night.
Jace will point out their names when he comes back, but it was the dude who used to work at Ness, I believe. Oh man, I can't remember because he came out last time when we were out there as well, and I think he stays in the area. But that was we're talking about the cats who actually came out to Steve's house that night. Brian
from Ness.
Yes.
He worked at Ness now. Then he owned Modified Vision, and now he's got some other shit going on.
There you go.
Yeah.
But no, it was a good night. It was a good night because we had gotten there right a
first
little
night
bit
I
before
went
sundown.
all in.
We're talking about we played Singo, and we had a nice dinner, and then we came back and like we caught a sunset in the bay, and it was almost like we're in California. You know what I'm saying? Like the vibe switched over a little bit.
We're hanging with other people that knew us.
For sure. And it was also, you know what, because I remember communicating back home, and I'm like, it was like, oh, sundown, and I'm like, I'm getting the message back home like, motherfucker, I'm in bed, like I gotta go to work, and I'm like, ooh,
Quit texting.
sorry, I just got done with dinner and shit. Like the time difference, right,
Yeah.
was super noticeable at that time, and I'm like, it's 7:30, well, bitch, it's fucking almost 10 o'clock here.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
For me personally, like it was like I was stoked that you guys got to meet Steve. Steve's a piece of
Well, we met
shit.
him
We met
last.
him at 19.
we
No,
met
no,
him
but
last time.
he's a piece of shit, straight up.
Calm down, brother.
Piece of shit.
I like Steve.
I do too, but he's still a piece of shit.
You know what though? Something I
disagree with you, Bone
He gave me a house to stay in, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
yeah, right.
I fuck with Steve.
Something I can definitely tell about Steve and your relationship, and it became even more apparent on this one, is how deep the roots go.
Y'all are good
Yeah.
friends, yeah.
How deep the roots go, because like there's not a lot of people that have the fuck, I don't even know the leg up on Jace in a sense. Like not a lot of people can be like, hey man, fuck you, and walk away and doesn't care, right?
Yeah.
Steve 100% does that
No, he does
9 times
Fuck
a day.
Steve.
Like you know, like,
he leans
and
into it hard
I
with
appreciate
that.
the shit out of it
He
because
talks
that's what I do.
he talks
That's
to
what you
Jace
do.
like we talk to Jace.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So he's a
yeah.
real friend, and I appreciate the shit out of that for sure.
Yeah.
He's as much as I fucking hate him sometimes because he wouldn't do the podcast. I owe a lot of my success in my career to his friendship and how he pushed me jokingly, right?
Yeah.
He kind of he pushed me to like be better at social media, ask for more money for what I do for a living and shit like that. So yeah. Love him to death, man. I just wish that I could reciprocate that in some kind of way.
I think you do.
Yeah.
You know, you do just by being the friend that you are, and quite frankly, that's all a lot of people need. You know, they don't need a lot of clout. They don't need a lot of shout outs on the internet or whatever. Like, so he's less active on the internet. No problem.
Yeah.
Don't care.
He's in a different
He's a good dude.
industry too, so or now he is. I guess he used to be.
Yeah, he used to be in this, but now he's kind of all over the place. And the Bay Area is full of like so much different shit. Like boat culture, hot ride culture, and bike culture is all equally in the same like height of like what's popular. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it doesn't take much to see as you're kind of traversing through the state how you can go from one to the next to the next to the next, because like the state itself just offers different things within a 30 to 50 mile radius. Like it's a trip.
There's this crazy unique
Especially in the
thing
north.
about Celebrate Freedom. There's a great thing about like Disco Bay, right? Discovery Bay is like this little square block of space in Northern California where it just feels like the outside world does not exist.
It really
it's
probably doesn't need
it's
to.
its own community.
And we
that
could talk
functions
about like
within themselves.
Jaden and I could talk about our experience coming back there and staying that was the first place we stayed for 2 nights.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
Nice. How'd that feel?
Awesome.
I bet you're all relaxed and shit.
Dude,
No?
did y'all make a Taco Tuesday?
So
No.
I stayed at Steve's house.
You were ready to
I think
stay.
3 nights total.
Dude, I was ready to stay the night again. I was like, fuck it, I'll catch up. Me and Jay were talking about that night. We stayed
That
up with
fucking
Josh.
what is it? Orwell's? What was it called?
The
I
place
think I
on
actually
the-
slept one of the 3 nights I stayed at Steve's.
True story.
Okay.
Hey, we'll get. That's our story.
I can't
So,
wait to hear
It's
it.
a Patreon.
What was
We
that
still haven't
spot?
talked about
What
it.
was that
It
spot?
might be Orwell.
Orwell's?
It was son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
The Joker's in the house.
Watch out, man. I don't know.
Wait, Chris.
We were gonna leave. We let talking about day 5, day 6. We were gonna leave early. We had a very late start. He said, "Hey, let's go to breakfast.
And it was
Let's go
great.
to the Orwells or
It
where the
was
fuck-"
good. It was good.
Great ass fucking breakfast right on the water." And he said,
I got you.
apparently at this spot where they load into the Delta,
Yep.
they used to have like bleachers where people can watch, and they'd have numbers
Shut the fuck up.
to like rate how people launch their boats. But they stopped doing
hilarious.
it. They stopped doing it because it created so many fights.
No way.
Who'd have thunk it? Oh, that's hilarious. You might as well throw this motherfucker away.
Wet paper.
But, dude, that would be hilarious because I've had a boat before, and watching people launch their shit is amazing.
Well, imagine being hungover from the day before and you're just struggling to put yours in, and all of a sudden you look over and there's just some clammy, wide, overweight, doughy bitch, and he's got a fucking one just talking shit, and you're like, you know what, motherfucker, I got. I may not be at 100%, but I'll whoop your ass. And you jump out going, get out, come here.
How big a boy are you?
Yeah, exactly. And all
Come here.
of a sudden the restaurant's got to get involved.
The police are 30 minutes away because
Oh,
Dude.
fuck that. They stay there all there. That's half their entertainment for the week. Disco Bay, they got nothing else to do.
Oh, you think you can back this trailer better than me? Well, come on out here, boy.
that's pretty much what it was.
Been listening to Luke Bryan all day. I'll whoop your ass.
Hey, did you guys go back to that spot?
Yeah. No, we didn't go back to Orwell's.
Yeah.
No.
So obviously Tuesday night's the best night. Everybody rides their boats up there. It's Taco Tuesday.
People
Me-
ride their bikes
me,
up there.
Me and Jaden damn near stayed.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have blamed you. It seemed like a cool vibe. So we left Disco Bay. We had a late lunch. We were all pretty fucked up, I think, from that night. I got so fucked up, I went into Steve's room talking shit to him, like motherfucker, and then I
Passed out.
I laid on his bed to talk shit to him and fell asleep, and then I woke up exactly how I fell asleep, and I was like, "Where's Steve? Where's everybody?" And then I wake up and Jaden's like, and I was like cleaning. I'm like, why are you still awake?
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
And I'm like, fuck, man. I text Steve, was like, hey, dude, I'm sorry I slept in your bed. Apparently, he just like went and stayed with some other person or some shit like that. But I
He
just
didn't
like,
stay there?
no, he didn't. No,
Roommate didn't neither because I stayed in his bed.
God,
he said it was a trap house, and I really do believe it was a trap house.
what if when we were there, fucking like bus comes through and just takes us all down?
Oh man,
I throw him under the bus.
Texas, I don't know.
That'd be bad.
I've never met him. He said we could crash here because he follows me on
I did not know
Instagram.
this guy.
We met him at the restaurant.
Restaurant.
I was awake, so I would have had to jump on y'all.
Played
I'd
single.
have made it out to that boat, and I'd have just taken off to Alcatraz.
I take myself to jail.
And
What song would you have played on the fucking stereo?
Oh, something by Van Halen, probably. I don't know. That's what's giving. That's the.
Halen.
My brain's going Van Halen, but I think Jacob had the funny line of, "What if we just took that boat and just stormed Alcatraz, all 8 of us?" I was like, I'm fucking down.
The fact that you
I
could
never
have
thought
done
about
that.
it, but fucking, I'm in.
Yeah, you can do
The
that.
fact that you could do that, I feel like I would do that.
Yeah.
Storm Alcatraz.
Just go from Disco
With tiki
Bay to
torches?
fucking San Francisco in a boat. That'd be dope.
It's only like an hour ride. I definitely would have done it.
Probably less miserable than riding on the street. So,
But it'd be Steve's boat, so there's no doubt little gas in it. So we go like 10 miles. We'd have to find a little marina, and it'd be like a pause in like the Metallica song or whatever we were playing.
Put that shit on pause.
Seek and destroy. We'd have to like pause it while we're filling up. Just dun, 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 dun. All right, now we're pirates again.
Yeah, I loved how he didn't give a fuck about his neighbors neither.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's like, hey, we don't have like a Bluetooth speaker to put on the
We're just playing
deck
boat.
or nothing. Put your boat on. So he filled up the whole cove with his fucking music.
Yeah.
On a Tuesday or a Wednesday night or whatever.
He's living
It was
four
great.
fucking wet sound Rev 10s fucking just blaring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
and the funny
cove.
thing, he's living there for the summer, and I love the fact there's people that have probably lived there 25 years,
This motherfucker.
and he lives there for the summer.
Well,
He's
I
just
guess he'll be
raising hell.
gone in 2 months. We won't have to worry about him.
He's a fucking Tito Ortiz looking Dennis the Menace of that neighborhood.
all right, man.
It was a good time.
It was a good time, and I'm really glad that you guys got to get the full Steve experience.
Yeah, that was fun.
But again, all jokes aside, huge thanks for his hospitality.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for
because
sure.
it was
For sure.
couldn't have been more appreciated.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a good time too. Wasn't
Yeah,
just
yeah,
us.
he enjoyed
Oh
it.
yeah,
He's fucking stoked
He's
to come
awkward.
to town. Let's
Dude,
be real.
when we came back
It
through,
wasn't awkward.
when we came back through, he booked a ticket. I'm surprised he's not here now because he booked it like a plane ticket.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
coming back here.
No, he was full of
like,
shit.
Jason's like, you
To
can't
Dallas?
come here, dude. He was like, I'm getting back the day I'll get back. What day I'll get back? I'm flying in. We're hanging out.
We were at we went back to the steakhouse in Disco Bay,
Right.
and he booked a ticket while we were all sitting there drunk as fuck, and he was trying to hit on the bartender that he allegedly had sex with at one point in time. He's like, I'm booking a ticket, and he books the ticket, and the next morning he's like, you think I can change the
Cancel.
date on this ticket? So I kept telling him, I was like, dude, you're a horrible friend. Like you've never came to Texas and blah blah blah. And he's like, I'm coming. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be back in Texas for like 5 days. I have to spend it with my wife. Don't fuck that up for me.
Don't come on.
Yeah, don't try to
come
come right now. Like come at the end
Another
of fucking
time when we ain't doing shit.
end of July. Like
Okay.
so. Anyway.
We'd be here right now. We'd be doing shots and shit.
Leaving Discovery Bay, the goal was to get from Discovery Bay to Leggett, California,
That was
by way.
Day 5.
Of San Francisco.
Yeah,
Yes.
got
It's all good.
18 more days.
We fucking do.
So we have a
It's a
water
long
break.
trip, dude.
So there's so much to talk about.
It is.
So we leave there, and the goal was a redemption for the first time we went to
San
San Francisco.
Golden
We,
Gate,
we
yeah.
didn't see the Golden Gate.
It was foggy as shit.
I was so excited.
And so
I
this
was
time
too.
we did the Bay Bridge, which we didn't do the last time.
Right.
How'd y'all feel about that? Because I had told you it was weird because when you go across the Bay Bridge and you get to the part on the other side of Angel Island, right before you drop into San Francisco, like you're as high as the skyscrapers. Did that not feel weird at all? Like,
So I noticed that, and one of the things I noticed about going across the Bay Bridge instead of the Golden Gate was you're closer to Alcatraz on the Bay Bridge than
Way
you are the
closer.
Golden Gate.
Yeah.
So you get a good view of Alcatraz from the Bay Bridge,
Right.
and going across the Golden Gate, you don't get as good of a
It's out
view.
there.
But that
hey, you got to jump on the Golden Gate to get the good
I ain't jumping.
I didn't realize that until we were midway through the Bay Bridge. Like I'm sitting here shooting y'all and
Right.
and just shooting the crossing of this bridge, right? And all of a sudden I'm like in my footage, I think I did a double take. I'm like, God damn, Alcatraz is right there.
It's like right.
Check it
yeah,
out.
It's like, you almost have to like really focus on Alcatraz from the Golden Gate.
Right.
But the Bay Bridge it's like right
It's
there.
not.
Like,
I don't know.
it's-
500 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not far.
It's wild.
So Larry laughed at me because he could tell just my reaction, but same thing. I looked over and go, that's fucking Alcatraz.
Yeah.
And he saw me looking around at the bridge, and we got to a stop sign or a stoplight or whatever. He goes, "You thought that was the Golden Gate, didn't you?" And I, sure enough, in my helmet, I go, "Man, I thought this motherfucker was more red than this." And sure enough, I was like, I guess it's like an optical illusion or something like the salt or whatever. And I was like, well, fuck, whatever. It was awesome. And then sure enough, we go through and then we're going over.
big motherfucker over there to the right when you
Never noticed, dude. I saw Alcatraz. I was like, whoa, that's the Rock. And then by the time we're going over the next one, I was like, oh shit, this is the actual Golden Gate. Yeah.
I thought.
I'm dumb, but dude,
So the first year we came in from the north side, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you have to pay a toll. Well, if you come in from the south side, leaving the city, you don't have to pay.
None.
I thought-
I like
we
it.
got to pay it still.
Oh, y'all came back through?
We ran it
Jacob's gotta
back.
pay it.
Damn.
Get him, Tomahawk.
Yeah.
Well, so how did y'all feel about that view though? Like, I mean, the bay wasn't covered in fog this time, and you
Yeah.
got to see kind of the perspective. It's really hard to see how big San Francisco is until you don't have the like when you have those views going across the bridges, because it's fucking a big ass city, dude.
Dude, one of the things I wanted to say was coming into San Francisco is weird.
Yeah.
Because
For sure.
the gas station we stopped at, like I want to say probably the other side of Oakland, was probably 80 degrees, 85 degrees. Dude, you drop into San
Inner Bay.
Francisco,
20 degrees.
it was in the 50s when we got into San Francisco. And like just
It
crossing
stays like that.
just
too.
crossing over that little crest and then the breeze and all that shit. I was like, fuck, it got
You
cold.
see
I was
people
in
walking
short
around
sleeves.
in winter coats and shit.
I was in short sleeves when we left Disco Bay, and we got into San Francisco. I was like, fucking shit, it's fucking cold, with all the wind and all that. And I was like, shit, I'm gonna put a flannel on and thinking about a jacket, and I'm like, shit, it's fucking cold.
I got privy to that when I was working with a lot of folks up in San Francisco, and so the majority of folks live in the Inner Bay versus actually living in the city, and they said it's easily 20, 25 degree difference every single day of the year between home and where they're working, and it's a trip.
Sure.
Yeah.
All because of the shit off the water, right? So you
yeah.
get that little land separation, and it changes everything.
And I'm sure the breeze and wind is just constant there.
Right.
Yeah. So
But no fog this year, bruh.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
We ran across the Golden Gate. We did the whole loop again. I think they changed the traffic pattern to where it's a one-way
fucking did.
off of it. We did Battery Spencer again. That's where you get the good photos. That's the podcast photo on this one is from Battery Spencer.
Yeah.
You got to see the bridge this time.
Yeah, no,
How
that
how
was
was it this time
Spectacular.
versus the first?
I loved it. Like, I could imagine it last time. We saw it, like, when we were on it.
When
we
you're
was looking up
standing
or
there,
whatever.
We
when
saw,
you're
like, the
standing there,
bottom half of it.
is it not wild how big it is from that spot? It's
It's
big,
huge.
but it's still far away.
Even
Huge,
elevated.
huge bridge.
Usually
It's like a
Usually,
9,000
I think-
foot bridge.
if you're lower than what you're looking at, it looks bigger. But even elevated on Battery Spencer, that bridge is fucking huge.
Yeah.
It is.
It's massive.
That's wild. And then, I mean, it's not just the bridge. Seeing the whole city of San
Yeah.
Francisco behind it, Alcatraz, the whole Fisherman's Wharf, all that shit. Like, it's just a
It's crazy because it's just an island, basically.
Yeah.
The whole
Yeah.
thing is an island connected with a couple bridges. And that's fucking it.
peninsula.
Yeah, but it's a big part of our country and history and all kinds of shit, dude.
Hope it doesn't
Yeah.
get swept away.
They fucking suck right now. I'm
Florida's
not gonna
gonna-
lie. Get your shit together in San Francisco and Oakland,
Hey,
but
Honestly,
still,
I
fuck with you,
wouldn't.
man, geographically and just.
I wouldn't have mind giving. I think the last time we was in San Francisco was a little bit of a bust, but I wouldn't have mind giving it another shot.
like a 2-day stayover.
Well,
Yeah.
no, maybe a night.
It wasn't
But-
a total bust. We watched Wild Hogs. that
Dude,
night.
yeah, exactly.
Dude.
We ended up at Airbnb watching Wild Hogs.
Dude, that was the first time I saw Wild Hogs with you in Airbnb.
Wasn't a total
That was
bust.
pretty
Just
fucking
because
gay.
it wasn't great for today for you,
I'd
it
have watched
doesn't mean
it
it wasn't
with you.
special for me.
I'd have watched it with you at your house on the couch or something, but in San Francisco, it was not the time I was wanting to watch Wild Hogs.
It wasn't because of lack of
Well,
effort.
we could have been Wild Hogs, like run away from gay dudes.
We've got a
Calm
couple
down,
buddies
brother.
from the San Francisco
You don't
area.
say that.
Down.
I can say that. It's
You don't
not-
say that.
yeah, straight
Calm
up.
down,
fuck
brother.
them.
We've got a couple dudes from the San Francisco area, friends with us, that I'm sure if we would have planned it better, that they would probably go, dude, I've got bars and cool
Went
places to check
the
out.
first
the
time
best
we
of the
went there, we
best.
went to 3 bars, and they were all gay bars.
No, the first
we
one
only went to
It's like-
one.
That's like
The first one we went to was
Oh,
gay bar.
misremembering.
We went to a gay bar, and then we went to a fucking like biker bar that was
Zeitgeist.
full Zeitgeist, and then we went to another one that was supposed to be a fucking. They were doing a comedy special in there,
I remember,
and it was still gay.
We went to Zeitgeist last, but we went to the little comedy bar second.
I had a fine time in San Francisco.
I have no problem with gay bars as long as the beer is cheap. I'm not
you
paying
sure?
extra.
It was cheap.
I ain't
there.
never
We
seen
left.
y'all was like roaches coming out that
The
motherfucker. I ain't
second
never
bar we
seen
went to, I
motherfuckers
paid
move so
$24
fast.
for a double vodka Red Bull.
You didn't have no problem with your $2 beer getting handed to
man,
you until
I'm
you
from
looked up
Texas.
and you saw rainbow flags. You're like, oh shit. Your Texas ass scooted out that motherfucker real
My
quick.
booty hole
It's
ain't
crazy
been
how
tampered
like
with.
we all look at like traveling and we look at cities like, oh shit, I want to see what San Francisco is like, not thinking like that
San
they're
Francisco is arguably the most gay city in the entire country.
exactly. And I don't have a problem with that. Like I really don't. But I think I'm used to like gay bars here in Dallas or like gay areas in Dallas where like you can still go have a good time and
Oh, you
not
think
feel
it's
like
choice?
gay bars?
It's a choice whether you go to that street.
they're
or
fun. I don't hang out at gay bars.
I don't hang out at them, but every now and then you gotta go.
That
You gotta-
sounds kind of gay.
You got a chick so for whatever reason.
Take your country
Somebody's
ass
doing
back
something.
to East
And
Texas.
we
Work
talked
on the
about it before.
oil
You
rig
gotta
with
go to
men.
S4. You got to go to the roundup.
I'm sorry,
How many
city boys.
gay altercations
But
does
you know
on the
what?
oil rigs?
They're not bad.
None.
Oh,
None.
don't worry.
Zero.
Don't worry.
Only
I bet.
men
I
work in East
guarantee you,
Texas.
there's some dudes out there going, "Hey, bro,
Right.
Not guarantee 1,000%.
You
There's
tell me
so
there's-
much
there's
gay
no
sex
closet
going on
put
around.
my
life on the line right now.
Bullshit.
There's
I'm
no
not saying with
gay.
you.
There's no
I'm not-
gayness in
I'm not
those.
saying
right?
with you. I'm not saying with you, but I'm saying, dude.
Just like there's no
Bro.
gays in the NFL, there's no gays in the fucking
No, we ain't talking about
NBA.
NFL. Those are gays.
That's
love,
right.
Cody. Love
Hey,
conquers
could you
all.
Could you imagine being in North Dakota with Chance and like I reach over you like, hey, Chance better fucking chill over there, dude.
Yeah. What if you just
His ass
fell in
looking
love
good,
with Chance? What if you fell in love with Chance? Like that's it. You're like, oh my god, dude, I fucking love you.
That don't happen. You get
See,
kicked off.
Here's the thing. It's funny. Here's the
fired,
thing,
bro.
It's
You
funny.
get
It's
terminated,
funny.
fired.
Nah, it's funny because like Cody wants to see the big city because he's been in the country his whole life. He's like, oh, I love the city. Every time he's in there, he's like, he soaks it up. It's big city, but that's an element to the city that he
can't
just
handle.
ignore. He completely ignores, like it doesn't exist, even though it's a big part of the
Dude,
city.
some dudes love other dudes.
It
It's
doesn't
okay.
matter.
It's
We don't-
okay.
No, I mean it's okay, but we don't have to hang out.
Let's come. Bro, you're killing that barbecue right now with your New Balances. I want to suck your dick, dude.
Bro.
Chill out.
Dude,
That don't matter.
hey,
Somebody show me some titties right now.
is that for you? That's
It wasn't a very long piss.
All right, next day.
Man.
Producers.
Y'all guys squirmish over here.
We didn't,
All right,
we
so-
didn't even make it past the Golden Gate.
So, Montucky, we still love you.
That was only a midday stop. The Golden Gate was a midday stop that day.
So, Golden Gate,
All this
we.
gayness is making my head spin.
Country motherfucker.
He lost the producer.
Hey, Chance, where's your hotel at this weekend? Which neighborhood?
All right, so second half of the day, that was a long fucking day. We got to be fair.
It was.
That's a long day.
We made it to Leggett late.
So-
We actually had to
Like-
shorten it a bit
This is-
because of our start time.
Yeah. This is the first day that we started dealing with temperature, right? We have been like, I guess, I wouldn't say blessed, but we've been like indoctrinated with desert heat.
It's been hot and warm.
And then we get to the Bay Area and we're this is where we're hitting the coast. And I didn't mean to do that. So we hit the coast from San Francisco, the Bay up. We did the bridge. We got a lot of great photos. The cover photo of this podcast from the Bay Bridge. We got a lot of great shots. Cody actually became a cameraman a little bit. Got some good shots of me.
did.
Good shots of everybody. You said you wanted to save it for the tree. Remember? Because you didn't want to pull your bike over there because you wanted to wait for the tree photo.
Oh yeah, I did. Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
At Golden Gate.
Yeah.
That's right.
So the goal was to ride the PCH or the one from
All the
San
way.
Francisco up all the way into Oregon.
Yep. All the way to Washington, damn near.
Yeah, essentially Astoria, almost up there. So we jumped on the 101. Jaden got left behind. I don't know how. I think we had like a lane splitting issue.
Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah,
Wait.
We had a U-turn issue. That's what happened.
a U-turn issue.
Remember?
Yeah. I did
Remember
have
in the
to
middle
do-
of
yeah.
like rush hour because it was like later in the day.
Yeah,
There's a lot of traffic up there, dude.
yeah.
A lot of it, and we just split it
That was
all.
bad traffic.
So we ended up going up the coast, and I remember we landed in Bodega Bay, which was going to be a lunch spot, and it turned into a dinner
It
spot.
was a sunset spot.
And it was
Chowder.
cold. It was cold as fuck, dude. It was
It was cold.
so goddamn cold to the point where we got there, we were layering up.
It sucks.
Best chowder on the trip,
We did.
I think so.
The only chowder I had, I think.
was it?
I got
It
a
was
crab
delicious.
cake. I didn't
It
get
was
shot.
delicious.
They did look good.
Me and Chance sat down at this nice ass fancy restaurant, and we're like, we had a table for 10, and we're like sitting there like, where are they at? And then we go next door, you are eating fucking chowder. Remember that?
Well, they had the
It was
sign that
delicious.
said chowder.
Come here for chowder.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go there for
So-
chowder.
So we get to Bodega Bay to eat chowder, and then we were left in a conundrum where do we ride the coast all the way to Leggett?
and hit a crazy rainstorm. Rainstorm.
No.
Oh,
It was
sun.
just will we get there before the sun went
We only
down?
had about
Oh, time
90
time-
minutes
time
left to
constraint,
sunshine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or do we take it back and go hit Santa Rosa, jump on the 101, and make it to Leggett?
Yeah.
The Santa Rosa route ended up. It was a
still
a
pretty.
slow route. It was a slow route to get to the major highway. Once we got to 101, it was fucking amazing.
101 was still
Sweepers,
beautiful.
boy.
101.
I-
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let me-
Sweepers.
for all of you
101
guys-
north of Bodega. Sweepers.
For everybody that hasn't ridden Northern California, the 101 does not disappoint.
Fuck no, it's amazing.
And so we ended up getting to, once we got out of the city of Santa Rosa, we had some fucking great sweepers,
Yeah.
good mountains, good turns, great vistas. We did make it to Leggett, which was our going to be another camp spot.
Yeah.
Right.
At dark.
Dark.
Everything was closed, and we just all that was probably one of the nights that we wanted to go hard.
That we kind of
Short
calmed
fire.
it down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
It was cold.
went to bed. It
cold,
was
bro.
cold.
It was cold
Is that the night with the beer box?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was the night with the bear box. That's where all of camp was
There's a
under
bunch of
these
kids around us,
huge
too.
trees, right?
Yeah, there
We're in
was.
NorCal, so we're pushing into Redwood territory.
Yep. Yep.
The entire
Sasquatch
camp
territory.
was shaded, significantly cooler than out in the open space. It was
Yeah.
it was a trip. It was pretty cold. It was pretty cold in there.
So that probably kicked off my night of the worst part of my thing was shit from home, busting my balls, and that probably kicked it off. That was the night. And this is putting everything on the table. Don't feel like you got to match this, but that was the night where I didn't. I got a couple text messages. I didn't reply to them. All of a sudden, I took into my defense. I took into factor the time change. I said, fuck it. It's like 3 a.m. there. I'm not going to bust your balls with that. But I got in my tent, couldn't go to sleep, reposted a story, something real generic. And I woke up to you can do Instagram, but you can't text me. And that kicked off like the start of the worst of my trip, which was just bullshit from home. So
Listen here, Sally.
yeah, that's how I remember Leggett. Other than a fucking beautiful campsite.
That's a bummer.
Really cool.
Once
But
we woke up the next morning, we saw what the campsite looked like. We're like, wow, big ass redwoods in our
moss.
fucking campsite.
Oh, dude,
There's
sick.
a
so awesome.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but the route we came in, if we wouldn't have made that last horseshoe to our campground, there's a huge river behind it. And that,
I feel like we're on the side of a mountain too,
well, it's a huge cliff down to the river.
so we're on a mountain.
But
You know what I would
wouldn't call
say
it a mountain.
out of the entire trip, because we came in there at dark, similar to how we came into Monument Valley at dark before, or on our first trip. We came in there at dark, so we didn't exactly know what we were getting into. But then the next morning, because it was cold, because we were camping, everybody was up relatively early.
Yeah.
I feel like arguably that was the most chill, peaceful morning
needed
on the entire trip.
and needed probably.
Yeah.
At that
Because
point,
literally, like, right, we were either in camp or we left camp, and right across the street was like this little do-it-all store thing.
peg house.
The pegged house.
Peg
The peg house.
no nails.
And they leaned into the whole concept of the peg house.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah,
no
they
nails.
did.
No nails in that house. It's
Not
peg built.
pegging.
Yes.
Not that kind of pegging.
It's like,
I think they were talking about that kind
no,
of thing.
we looked it up.
what are those called?
It's just like a Danish style house where they don't use nails or anything.
What's the fuck do they
use
call them?
little
When
relics.
you built them little things? when
Lincoln
you're-
logs.
Lincoln logs,
It's
goddamn.
like
Lincoln logs?
It's
yeah.
built
Is
by
that so?
Lincoln logs.
Well,
No.
it was
What?
really peaceful.
Topo's downstairs?
Prospect.
It was. It was really
It was
cool.
super
It was
peaceful.
really
Like
cool.
those of us who got up earlier than the others.
We need some more of those Montuckies too.
Those of us who got up earlier than the others
got any
were able
ice?
to go over to the. Oh, there you go. We're able to go over to the store and kind of be mellow and
$9,000
just
worth of
really
phones
kind
on
of
this
chill,
table and you
chill
don't
out.
spill ice on it.
$9,000. Wait, what did you say, James?
Yep.
I heard you.
No, I just said like
The
to me,
people that
to
got
me
up-
at least. Those of us who got up earlier and packed up camp and like set up. Like I went over to and sat at that peg house for
Minute.
40 minutes by myself, just like super mellow. Literally the only thing that was going on, because there was no. You have to think we are in the middle of Northern California on the 101. Nothing is fucking happening up there
Yeah.
at all. Very, very, very little
We're in
traffic.
Squatch territory at that point.
Squatch.
Sasquatch.
But the only thing
Southern
that was
Arkansas,
happening
man.
there was the gathering of the road crew or whatever. Like
Yeah, yeah.
they just sat at the Pecca house for like 2 hours, just
Oh,
ready
yeah,
to start
yeah.
their work day or
Yeah.
thereabouts. And we saw them
That was a
later
cool-
in the day, but
and
it was
see,
a great little
Those are the type of
chill
spots that I
spot.
would like to spend 2 or 3 days at, and just explore that area, because there was a lot of that map we seen on the wall. There was,
Oh my
there
God.
was not only the one tree we went to,
No,
there was
all that
several
stuff.
around
What was it
there.
called? What?
The tree we went to?
No, that
Chandler
everything on the
trees
map.
where we went.
Chandelier.
It was
Chandelier.
Chandler? I thought it was a Chandler. But
Chandler, yeah.
No, it's
tomato,
chandelier.
tomato, it is what it is.
Spell it.
I can spell it. In a minute.
It's chandelier.
Do you want me to spell it?
No, please don't. K
Oh,
A.
my.
1 7 R. Hey, spell it.
Okay, Avenue of the Giants.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what.
That's-
so we started at this point, right? We're in Northern California. We're in Leggett, California. That specific area is where we started pushing into essentially what is all the
huge redwoods.
redwoods, and dude, I was so personally so stoked, on that.
Did you get any of these?
The
Dude, these ain't even cold.
damn chance.
That's it. Very nice.
That's what it is. Leggett was
Bring some Coronas.
Chandelier.
You're right.
Chandelier drive-through tree, and that's literally on the south side of the
Leggett.
Avenue of the Giants.
Yeah,
So
we
there's
actually
multiple
we had a
turnoffs.
backtrack. What?
2
4
miles.
miles?
4 or 5 miles.
Not
yeah.
much.
Yeah, not far at all.
Worth it.
Way worth it.
One of those things
Way
where I
worth it.
probably would have like, oh fucking. What was
Another thing that some
$10
people bitched about
Way
for
worth it.
$10, and it was well
That we're
worth it.
hemming and hawing over. Would never change it.
Honestly, the tree was dope, but also those guys that were coming
Yep.
from Pennsylvania that we met up with,
On
they're
the
on
going trikes.
going trikes. You know what I'm saying?
Living life, dude. Living life.
It was badass to like chop it up with them and hear their
some
stories.
I agree.
And Kyle sucked off a Sasquatch.
That was funny as hell.
That was funny as hell.
Thanks, bud.
But also the fact that all those wood carvings were there was
Original Redwoods.
spot
yeah.
on. Spot on.
So
And you're right. I did I waited for that opportunity. I wanted a bike photo there. Like I wanted to. I don't know. That was one of the things I was looking forward to most,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it didn't disappoint
Yeah.
at all. Like
I kind of
I
thought,
don't
like
know.
looking at that map and everything. Well, before we got there, I kind of thought all those drive-through trees were really close.
Yeah,
they're not.
they're not.
They're not. They're
You have to-
there's
you
a
have to make-
plethora of them.
There's
a lot of
right.
them, but they're
you have to make a
scattered across
conscious
the whole
effort to go to
NorCal
them.
area.
You
right
brought up
now.
Avenue of the Giants. I've heard after the fact that's a really good ride. Like I would have loved to broken off and
Yeah.
done.
No, I wish we would have
that.
done.
We
it,
were
man.
We did
jamming to
one
something.
little loop,
But
but it wasn't.
Yeah, that one we
quote,
dipped off
unquote
in was
avenue.
nice.
we did the like, what was it? Elk.
Elk.
It was like an elk thing. There was supposed to be a bunch of elk on the major road because we
got a
heard
tip
about
from
it
a local.
at the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's an elk. Fuck you, fight me if you're hungry.
But the thing, like, I don't know how you compare it. Like, so last year when we went east, like a lot of the allure of the Northeast was like how old of the part of the country we were in, right?
Yeah.
And you were able to see a lot of history there. And I'm sitting here looking at these trees, and they're
They're older.
ancient fucking trees. Like they are just
BC.
they're really, really, really old trees, and it was it hit
weird.
with me.
It's
I don't know if it
weird.
hit with y'all, but it
It's
hit with
fucking
me
weird.
for sure. Like that was easily one of my highlights.
You know what? The craziest thing about the Redwoods is like you don't like drive through a tree and that's the only one.
No,
Like you're driving on the highway, on the major highway, and you're seeing trees as wide as a fucking Volkswagen.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Like
Or
you see
bigger.
it for so long. Like it's not just
We seen
California.
a Volkswagen drive through one of them.
we did.
We
You
did.
know the thing. I think the thing that they key in on, as far as like the turnoff spots or the tourist attraction spots, are the really wide trunk ones, right?
Yeah.
Really wide trunks. The ones that got me though were the ones that went 750 foot into the air. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. It was they're really fucking tall. You're probably right.
Well,
But it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like the width.
The only reason I
didn't-
say that is because the one we took a picture at said it was 315 feet tall.
Was it really?
That's fucking tall.
Still, so 300-400 foot tall trees.
pictures don't
It
do
was.
it
They don't
No,
do
they
it
don't do
justice.
it
Every
justice.
picture I got of them trees, it just looks like a tree.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
See, and that's the thing. Like, so I did a couple shots that hopefully we'll be able to kind of give some perspective when we put out our video. But it's kind of like it's looking up to the trees, right, from
Yeah,
kind of where we
like the
are,
canopy of
and
them,
it's
yeah.
very. It's just. God, I don't know.
Apparently
I don't
they
have
grow
words
so,
for it, dude.
They grow so tall because they get more of their nutrients from the breeze of the ocean than the ground.
Than the ground. And that
so
makes
they,
sense.
they try to grow higher to get more from the air coming in than what's on the ground.
makes
but
sense.
it's amazing. It really is.
It is.
And that was my as much as I could have spent more time in every single spot we stopped. That far northern California, southern Oregon, that was my biggest as we're going. That's the one where I've like purposely slowed down and I'm looking and I'm going so slow that I'm looking at trails where I see like a car, like a forerunner is pulled off.
Right.
All of a sudden I see this trail off into this shit that looks like it's from E.T. or something.
Yeah.
You name the movie where it's just
Yeah.
cinematic, like ferns and shit, where you walk into it. And that was the biggest spot where I was like, I wish I had another day.
Yeah.
Like this is like,
Me
I wish
too.
I could almost come back in a Jeep or something
Yeah.
where whatever and spend like, doesn't even have to be a bike trip, but I could see myself staying somewhere close and hitting so many of these trails and walking because that, dude.
Yeah.
So
that foliage and everything, that, like,
Yeah.
I love it so much.
So only because I have ridden the coast before. That was my second stop I was looking forward to on the whole trip. You know, Yosemite being number one. That was the second one. I was infatuated with fucking redwoods. Like I was like, God damn, I don't want to see some big ass trees.
Well, it's not just redwoods. It's all there's
Just-
other
just-
trees. There's ferns. There's moss. There's all this. It's so
Well,
green.
the fucking ferns, baby.
Well, I'm just saying you can't.
It's
Tell me. I mean,
thick.
am I wrong?
It's
You can't
thick.
explain the green and the way it
No,
just
yeah.
everything looks so
Yeah, you're right.
beautiful, man. It's
Yeah.
it's amazing. I don't know. To me, anyways.
No, it was the forest up there was. You had these huge ass redwoods, and then you have all this, like just what you said, like ferns and brush, but there's trails going through all of it. Like
so
it's,
inviting. Like, come
like,
hang
fuck.
out, dude. Yeah,
we could walk off in this trail and
Do
camp
some
for a
drugs
week.
with
you
me,
yeah,
know?
bro.
Yeah, like-
Absolutely.
no, that'd be cool as shit. But
Well, I mean, going up that coastline, it was it's kind of hard because like when you first start seeing redwoods, I don't even think we realized we were seeing them, right? I think we were riding. And you see trees, you don't realize how big they are until you get like. I don't think I realized it until we did that fucking like chandelier tree, or what'd you say it was?
Chandelier.
Yeah, no, he's right.
Chandelier.
Chandelier tree. I think once we went to that little park.
I think we realized it the night we got to Leggett because there was one in our fucking campground.
Yeah, I knew we were in.
It wasn't as big as the biggest one we seen, but it was a big son of a bitch.
At that point, we were in the hood.
But it was dark, and we were all trying to set up tents and everything. And it was like everybody kind of started looking up shit and was like, "Dude, there's a drive-through 2
And they
miles
got
down the road."
mosquitoes, dude. I was getting bit the fuck up by mosquitoes.
Grow the fuck up. They got mosquitoes in Texas.
Yeah,
You should have zipped up your tent, dude. You was asleep right away.
I started getting mosquito bites in like very foreign places.
Your booty hole was hanging out.
That
in
morning we
open
woke
tent.
up, like I said, I had to deal with some shit. But as I'm walking around, like, blah, 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 I'm looking around, going, dude, I'm here. It's like, all right, I gotta let you go. Like, I don't care. Like, put my shit on the patio if you have to. Later, because at that point I was like, dude, I'm here. Like the ferns and everything, and to the trees.
Bye,
I was like,
Felicia.
yeah, we went to the thing. And I was like,
James, I know that the Redwoods was a big thing for you.
Yeah.
Did it disappoint?
No, not at all.
Did you enjoy it?
I think I didn't, like, I knew tall trees, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize what I would feel when I was in them. And I felt the ancientness. I felt the age of the space.
put your hat on backwards.
I just,
Well, I'm just saying, like the people, like so you can really see your face. Like it's kind of shadowy.
it just felt right.
He's like on the corner of the phone.
But what? I've been watching. I almost said it earlier.
It just felt right for me.
Yeah, it felt right.
I like, obviously I love nature. I love the things that we see when we traverse this country, but that was one of those things that even when we went to Bodega Bay the first trip, right, I was like, we're so close to the Redwoods, and I've always wanted to see that just for whatever reason. And did it disappoint? Absolutely, it did not. It was one of those things that I would go back to. I would recommend. Whatever. If tall trees aren't your thing, sorry, but there's a difference between these trees, and that's why it's kind of as majestic as it is. Like these trees are older than anyone you have ever or will ever know, right? There's
Most family
eons
lineage
in these trees, and there's I don't know, there's something to respect about that, and I appreciated it.
It's kind of like the same thing I would talk about Monument Valley. Like you're in presence of something different and unexplainable.
Yeah.
Realize how insignificant you are with your 35, 38, 25, whatever how old you are.
Yeah.
You're a fucking fart in the wind compared to these trees.
Yeah.
And this. Fuck off.
In the 30 years that you've been on this earth, and
You think you know something.
you're 6 foot tall. This motherfucking tree is growing 6 foot.
Fuck
Like it,
off.
Yeah. So like
it's a trip.
for my perspective, like I think we did the loop through the drive-through tree, one of many
It
drive-through
was like
trees.
Elk River or something like that. Elk something.
It was dope to see them. Wildly perspective. Like we all took a photo. I think it was your phone or one of our phones, so we did a selfie in it.
Yeah,
that
I did a
they gave
selfie
me
and I posted
perspective.
it. We were in a tree stump standing in it.
Oh,
I don't know if it actually came out, but literally like all the guys were huddled in a fucking we're sitting inside of a tree
8 dudes.
that was like fallen. A
And
fallen
so
tree stump.
That wasn't much. Like that affected me. That gave me a ground layer of perspective. But at one point, like we jumped off on this tangent off the main 101, and we were doing this little like wildlife loop, and I got ahead of you guys somewhere, I think, and I knew you guys were behind me, so I started slowing down, and I was just really soaking it in. And I was like, dude, this is wild.
Beautiful.
These trees are like when you're zipping past them, like you have no idea like the size of them until you stand there, and you just like take it in, if you will.
We
It's
took
like a movie scene.
Fern Gully,
it
the
was
last
almost.
rainforest.
Fern Gully.
Yeah, that's what it.
We took a little stop. That's why you got ahead of us. We took a little stop because I think Cody had to take
had
a
to
piss
pee.
or something like that, right? So he jumped off and
Pissed
he
on
like,
a rainforest.
but he went like, all right,
peed on a
This tree's
big
been
old
here.
redwood,
Colin,
bro.
he
He's
went
been here
like-
8,000 years. I'm a piss on it.
That motherfucker
he went
didn't
like
have nothing on my
30 foot
wood.
in. And it's like you see these videos of people like hiking these trails, right?
Yeah.
And even the little hike that Cody took, I'm like, dude, this dude's up here in these trees. Just, I don't know. He's so insignificant when he walks just into them a little bit. It's a trip.
It's wild.
They're fucking huge.
Well, once we got through with all the amazement of that, we ended up landing in Eureka, where I think we all jumped into the first sportsman store we could find to get thermals.
No,
because
for some reason we went to the Pacific Northwest and you didn't bring an
it wasn't just me. I'm a part of a crew.
What's wrong with y'all, bro? It's like not bringing a rain suit, fool.
Goddamn rookies.
Goddamn.
$100 in there.
Yeah.
Your
boys
we went
was
to
cold.
a fucking sportsman outdoor thing,
tough
and we
ass East
fucking
Cold
Texas
as fuck up
Some of
there.
these tough ass East Texas dudes that
No, not me, nigga.
I know.
Hey,
2 times.
You did too, Mike. You're in there.
no, I did not.
too.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I beg to differ.
No.
I love his energy.
Come on.
Hey, there is no.
I did not.
You bought shit in there.
I did not.
You didn't. You just put
Bad.
more stuff on.
No, I got freeze out.
He does.
I didn't buy shit.
This
till
dude
we-
was
Jacob Larry and Chance.
cold for 7 days.
Yeah, and I tucked it out like a
Because all the toughest guys
man.
in the group, they're like, fuck, man, I may have bit off a little bit. I can shoot. They all go, let me gear up a little bit.
Hey, they ain't tough.
I was in that bathroom fucking loading up with fucking skin tight shit to make myself feel great.
That's how you do it. Your base
I
layer.
wore-
You
I
forgot
wore
your
the-
freeze out
base
at home?
layer has
I
to
didn't
be
bring it.
compressed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He didn't bring freeze out. You didn't bring rain gear.
I toughed it out.
Yeah, right. It doesn't count. Toughing it out doesn't count if you turn into a cuck.
Calm down.
This motherfucker's trying to. Look, we haven't got to go beach yet.
No, we didn't.
This motherfucker's looking for a fucking place to stay.
No,
Hey.
where's a train back to Dallas?
Y'all got a spot? Y'all renting out space up in this motherfucker?
No,
It's
go
in
beach, I was
Instagram.
good.
Didn't you have to buy another tent to survive this
No,
motherfucker?
I stayed in Jacob's tent. Jacob stayed in his hammock.
He didn't bring a tent.
I
He didn't bring a
calm the
rain
fuck
suit.
down. I never.
But his pack out looked good, right?
Y'all
Because he
need to
didn't
calm
bring
down.
shit. He
Who's
didn't
got the
bring
coolest
shit.
road pictures, Cody?
I don't give a
Goddamn
fuck, dude.
Guess what?
And you can
What?
you can Photoshop that backpack out of the fairing,
Dude,
too.
my pictures are cooler because the
baby.
backpack's on the
See that
motherfucker. I'm not just going to the bar. I'm going on travels.
No.
Yeah.
Jacob slept in his hammock in Leggett, and he slept in his hammock at Gold Beach.
How about let's talk about
The only
because
two nights we camped.
Hold on, right at the,
No, we camped 4
right
nights.
at that time, right at the Leggett, Gold Beach, and
We camped 2
Salem.
nights.
That's
No,
when
no.
Jacob was
Gold Beach
fucking
was his
dealing
tooth.
with the
I think Leggedy was good. I think it hit him the night of Gold
dude.
Beach.
He was.
We're all,
Have we made
yeah,
it to
we're all
Leggett?
hanging out. We're all
Well,
hanging out, drinking, hanging out. Doing
Before we get to Leggett, like
Okay, so we went to Bodega.
We went to Leggett.
we did Bodega Bay.
hit the
Bodega
101
Bay is
up.
a very famous spot for fucking like shit. We did Leggett. We
Seafood.
talked about that. The next day we hit a bunch of fucking great spots. Seeing the Redwoods. We made it to Eureka, whereas we had we all got fucking cold weather gear, but we also had a fucking I don't remember what the name of this
Hill
bar
and
was.
lunch spot.
One of the best fucking steakhouse bars. Like you walk in this place, it's a fucking bar. There's a
double A.
Horseshoe, the double A. Is
like
that what it
Cheers
was?
in that
with
motherfucker.
the thicker chick.
And
we all sat on the same side.
The bartender
Yes.
was
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
She's badass.
She
Amazing.
was. She leaned into our energy. She served us and made us feel great. And I hope I tipped her well enough for her hospitality.
She was
Straight up.
great.
It was
She
a
really was
double A
great.
bar
Great steak.
restaurant or
Great
something.
steak.
And she was giving us tips because she was from
She
Oregon.
recommended
So she was like
it,
giving
yeah.
us tips as we're progressing north. We also got cussed out by a fucking crazy psycho homeless dude. in
No,
that
they're
town.
called tweakers.
Wasn't the first and it wasn't the last.
What do you say, Jaden? When we were getting,
He was
we were
across
literally
the
just
street.
getting gas.
The only one that sticks in my mind, Chance knows it, is the one in Boise when we were going, and that was the one where we both looked at each other and we were ready to pull, just park the bike. Y'all, we'll
You
catch
must
up with
not
y'all.
caught
and
enough
just
of this
beat
one,
this
then.
motherfucker's ass.
This dude
He wasn't even a
was
homeless guy. He just looked like some
aggressive.
drunk
They were still
dickhead.
fueling up. Yeah, this dude
was
I
aggressive.
seen him across the street, and he was like punching the wall and shit or whatever. And then like we all
Fighting
fired
angels
up
on the
or
street.
something. I think a couple of people were still fueling up, and he just started beelining across the street.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Fuck y'all, fuck oh you're bikers, blah blah," and then fuck you, get out of this town.
So he's like, he thought the dude was
Yeah.
all excited.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jacob
was cheering. Yeah, because he was doing a lot of hand movements.
Yeah, he was like, oh, like
fist
this.
bump him.
He was like,
All
Jacob.
excited. He's like, hold on. This
Hey, what's up, man?
Jacob, Jacob thought he was cheering us on.
Tomahawk real quick.
Yeah, and I was like, ah, fuck. So we're sitting there. It's kind of like Jace was ready to pull out. I was kind of over here. You know, everybody was getting lined up, and like he just started beelining toward us, and
I couldn't tell if he was like stoked or
Right.
He
tweaking.
I could hear him because
I
I
cut
didn't
my
have my
Lexin
legs
off,
in.
too.
Yeah, I cut mine off, and I was like, oh, this motherfucker.
This guy doing
And he started walking. He's like beelining, and he walked pretty close to Jason's bike. I was like, dude, if he does something,
wish
we're
a
gonna
motherfucker
kill him.
would be
We're
in
gonna
my
kill him. Like we're just gonna murder a tweaker in the streets of
we're-
Oregon and keep
We're
going.
gonna put a
We were
hurt
in
on
California
him.
still.
We're not gonna kill him. We're gonna put a hurt on him.
So
No,
we
no,
were
no,
gonna
no,
be. We were in Oregon.
gonna
We were in
drag him behind
California
the
still.
bike.
Was it? Okay.
It was Eureka.
Okay.
As soon as we left that bar.
Damn.
It was a weird town.
I thought
dude.
yeah, it was super weird.
It was like the
But-
first big town that we had kind of come to, but there was a couple things off.
It was it was very off. There was several home. Man, the whole Northwest is.
How you
fucking
gonna be
homeless.
homeless? Way to fuck up there.
Yeah, go to San Diego, bro. It's a lot better weather.
Yeah.
Fuck.
They got tacos.
But
Yeah.
anyway, yeah.
But
So we
we're-
left there and we continued on to
Gold Beach, baby,
Gold Beach.
It helps.
killing it.
And we made it to Gold Beach in time, and we
Wow, Go Beach was the shit.
unpacked our shit and went to I thought was a pretty good bar.
Yeah. I love that bar.
I agree.
That we
I
got
love the
pizza
fucking
and-
bartender. I love the bartender. He was brash as fuck,
Yeah.
but he
was
kept
like-
it real.
You
He's
think he was the
basically
owner?
Jace as a bartender.
I
He
feel like-
wanted to go hate dickheads, but he goes, "Hey guys, I know you got the menu. Basically, order pizza. If
Yeah.
you order pizza,
Everything else
I can't
sucks.
do
Yeah.
anything. We
We're
got fucking
backed up on
pizza.
everything else.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
pizza's good. Order the fucking pizza.
Pizza was pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Not bad at all.
And
But
he
the way
pretty
that
much
that
said
sun
when we pulled up, you guys
crested-
are fucking idiots because this guy's gonna run you
Right,
over when he
Exactly.
backs up.
Some
We didn't
drunk-
realize there was a
some drunk
towny
regulator.
fucking drunk dude
Yeah,
right next to us in this big old
So
truck.
this bar was recommended by the chick that runs the bar at the
At
Double
the
A's.
Double A, yeah.
Oh, it was.
Did it,
Okay. I
did it
didn't
not
even
have
know
one of
that.
the best sunset views?
Dude.
Yeah.
Right on the
100%.
coast.
With the
on a
deers
hill,
right there,
so
deer
you can
right
kind of
next to
see
the
the
bike.
beach.
And there's motherfucking deer, bro.
So yeah. If
In
y'all,
the
if y'all didn't
parking lot.
if y'all didn't put that two and two together, the town we stayed at before that we had lunch at, this chick recommended a bar. We went to it, and it was everything she said and fucking more. When you're on the road, trust a fucking bartender.
No,
Local.
for sure. Especially like if they,
A local bartender.
Yeah.
you know, I'm not big
I
on
wish I
fancy
could give her more
restaurants,
props.
so I like the dive. If you can get a local to recommend a dive, I'm all
place was
in,
divey
bro.
Probably not
It was
gonna
super
miss
dive.
that.
Goddamn water
Yeah.
leaking from the ceiling.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
A damn fish tank that's been
They
empty
had-
for 3 months.
They had 6 slot machines in there.
Larry
It was
lost
a good
money
time.
there.
Larry lost some money.
He ain't winning in those crowds.
Oh, LC over there
Larry-
losing money, man.
We sorry about your bad luck, but you lost there too.
But yeah, the Gold Beach is beautiful. Like we had a great campsite. The campsite was dope as shit.
You know what though?
Okay.
It made a big difference. So the big difference. So Gold
Second
Beach,
night camping.
Gold Beach is on like the coast, right? But they have a little bay
Like
in
an
Gold
inland
Beach as
area,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
And we were able to. So the camp that we actually had, Indian Creek.
Yeah.
Indian Creek. It was in the inlet on the inner bay, and I bet that fucking saved us in a lot of ways
for
because
sure.
it was still pretty brisk on the coast, but when we went inland, we probably gained 16 degrees or some shit. Like
Yeah.
it made a big difference for us for our camp, and then add to the fact. So basically, we camped at an RV place. Like
Yeah.
people lived in this motherfucker, but
Camping in the back,
like the
yeah.
camp's in the back.
Yeah.
But That was the best
Great
thing
spot,
we've ever
yeah.
done
Right
because
on the
when
river.
when
Great
we got
showers.
to the back, there was nobody there.
Yeah,
there was
they-
one fucking dude there. That was another biker.
Get away from
dude.
his wife.
No,
Get away from his
Oh, yeah.
wife, and
Wife.
and like
there's a bike
and we were
sit
just
horse
able
there.
to set up wherever we wanted, and there was like private restroom and showers that were pretty good quality.
No, dude,
so I
they
was
were
stoked,
nice,
dude.
Hot fucking water.
It worked out well.
And Chance paid some dude $20, delivered us a shit ton of firewood.
Of wood, yeah.
He brought everything.
He
did.
Starter,
Dude, he brought.
everything.
Yeah, it was fucking
And
perfect.
it worked out well later on.
Fire, it was cool.
And the next morning, we got to see a truck roll down the hill.
Tell him about that one.
So before we get to that, like, yeah, the campsite was really dope. It was probably the first real camping experience we had on the trip. Even though it was like back-to-back camping. We hit the spot. I think we all went to wash our bikes to get just
did.
Just
wipe off some shit.
Several days of bugs. And
Yeah.
bullshit. Yeah.
The campsite was dope. It was on the river. We had a great fucking spot. I think we were all going to the bar, but we were also planning to have a great night at the campsite. We went to the fucking grocery store afterwards. We got beers,
Yep.
s'mores,
Way too much.
which I'm fucking craving right now, by the way. So we did the whole fucking gambit. The homeboy next door, the older man, he fucked with us a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was a nice dude.
Nice dude. Yeah.
He was like local. He was 100 miles away or some shit like that.
He took. He was on a 7-day or a
He went to
10-day
see his
trip.
daughter or something in
Yeah.
Washington or something.
Yep.
Yep, you're right.
But I mean, so we had the spot. It was dope. Next morning we woke up. It wasn't a rager night. It was pretty
No,
chill.
it's super
it
chill.
was
We wake up.
our style of night.
I remember I have a video of me in my tent. Like I was gonna do this video of like getting out of my tent.
What were you doing in your tent?
No, I was trying to make YouTube content. I was gonna do this video getting out of my tent, and you can hear the truck falling down the mountain.
In your
Really?
video?
But I stopped it
Ah, you're like, what's
as
that?
as I get out of the because right when I pop out of the tent, I stopped it, and then that's when it all started happening. Like, oh, there's a fucking truck falling down the mountain. Apparently, while we were there at Gold Beach, this random local
So
You youngster.
yeah, go ahead.
he
Just gonna preface it just a little bit because the day we got there, his dog was running around the campground.
oh yeah
And he pulled up, and it's like a single cab, early '90s Chevy, and he pulled up, and his dog was super nice, coming up, loving on all of
Little
us.
golden retriever.
Yeah, and just loving on everybody. He's like, I can't remember the name now. He's like, come on, get in the truck, and the dog jumped in the truck, and they left.
yeah
And then the next morning,
that same truck.
Same truck.
Why this dude decided to put his truck on a trailer and go up a fucking mountain?
I'll never understand
I
that.
don't understand that, but
and not
I
chain
just-
it down.
I don't even know why. Why fuck if it will drive up the trunk?
He's lazy. He just put
Next
it on.
thing you know-
He put it on a gooseneck trailer. All of a sudden, Larry says, "Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! The truck fell.
Oh shit!
Oh my god! The truck!
Oh, shit.
The truck's going down the hill. Yeah, and it was one of those like, oh shit, right?
Yeah.
And it was like, what's Larry doing? Oh, shit. And he like re-emphasized the oh shit. There's a truck coming down the hill. This dude off a gooseneck
yeah.
trailer. This
For
truck
some
just
reason-
fell off the motherfucker.
Yeah, for some reason, there was a dually and a gooseneck flatbed trailer, and this dude has done put his single cab Chevy on this trailer, and they're driving it up this hill.
It's not that steep of a hill neither. It's like a 40-degree.
Yeah,
It's a good degree.
it's a big fucking hill, but it's not like steep, you know.
Yeah.
He could have
So-
just drove.
Yeah, drove the
he
son of a
could've
bitch
just
up
drove.
there. Yeah, it was a drivable pickup. Clearly,
We're all sitting there. And this is across the creek from us, and this fucking truck comes off the trailer.
oh shit!
And it echoes in the valley.
Yeah.
For
And
sure.
it starts rolling down this steep ass hill, like coming right towards us.
like 8 a.m.
Luckily, there's a creek in between us, And this motherfucker is just rolling down this hill. And
Ghost
luckily,
ride that whip.
It skips a couple times, and then it skips sideways.
It really was a Chevrolet ad, dude.
And then, yeah, like
It's like
a
the
rock.
fucking the tornado one, right?
The fact that it did not goddamn go on its
Yeah,
roof
the
or
fact
none of
that
that
it didn't
shit.
flip was amazing. And then
Miracle.
it like slowly rolled and just tapped this little probably 12-inch tree. Yeah, right. Like just tapped it
After
and
like
stopped it.
400 yards rolling down
The
this
dumb
hill.
motherfucker gets out of his dually,
He's like, God damn, that just happened.
goes down to the single cab Chevy and cranks it up and drives it up the hill. Like,
That was the ad part.
what the fuck?
You could have done that to begin with.
Why was you even hauling it in the first place?
Oh man.
Oh, man.
That shit was fucking
It was
wild.
funny.
It made no sense. Yeah.
It made no sense, but it made our morning.
Well,
And it was fucking
It was
amazing.
the end of like there was a couple people sleeping. I know Jacob had the tooth thing.
Yeah.
But it was one of those. If you weren't up already by then,
You up now.
You were up because it was
Commotion.
He said, "Oh shit! Oh shit!
Get your phone out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacob came crawling out his hammock like,
He said, oh my God, what's happening?
And he felt like shit. So yeah.
Yeah, so,
So,
the Tomahawk
next day-
had some issues.
Yeah,
he had to
this-
get a tooth pulled, RIP
Coos
that
Bay,
tooth
baby.
in Coos Bay. Didn't make it past that situation.
You know what else made that morning? Is that fucking diner.
that diner went hard.
On-site
it was good.
diner.
It was good.
Can't beat it.
We talked
We
about
didn't
this
even
on
have
the
to
trip.
leave the motherfucking campground. They had a diner.
We talked about this in this trip. We had the best of breakfast spots,
Breakfast spots.
on this
I
trip.
think so. Yeah.
So yeah, the Indian
Creek Cafe.
Cafe. They did not disappoint. They were
man.
young, lively, great. They had the best fried eggs I've ever had. Great
ain't mad
times.
at it.
I think I had biscuits and gravy, and they were off the chain.
Which biscuits and gravy is a fucking southern thing, so they
and
figured
they
it
were
out.
good, yeah.
So good time.
We're approximately
We left there.
halfway
We're headed
through.
towards what? Where were we headed towards?
What the time?
2:39.
We good. We all the way good.
Okay, yeah.
We're headed towards Salem.
We
Oregon.
done 6 hours.
So we
Well,
jumped on the highway. The original goal
Jacob's
was
dying.
Jacob is dying.
I felt so bad for that man.
We pretty much get to the next town, which is, I think probably not next
Let
town.
me ask
but
you guys this real quick before we get to that. Oregon coastline versus California coastline. I can now you can attest to this. Unfortunately, you can't. You guys have ridden. We've all ridden Monterey South, and now you have also ridden essentially San Francisco North.
So different. So different. I think you have to look at it two ways. If you want scenery, tighter turns, cliff edges, you go NorCal. Or you go California. If you want
I'll say Monterey South for that.
California, right?
Yeah,
If we're just comparing California to Oregon,
Yeah.
wherever that is, that's California all day. The steeper cliffs, the tighter turns, the slower traffic, that's California. If you want solitude, if you want a little bit slower turns, but able to kind of roll into them a little bit better, and then basically different style beaches, right? It's not white sand, it's black sand beaches up there in Oregon.
Yeah.
It's not cliff sides, it's these giant fucking like jetty ass rocks that are just coming out of the ocean for no reason. Like it's a different style of beach. It depends on what you want, right?
Yeah.
Like that, you talk about the Goonies Beach or anything like that. It's pretty consistent throughout Oregon. It's like black sand beaches, big rocks, less population versus more population, bigger cliffs, much more traffic.
Yeah.
That's kind of the difference. And obviously the one in California changes, north to south. But the thing that I don't even know if we really gathered or fully understood, like when you transition up into Oregon, like the one isn't the one. The one is now just the 101.
Yeah.
And like it's you're like, damn, wait, because we even talked to that bartender. The bartender we were speaking about earlier. We're like, yeah, we're just going up the one. She's like, there ain't no one.
You're on
What are you talking about? You're on the 101 now
Yeah.
because there's no one up anymore. It's different. It's
So-
definitely different.
If I'm speaking from experience, California coast all day. I think it's prettier. I think it's you're more close to the edge of the coast. As far as like riding on the coast, especially if you're headed north to south. But
I'm with that too.
But a lot of the research I've done and pictures I've seen is we got pushed inland too early. We didn't.
I was gonna say
I've heard
there's
the
so much
I've heard
of the
the
Oregon
northern
coast.
Oregon coast is way more
Yeah,
beautiful.
I believe
you
that.
know? So,
Same thing.
So
we
There's
got
a
pushed
ton
in.
of Oregon coast
we got
we
pushed
didn't
in
touch.
pretty quick on Bodega Bay.
yeah.
We got pushed in there. We had to go do.
We probably lost
I'd
100,
still-
150 miles of that coastline.
I'd still take Oregon, but that's my personality. Oregon reminded me more of like Ireland, like Scotland. Like I felt like I was in a different country. California's cool, and being right there on it, but I'm seeing a bunch of fucking assholes and forerunners and stuff like that. Where it's like, when you got to Oregon, it just felt a little bit more wilderness for me.
Yep.
A little bit
It's
more.
not as
Definitely
popular.
was.
It's not.
Yeah,
It's not as
and
touristy.
the weather was a little not as comfortable, but for me, I fucked with that heavy.
Right.
And I loved it. I loved it hard. And like
No,
I
I
said,
feel that.
That was some of the stuff in Oregon and that I was going through going, is this what it's like in Ireland? Like, I don't know. I loved it.
I didn't
it's
get the
different.
Ireland feel yet. I got the Ireland feel once we pushed further north.
Day
But
8.
I know what you're saying.
Like at some point, I was like, I don't know. I want Coldwater Coast. And
Yeah.
all
Oh, could you
green
imagine?
and-
Like it's weird. Like I feel like, in a way, if you were to get into the water in
No, you're not
Bodega
getting in the
Bay,
water.
like
You're not
you might
getting
be
it.
okay. If you get in the water,
No.
if you get in the water in Gold Beach, you might fucking die.
No, you get in the water in San Diego and it's 60 degrees.
sure.
It's fucking cold.
For sure.
It's cold as shit.
Any Pacific water is cold as fuck.
Well,
No, I would say more Coldwater Coast. Like,
I feel
Just
it.
like-
I
Yeah,
feel
no,
what you're saying.
getting in the
I
water
see what
causes
you're
I
all
feel
saying.
what you're
yeah.
saying.
I guess the craziest thing about being up in Oregon finally, and at that
Cheers
point,
to that, huh?
yeah, 100%.
Fucking Oregon.
Yeah.
Made it to
Cheers,
Oregon.
motherfuckers.
Hey.
in
Yeah.
Oregon.
We made it. We did Oregon. I think we had a great time in Salem.
Yeah.
We had the tour.
Unexpected stop.
Wasn't it Kaiser?
No,
Wait,
well, it was technically, I guess it was
Something-
Kaiser.
one
so
town just
here's
north.
here's what happened. We left Gold Beach, and we had plans to stay in Newport Beach,
Yep.
Oregon. But there was a big ass storm coming, so we ended up. We met with the homie. Remember his name?
Dimitri.
Dimitri. He recommended some routes inland, which was going to pretty much put us right in Eugene, which is
Capital.
Eugene is the home of the University of Oregon.
That's the
Ducks.
capital.
Salem is the capital
Salem is the capital.
Is it?
where we
Yeah.
stayed.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
Eugene is where
me.
the University of
Fuck myself.
Oregon is.
there you go. That's
You-
That's the trip
you can
fucking
go
motto.
fuck yeah. I guess I'll go fuck myself.
So Eugene was kind of like the idea. We made it to Eugene. We were thinking like let's stay here.
Eugene's a college town, and we've had nothing. And this goes back 3-4 years.
Oh, that's
We-
the place we stopped and it was $500 hotel.
We've
Yeah.
had nothing but fucking great luck when it comes to college towns.
Right.
So much that we've jokingly kind of said, maybe we do a trip or we just ride to college town because you know what? You go to one random little small town, and if it's a Tuesday, they act like it's Tuesday. You know what? In a college town, every fucking day, it may not be Saturday, but every day they got something going on.
Right.
They're down to hang out. So Eugene is a college town, but apparently the hotels are dumb.
Yeah, everybody's dad was in town.
I don't think we wouldn't have not stayed in Eugene if it wasn't for the price of hotels.
I don't blame you.
So we started looking, and honestly, we had the best bang for our buck with an Airbnb just north of Salem.
Salem. Yeah.
And dude, for $400, for everybody to have a room, pretty much, and for everybody to be able to watch. And this is
the way that night played out.
This is
shit.
7-8 days in a trip. Everybody needs to do laundry. They had washer dryer.
Agreed.
Like
I got to do laundry there.
yeah,
Everybody
did laundry there. Everybody.
That
So that
folded it all.
Jaden did everybody.
Hello.
We did fucking like 15
didn't go to
loads of
sleep.
laundry, dude.
and then
Another one.
we went to a cool little bar. I don't remember the name of it. And then we went to a second bar, had a good time,
And a
then
third bar.
And
Did we?
did we go
Went to 3 bars.
Oh yeah, we did go to the third one, and then we went back to house and still had beers and enjoyed the fuck out of it. Like
Yeah.
I think everybody
That was
all
where we.
super mellow.
It was super mellow, but it was a great time. But it was also the next morning we woke up and we were playing with snails. Remember that? You remember the snail fucking thing?
They were everywhere.
They were everywhere. We were trying to run over them,
We're trying to what?
not to run over them.
You ever heard of Turbo, bro?
No, I don't remember that.
Dude, there were snails everywhere.
There was.
Was it you picking them up?
Yeah, we met a snail tree.
We should have snail races and bet on them.
They were everywhere, dude. Snail, like legit snails, like the shit you would see like in a like Turbo, like
Yeah.
the cartoon rendition of snails.
Yeah,
I don't
bro.
remember. It's probably picking up the house after you motherfuckers.
No,
No.
we got a bad review on that one.
We did.
Did we? I bet we did.
I tried to pick.
That
a
was the
better
one
Well,
where
that was when
Jaden.
Jacob had his tooth pulled, so we got there
Yeah.
a little
review. Yeah, I
late
think
out.
he stayed back.
Oh yeah, he
was in.
He 100%.
Was it
And
Eugene that he got it?
We ordered some pizza and then
Coos Bay.
Beach.
Coos Bay.
Yeah.
Coos Bay is where
Bay.
is where he got his tooth pulled.
You have a great story from Coos Bay.
Bro,
Coos Bay.
tell your Coos Bay story.
The Coos Bay fucking dentist
The Coos Bay killer.
office.
No. So in addition to like
We're already in Salem.
in addition to sleeping and just ruining their like the apnea and just ruining like people were like, what the fuck is going on over here? There was an old guy. A guy came in and he walked in. He was like, "Hey, can you heat my coffee up?" And he was just also talking on the phone, just kind of being a cunt, like over the top. And I was like, man, I don't like this guy. And he came and sat down. And he's talking on the phone. And this old guy, I don't know his story, but he came in on crutches and fuck, he hated it. He hated everybody.
Hell of a toothpick.
So he sits down, and at this point, Jacob, I guess, had already gone back. And this guy sits down, and he's like, ugh. And the fucking guy with the coffee gets a phone call. And he starts talking to whoever it is. And he gets about probably 20 seconds into it. And this guy with the crutches turns around and goes, "Hey, can you shut the fuck up or go outside with that?" And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I'm from Texas. Like, I'm used to, like, oh, they were fighting where it's like somebody's about to squabble. And the guy goes, excuse me, Bradley. I'm getting told to go outside with my phone call. Let me hang on for a second. And they went out. And I don't know. That was really it. But it was wild. I was waiting on Jacob. Then I went back to sleep.
After.
I feel like I made up. We had a couple wild days.
I love
That's
the
the best fucking thing I've ever seen.
Then I went back to sleep. I feel like I made up like 2 days of rest in that stop.
I bet you did.
Because I had, like I said, at one point,
say it.
Like
you
what?
don't want to say it.
at one point, Jacob's not even back yet, and I fall asleep, and I'm just snoring. And he said he looked around, and people were like, "Well, who the fuck is this homeless guy in the corner?" He's like, "Leave him alone." But his fucking tooth hurts, and then I don't know. Good story.
I'm not gonna do it to you.
I'm not
It was good though.
All right, so we leave
Where did we leave?
Salem.
Salem was a great spot.
It was a good spot.
None of you stayed with
Honestly,
Jacob.
like, we kind of needed Salem as a little bit of a recharge. Like,
Well,
in
I'm
the
glad
manner
we
that
found that Airbnb.
I agree.
It
I
was a
agree because
nice-
we've been doing shithole hotels.
It was a comfortable
night
spot
after night after
for-
night, or sleeping on
Or-
the ground.
Yeah,
wasn't Salem,
2 days
it was
before that, we
Kaiser.
was fucking camping.
Yeah, so it was a nice kind of reprieve from what we've had over the last handful of nights, and no, I think it kind of like set us like off and running for the next few days or whatever because of the niceness,
Everybody got
the
a
quality
recharge,
of that
everybody got their
space.
shit washed. Like,
Except Jaden, he was recording
Yeah,
everybody sleeping.
for sure. Yeah, it was.
Oh,
That was when Jaden fucking got everybody.
he got to get
Remember,
real.
Larry the next day, he's like, I look like that when I sleep.
Larry didn't notice it until we
Larry's
got to.
like, God damn.
He didn't notice till Bruce's. When somebody at Bruce's was like, "Did you not see it?" He didn't even know till then.
Well,
Because I didn't tag any of you fucks in it. It was a funny. I wasn't trying to put shame on y'all, but it was funny.
You sure?
It's funny. Well, you know what? Honestly, y'all deserved it because when we
hey,
got,
you better calm down, brother.
before we jumped to Bruce's, we all got to Bruce's. You fat fucks, y'all all ate and went to bed.
Where?
I'll wait till we at Bruce's.
When you go to bed?
Bro, are you kidding me? I've got pictures of you, the two of you are scissor sisters on that couch. It's almost like y'all said, fuck it. If we just stay here together,
100%.
nobody else will take this
100%.
couch. I've got funny pictures of y'all, but that was the most. I was like, hey guys, come on, let's drink this beer. He's got a whole cooler of beer. And y'all all ate and went fucking night enchilada because you were all full. I'm not mad at you, I understand that, but
Yeah, we went food coma.
everyone was
Full
tired.
tilt.
They fucking got full and then.
So basically, we left Salem. We had a nice Airbnb in Salem, and we did not have a long day that day. We were just crossing the border. Essentially, we had to fight through Portland traffic. We had to fight through Portland traffic, which, by the way, is really, really brutal. Their infrastructure is so far behind their population, it's not even funny. They literally, I don't know what their population is, but they had fucking 2-lane highways coming in like the main vein of Portland. It sucked. It was really bad. So basically, we were skirting Portland to go northeast just across the border into Washington to go to Bruce's house, which was
White
at
Salmon.
White Salmon, Washington, on the Washington side, right? And it was a huge long day, but it fucking took way too long because of the traffic. Yeah. And also, like Cody just said, that was the day that we started staying wet and not drying off. And that, essentially, if we look forward, we stayed wet for like 5 days. Yeah. And that was really where we kicked it off. And that was basically like, all right, we're in Oregon. We're pushing into Washington. You are deep in the Pacific Northwest, and fuck you. You're going to get wet. And also, there was a cold snap through there. So we really had a trying handful of days weather-wise at that point. But when we finally got up to Bruce's house, we climbed this mountain. It was really righteous how we got up there, right? We finally exited the traffic of fucking Portland. We crossed over onto what was like a river road that it basically it bordered both Oregon and Washington on either side of this river. And
this whole river like split Washington and Oregon.
Yeah, it was super pretty, and that's like, so we were getting poured on. It was rainy, it was wet as fuck, but that was also where we started seeing these waterfalls fucking fall from the heavens, like 400-foot waterfalls. It was beautiful and trying and tough, all that shit, all at the same time. And then we crossed this bridge.
The Hood River.
It's the Hood River.
Is it the Hood River?
It's Interstate 84 that goes, and it kind of toggles right along the border, and then it breaks off, and there's another highway that goes.
Hood.
Well,
It wasn't a long mileage day,
the
but
hood,
it was
though.
it was a trying day. Really from the hood.
Honestly, man, I can't thank Bruce enough because
sure.
as somebody that like I have a connection with him before you guys met him. You know he.
Fuck that guy. Keep going.
You know his enthusiasm for this world that we live in. I'm stoked. I mean, it's amazing.
You can tell by talking to Bruce that he's very smart. Like you can tell. Like he's kind of a. I don't want to say a loner in a bad way. I don't say a loner in a good way. Like he's self-sufficient.
Yeah, the signs to his house said, "Turn around. You don't want this smoke."
Yes, I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
I want that space. Like at the end of the drive, like
he's on.
One who is unwelcome.
He
is
was
coming
at the
there.
top of the mountain that we climbed.
Yeah.
There's like what 5 houses on the way to the top.
We did what like a mile and a half of dirt roads,
Probably.
and
At least.
at a mile in,
Couple 2, 3 almost washed out too.
yeah, exactly. A lot of us
Boy.
did. I was nervous about him. I was like, did Jaden make it?
We're always nervous about
I seen
him.
all y'all
I grew
get
up riding
squirrely,
dirt
boy.
bikes. If there's
Okay.
one
Hey,
thing,
no worries, dude.
No, listen. Honestly, me and Kyle were coming back from Portland because we came in later.
That's
Kyle
right.
was struggling,
That's
and that
right.
was those. Hey, he'll
Oh
be
my
back.
God, he just
he'll
put
be-
you on there like that.
But like coming, he did a couple of those like, like when Kyle gets mad, he like shakes his fist on those dirt rides, dude. On the dirt roads, I'm good to go. I'm the whole time. I'm.
You understand
It's all
yeah.
peanut butter jelly. Yeah. I understand
Well-
momentum. I understand all of it.
So Bruce, like he laid on a spread for us. He really did. The
More than
initial plan
anything.
for
Was to
Bruce
camp.
was to put us out in the yard, which we're talking about on the top of a mountain. So some of the best camping we could have asked for, and it was just pure
Boy,
rain.
Was it cold rain?
It was cold rain. It was pure rain. We show up. We pull up. He fucking greets us with Montuckies.
And some local beer. I forget the exact name of it. It may be in Rainier.
It
We
was
don't-
that. It
we
was.
don't
It
talk
was
about that.
Rainier.
And just so we're talking
it
about,
was
just
Rainier. Like
in case
Mount
you're looking
Rainier.
at the map, what we're talking about is the right along the Oregon-Washington border. 14 is on the Washington side, Highway 14, and it's Interstate 84 on the on the
We did 14 the
on
next
the
day.
the Oregon side. But yeah, those literally run along a river. I mean,
The Hood River.
the Columbia River.
Is it? I thought it was
And it's Columbia right here.
Yeah.
Oh, then it turns into the Hood River. But
Did
yeah.
y'all have any of that Rainier? Like after we
I didn't.
I
after we
didn't.
killed all the Montuckies.
It was decent. It was decent.
Did you have any of it?
No, it sucks because I wanted to try it because
I did.
I watched Longmire. You ever watched Longmire?
I haven't watched it. It's on Instant Q.
It's not a bad fucking like TV show, but
Okay.
he's a Rainier drinker.
Is he?
No, but
Yeah.
it was pretty good.
Yeah,
That's definitely a
It's like
Washington
it's
fucking beer.
almost.
Rainier's
Like
a
a
Montucky,
Montucky
or
or-
it's a. I think Rainier. I guess it's.
It's not a light beer. It's like a
Is that like
medium
Montucky's
lager.
goddamn?
I felt like Rainier was
competition, bro?
Rainier is Pacific Northwest Lone Star.
Yes.
Yeah,
there you
yeah.
go.
It's
They're
their-
good.
it's their
good
regular-
comparison.
There you go.
State beer.
Yep.
It's not light. It's not super
Just a
heavy.
big ass R on the
And
motherfucker.
well, I mean, like the not to. I mean, I've never in all our travels gone to, and I'm not saying this in a bad way. Like everybody accommodates us in their own way, and I appreciate that.
He
but-
pulled out. He showed out.
This motherfucker
Yeah.
put on a 3-course meal,
He-
4-course meal.
He went above and
5-course meal.
Yeah, he had pie, bro.
Cheese,
Tillamook,
cheese,
Tillamook,
crab,
Steaks.
steaks
Steaks.
next.
Salmon.
Cheese, steaks, salmon.
No,
Cheese, steak, crab, steaks,
Salmon.
Pie.
pie.
pie, 5-course meal.
The cheese they sell at Tom Thumb here. So
Calm
don't-
down. No, he grow that cheese or some
that's-
shit.
that's Tillamook,
Everything was
whatever
like
it is.
locally sourced or like from a friend.
It
So
was from
I remember
friends.
we spoke about
But
that.
they sell it
I
down
think
here.
the friend
That's
that
like
he
the-
had
that's their
was specific to
Chick-fil-A.
the salmon.
Yeah.
And actually, it was like it
She
was an
caught it.
Alaskan fresh caught salmon. Like you cannot get it, and he was able to commandeer some of that. And they would, dude.
It was
I'm
amazing.
sorry. He
The
I don't
fish
know
was
if
a
like
lady.
in another life he was a chef or whatever it was, but
killed it.
he
He's
done
gotten into
did it
cooking lately.
right, dude.
Best meal we've ate on the whole trip.
100%.
Best meal we've probably eaten on all of our travels.
That
Let's be
Dungeness
real.
crab was the
Let's
shit.
be real.
As an appetizer? Hell yeah. it
Yeah,
was.
as an
It's shit.
appetizer.
And like we
I was
literally
full.
we got into that pie. We were full. We got
I was
into this
full.
pie. We didn't
He
even know
pulled
what
these
it was.
pies out and he stuck them in the
He's like, yo, this is-
motherfucking oven,
this is like
and then he
a-
pulled fucking
every
ice
This is a
cream out.
local
Every time.
local delicacy, right? What is this?
Huckleberry.
Huckleberry
You know
pie.
him, right? The fucking pie guy. What's
Yeah,
called?
it's on a message somewhere.
I didn't know nothing about Huckleberry.
Apparently,
nothing,
this
but
motherfucker like
goddamn
rode his fucking road
Huckleberry
glide
was
to go get pies for us that was 150 miles away. He was on a waiting list to get the pies when we were showing up. And it's Huckleberry. And I guess for the Northwest homies, you understand the Huckleberry game, but
It's in the blueberry family.
I'm about to say it's probably like blueberries or blackberries.
that
for us,
shit was amazing.
It was very
It
close
was
to
good.
like a
It was
blackberry,
good.
right?
It was good.
It was
I want to
Wait,
reset.
what do you? Hold on a second. What are you talking about the who was waiting on a waiting list or whatever?
He had to get on a waiting list to get the pies.
Yeah, it's
Bruce did?
Yeah.
Well, it's probably a lady that runs her own bakery, and she can only make so many. You know.
I guess white salmon. There's probably
We did see a lot of
400 people
Pies
in
are
the
on
whole
like a
town.
Terry Shanks brass knuckles list, where it's just
I hit him-
months
I hit him
out.
And ordered the pies from the same place he ordered them from.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I messaged him like as soon as I got back before I broke back.
They ship nationwide?
Yeah,
Really?
they'll ship it to you.
You get them yet?
Let me get that fucking.
I'm about to say you better tell
I
me
want some
whether
of
they're
those.
worth a shit or not.
But on the fish, just to reset that, the salmon. So the salmon's from a lady in Alaska.
Yeah.
She catches it,
Right.
she cleans it, and she ships it.
He knows her. He knows her, though.
And he knows her. And it's a very high end. And
He said you can't even get it. Like the fact he was able to get his hands on it.
Yeah, and these fillets were literally the best. Like I had, not only did I have mainly salmon, like I went small on steak and crab because the fish was so good.
Calm
I
down.
turned around and had salmon in my breakfast burrito the next morning.
I remember.
he did make. I forgot about the breakfast the next
dude,
morning.
He made his breakfast burritos that
pie?
were better, and I had salmon,
Cody had pie
egg,
the
and
next day.
cheese, and there it
Dude,
was the
I
most.
couldn't eat it that
oh,
night. Yeah,
it was.
I had to have it the next morning after my
But
breakfast.
that he had Wagyu steaks, he had the Dungeness crab, in addition to all the beer.
Dude,
Dude, being a
it up.
biker is so fucking awesome, dude.
give it up for Bruce.
Bruce,
Bruce,
yes.
You gonna put a candy ass in Bruce's house?
Follow Waiting on Parts if you're not already. Yes, I shoved a can in my
Bruce's
ass
house?
in Brucey's house.
In Brucey's house,
God damn.
Y'all don't
Jane
know.
Jane got fucked up real quick, and then when Kyle walked in and said, apparently Jaden was trying to like crush a can in his ass crack.
Between
Oh, no,
his
he definitely
cheeks.
did it.
Between his cheeks.
Yeah. He said, "You don't
Kyle-
think I
And
can
Kyle
do it?"
walks in and goes, "You gonna crush a can in Brucey's house?"
I thought it was Jacob, but yeah.
No, it was Kyle. In Bruce's house?
Brucey?
God damn.
Dude,
We
you
ain't
know
known
the
this
other
man
thing
5 minutes. You crush a beer can
Everybody
between your
laughed
butt
in that
cheeks.
fucking room.
Yeah, no, it was-
I regret nothing.
Yeah, that's where.
So speaking of that, Denver.
Denver
You wanna talk
Jones,
about Denver?
yeah. So Denver Jones came out from Seattle area, and he met us at Brucey's, and who's
Dude.
gonna be known
Bruce.
forever as Brucey now.
Bruce, baby.
Bruce.
Like,
Bruce.
I like Brucey.
Let Bruce.
But,
let Bruce.
Y'all
Bruce
would
do
like
it.
Brucey.
Can we
So,
talk about how many?
Waiting on Parts, guys, on Instagram. Seriously, go follow this
Can
guy.
we talk about
You're gonna recognize the paint job, but follow him. He's
100%.
a
Let
fucking
Bruce
rat
hit
dude.
it.
how many of you fat fucks broke his chairs?
Oh,
Hold on. Did Jay see it
I
too?
did too. I
Jay's
did
get two?
And Denver broke one.
yeah, and I think I want to say it was either Larry or Jacob.
They only rated for 220, baby. You can't get no more than that.
Like I said, we're not a small group when we travel around this motherfucker,
Yeah.
so you got to get them thick
So
chairs.
Bruce sent me like photos. Like, so 2 days later, he sent me a picture of all the camping gear. Then another day after that, he sent me a picture of a brown bear like rummaging through his shit.
His yard up.
At his, yeah,
Did he really?
you saw that one?
God
Yeah.
damn it.
So
Right
like,
there by the Connex in front of his house, too.
yeah.
Really?
Dude, how dope would that be?
Could you imagine walking out of your house like I'm gonna jump in my car and go to Walgreens?
I mean, quite frankly, if I
Cody, if you see me fight a
If
brown
I'm
bear,
staying
black
where-
Bear
bear,
jumping out the bear.
he's so country. If I'm staying where he's staying, though, like that's to be expected.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
part of my life. That is not like
But he said that didn't
some of the
happen
stories he was
What if
talking
you
about.
what if you go to the fucking bar in White Salmon and you pick up a fucking straight up hoe, dude? She's gonna do all the shit, and you get to the top of the mountain and you open the door, and she decides to open the door on her own, and a brown bear snatches her ass up, and you're just like,
They're not
what
that
do I do?
aggressive.
They're not aggressive.
they're not that.
Not brown bears.
All right,
You talking
Grizzly
about
bears.
grizzlies.
we're from Texas.
But
And
even
y'all
they
talking
wouldn't.
about bears
You're
like
open
y'all
a
know
van.
this
You're
motherfucker.
open a van. That bear's not gonna. That bear's. He's gonna spur.
He
He
gone.
ain't fucking with you.
All right. I'm just saying, it's not a good Tinder review.
I wouldn't
You get
want that on
reviews
my
if you're on
conscience.
Tinder?
I wouldn't want it on my conscience, goddammit. But
Dude, what if like people got reviewed on their Tinder dates? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
Like a Yelp?
Tinder wasn't even
like
there
a Yelp?
when I was
Tinder
there.
There's
Yelp?
been a lot of talk about it, and not that I don't know. I don't know much about Tinder.
We're not doing
stuff
good.
these days.
We're not good with this. I fucking.
Are we not doing good?
I did
feel
a
like we are
fucking
doing good.
timeline, and
Yeah,
we're at 3
but we're
hours in.
following it.
We're fucking Gold Beach.
So we're past the audio cutoff, right? So
No. It's 4.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't
We
want
got
to rush
an
it.
hour to wrap up 6 days.
No, everybody's just gonna have to watch this on YouTube, please.
Dude, we went to cruisers.
Please.
You never been to cruisers?
Hold on,
Badass.
hold on,
You jumping way ahead.
Hey,
hold
You
on.
jumping way ahead.
yeah, we take it easy on cruisers.
Take it easy.
All we say is if you haven't been, fucking go. Go. It's Strokers of the North. Go.
All right.
You'll have a good time, I promise you.
You close.
So we're still in
All right,
Washington State.
Thank you, Bruce, for all that.
100%.
And
Move along next day. And
also,
we-
Denver, appreciate you coming
Denver,
out.
he
Shout out.
No, for sure.
God damn, I got hiccups. He wrote
You
in.
rode half the day with us, right?
Yeah, he wrote he wrote the whole day with this on
he?
for
Oh, that's right. He went to
He
cruises.
went to-
fucking right.
he was there at all the shit. So
He showed us Stonehenge.
He had-
right. You're right. Yes.
that was pretty dope.
That was pretty dope.
Stonehenge in Washington is
A recreation.
a recreation of Stonehenge, obviously, but it was like for people that it was in World War One,
Right.
Right, and the county in which Stonehenge, Washington, is in. Is they put that together to commemorate the people from their area, their county that went to this.
At that time. Yeah.
I was like, wow,
Right.
It was pretty dope.
Out of
that's
nowhere,
pretty
too.
badass. Out of nowhere,
Yep. In the middle of nowhere.
It's on the side of a cliff
great view.
as you're ripping the road.
Yep. I got a good
Along
picture
with
of
Giant
it.
River the whole time.
Yep.
The worst part about it is I got a bunch of hell yeah, brother, fucking dorks that if you don't pay for them to bless your bike, they're going to curse you. And you got to fight through that. So,
They didn't ask for money,
Good luck
Jaden.
to you.
They didn't ask for.
You're such a.
They did ask for money. They walked over, hey, bro,
No, bro.
we would love to bless your
They-
bikes.
they'll
for
do
a
that
small
for free.
donation.
So if they asked to
they were
bless your
asking-
bikes,
Just
if they
like
asked
the church doesn't
They
ask
want
for money.
donations, bro.
They want
If
to
they
bless your
ask
bike.
us
Just like the church doesn't ask for money.
When they say, I want to bless you and your bike,
Give
there's
them my
a-
10%.
trust me, there's a fucking underwritten rule. They're asking for something.
if you
Fuck
don't
off.
allow them
Travel
to,
with Jesus now. Pay my man.
if you don't allow them to bless your bikes, do
You
you
don't allow
get
Jesus
cursed?
in your heart.
I mean,
Jesus is in my heart, but I don't need those fucking dollar pinching fucking gypsy dorks to fucking try to squeeze a little bit out of me. Fuck those dorks. Hey, listen, if you're one of those fucking pieces of shit that sits up at where were we at?
Calm down,
at,
brother.
At the Stonehenge of what state?
Washington.
If you're at the Stonehenge in Washington and you're listening to this, just
oh no.
Jaden Neal, call me Dragon.
His government name.
Go fuck yourself. Literally, if you're one of those, and you're not, because you're a fucking pathetic. Like, you wouldn't even make the
Damn,
1% of people that would come into strokers here.
No,
so
they'd
fuck off.
definitely be
Keep
at
trying to
strokers.
rip people off for like $3 a prayer or whatever you're doing, and eat shit. That's all I can tell you. It's fuck off. I don't need you.
We're all getting DWIs tonight.
Hey,
I ain't going
Lord,
nowhere.
fuck
I'm
them.
apologize,
Fuck
my
them.
friend.
I just watched the last season of Peaky Blinders. I don't believe in
too.
curses
It's
anymore. I don't believe in curses anymore. And guess what? If I feel like I cursed, if I honestly feel like you cursed me, I'm coming back. I'm gonna machine gun your whole fucking family.
Oh,
all of them. Watch season 6 of Peaky Blinders and tell me I'm wrong. I'm coming back for you, dude. One more fucking thing happens, I'm going back to Stonehenge, Washington, and they're all fucking. It's done.
Well,
All right, then. So we left Stonehenge.
That's the end of the trip. Thank you very much. R.I.P.
Don't pay those
thank
fucking
you for your
morons.
service.
And
Fuck
we-
their service. Fuck
we
them. Don't pay
planned
them.
on staying in Spokane, but we went to
no.
Post Falls, Idaho.
We did.
Well,
crossed the border.
Denver Jones recommended going to Cruisers. He said that was a great biker bar. He did not disappoint with that
No, he did not.
recommendation.
It was a good
We
recommendation.
did not understand the etiquette at Cruisers. It took him a minute to understand it because the bartenders were kind of cunty at first.
100%.
They were because we didn't know the etiquette there.
They were
And
like country hot, so they thought they were cool.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the one girl had
They
4
were
tattoos, so
well,
she thought
look
she
here,
was
like,
big city.
I get
the
it.
whole
Like
time,
400 followers is big for you guys.
Right.
We get it.
Yeah.
Well, the one chick had 800 tattoos, and she thought she was bad, and she was the biggest fucking bitch I met on the whole trip. So.
Arguably, yeah, literally the worst person we met on the entire trip.
Exactly.
So being there, like we figured out the vibe. There was a bachelorette party going on.
Some old girls, boy.
Yeah.
They were so happy.
But they like the Cruisers was a great. Like it's not like Strokers. Strokers is a little bit different, but
Yeah.
it still had a vibe that
It was
was
a
like
towny style.
yeah, it was
for
dope.
sure.
Like when do you go to a fucking bar and a biker bar and there's a
Just
a
regular
bachelorette
folks
party
there.
there?
Like people you would
There's
see at
never a
Applebee's.
bachelorette party at a biker bar. That's asking for trouble. It really is.
Well, you say that. So I used to go to Strokers during the weeks, and dude, you'd be surprised how many, like during the weekdays, you'd be surprised how many people come through, like happy hours. They work at the, it's over there on the airfield area. How many people come through? And yeah, I've seen stuff where you're not going to see it on a Saturday where it's hell yeah, brothered out. But man, during the week, it happens. It happens.
It's weird because I feel like Cruisers was baseline is a biker bar, right? But I feel like it was a community bar in a sense as well because there were bikes, there were cars, there were like everybody and anybody was. So the thing about Cruisers, if you've never heard about it or anything, is literally it's a bar that has a strip of pavement through the middle of the bar.
Where you can drive through.
Where you can literally drive through it. So what ended up happening early on while we were there, we were only there for a couple hours, but it was like this one dude showed up in a Corvette and he drove through like 9 times.
A dude,
Like,
fucking
check me
80-year-old
out,
dude
man.
came through in
A
PT
Ducati
Cruiser.
came through like we get it. You got good credit, dude.
Right.
Fucking scram.
But it's
Ducati?
that's the
You see that?
allure, that's the vibe of the bar or whatever.
cool
But
vibe.
it did have a cool vibe, like, but it was very
It
local
was super
centric,
cool vibe.
right?
The
There was no cool guying going on. There was no club shit going. It was just like it was kind of
Honestly,
a community bar. In
it
a
was
sense.
almost-
I
local.
wish we had that vibe here.
For sure. It's like
100%.
honestly,
No, it was way more
It would
local.
be like it'd be like, yo, softball game just got over. Like, let's go to Cruisers. Like a bunch of just like dudes going
You
to
don't-
fucking bar.
You don't
with
have to
some shit.
ride to hang out at this bar.
Not at all.
Yeah.
But
And the only thing
we did
that
see one of the
would've made it cooler
raddest
is if
fucking
he
bikes
was
there ever.
pulling
Right?
into the parking lot. Like you can either park in front or you can ride through the bar and
You can
park
do the
in
loop.
front.
Yeah.
Like you got to be, yeah.
The whole thing.
It'd be different if it was like forced to ride through the bar and then go park. Then, like it is at Strokers, you're forced to ride through that area to go park in the
Yeah.
back. This is like you can either ride through the bar to think you look cool, or you can park in the front.
Yeah.
Did anybody catch that dude's information or even name?
Okay.
The guy that had
that
the
chopper 131
the
M8. No,
M8.
No.
It was
It was
badass.
pretty rad, dude.
It was pretty,
It was pretty rad.
It was lowrider
It was
S.
he was full choppered out. The lowrider S, but it looked like he like raked the frame a little
He
bid.
did rake it out. It had a 131.
And it had a
in It was really
131.
badass.
Like it was rad
Yeah.
for sure. It was rad, and he was
Really
just a
dope.
dude, just a random dude in Idaho. Right? We're in Idaho
I think he was
now.
doing
We're in
a trip,
Idaho
too.
now. He was.
I think he was. I don't think it was a far trip like we were doing, but he was doing something.
That's the thing. Cruisers, or where is this called? It's
Post Falls, Idaho?
Post Falls. It's literally right over the border.
No, it's the first town you come to.
First town over the border when you cross from Washington
From
to
Spokane.
Idaho.
Yeah.
Spokane, yeah.
Originally we were staying in Spokane, but Denver Jones like told us about Cruisers.
Don't go.
We found a fucking hotel right next to Cruisers. It was a great night. So we did Cruisers. We fucking lived it up. And then we bar hopped for the rest of the night. And we ended up going to like what we would call here a fucking honky tonk.
Country bar.
Yeah.
Country bar.
It was a honky tonk.
It was legit.
It was.
Legit.
It was
super
weird.
Fun.
It was legit.
Funny thing.
Weird that all
Idaho,
these people were out.
So Idaho is this little state, and they got Oregon, Washington on this side. They got Montana, which is all legal. They got all these weed legal states on either side, and we're in this little sliver of it.
Right.
And man, you smoke a little weed on one of these patios, and you got fucking Karens out the wazoo going, get this motherfucker out of here.
What you doing?
One nigga in this.
It felt.
One motherfucker in the group smokes marijuana, and you gonna call us out?
So,
My man.
it was just amazing how much it was.
You're fucking up my Montucky sponsorship.
You said gay like 3 times.
That's not the same kind of slur, dude.
It changes weed to eye.
I gotta ride my boy Cody, dude.
Oh, man. I ride it out with him.
All right, fuck me and my fucking brand.
One motherfucker.
Change it. But yeah, fuck
that-
Idaho. Hey, Idaho.
I thought he's getting paid to say this. I give you $300 for every time you say it.
Hey, Idaho. Just realize you're dumb. You're gonna lose.
Anyway, Post Ball was probably one of the
One of the
funnest
best
nights.
Yeah.
That
we
we can't
had
talk
where
about.
where we didn't. Yeah, we can't talk about it, but it's one of the funnest nights that we had that where we weren't with somebody like Steve. We're in Steve's town, right?
Right.
In Disco Bay. We're in a town we don't know shit. Denver Jones is with us. We're partying out. We're just fucking living it up, right? Next day, we're on the cusp of Idaho. You're gonna hear a lot of you guys are gonna hear this in the podcast coming with me and Jaden. Idaho is one of the best states in America
Absolutely.
riding. Some of the best roads in America.
I don't know why more people do not talk about Idaho, because honestly, in all the states I've ridden, I will say hands down, Idaho is the best state I've ridden in. Roads, scenery, whatever you want to talk about, northern Idaho, from
Missoula, Montana.
yeah, we can
From
cross.
Post Falls to Missoula.
We can cross over to Missoula, and it's just right across the border, but all the way down to Boise. Like it
Yeah,
the
it really
best,
does fuck.
the best riding I've ever done in my life. It really is.
Well, we did it in shit fucking
And,
weather.
and that's what I was about to get to. We did it in shit weather, and it was still enjoyable.
Could you imagine that being like a 68-degree day, sunny, where you're
A light jacket or a flannel,
yeah,
like
cruising,
motherfucker.
and maybe that river is still kind of popping. You're seeing all that shit going on, and
345. Remind me.
So we left Post Falls that morning after a great night, and we went to Missoula, right? Which would we went.
You know the other thing? I love that comment, Donnie. The other thing I was just thinking about is because, like, all right, so we're in our second to further, or our furthest point north in Idaho, right?
In Post Falls.
In Post Falls, and then we're going.
We got 15 minutes to wrap up fucking 6 more days.
No. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like,
to catch the Patreon.
but for our big trip, and I don't know.
We haven't talked about our own personal enjoyment.
No, I know, and that's what I'm
you said that's
maybe
another-
less intoxicated, but I want to say that, like, at that point, I think it kind of started setting in.
we're
that,
also California time. It's 10:21. We got time to go get beer and ice and run this back for the Patreon.
I just know that at that point in time, like Cruisers Night
Yeah.
in Post Falls, and then also subsequently Missoula, like, to me, it was like we're 1 night away, we're 2 nights away from kind of our group, our travel group, starting to be separated. And I think that started to infiltrate us a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Like, to the point where I'm like, at that point, we're so far away from home literally the furthest we could probably be on this trip. And like, I don't want to let these men down. Like, I don't care how tired or exhausted or fucking whatever you're feeling at that time. If I have 30 hours left with these dudes, like, I got to give it everything. And like the cruisers night and the little bar skipping around town, honky tonk bullshit, whatever it was, like,
That was fun.
we put it all out
fun,
there.
dude.
We put it all out there for sure.
I put that night in Post Falls up there with one of the best nights of our travels together as men.
No, it was fucking
100%.
fun time.
And it was solely because of like us.
Everybody rallied. There was not a dude.
Yes.
There was not a dude in the hotel room that night.
We didn't have
Yeah,
some
there you go.
crazy
There you
like
go.
public interaction or anything like, you know, we did all the shit with I still remember like after the second bar and it was raining on us for like the 9th fucking straight day or whatever. We're literally like coming from this one bar to another bar and we're like sadly laughing at each other, but not like you and I we're in the back of this little group. And we're like, we're going to another bar.
I know you're talking about. Yeah. I know you're
It's
talking
just
about.
stupid as fuck, but it was like adding to the fact that this was like kind of a culmination of this trip in a sense that we knew we were hours away from splitting, and that like I know that I don't know I know that was not necessarily the determining factor of our trip, but there's a change when you go from 8 to 6, and that could be anyone, right? I know it was y'all too on this
We're gonna
trip.
get
That
into
could
that.
be.
We're gonna
but,
get into
no, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm prefacing that by saying, like, that's what these nights kind of were.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you 100%. Post Fall was probably my like last rager with
Sign
the group.
off?
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
mine. I had an amazing time, and Post Falls will go down in the history books of my life with you guys. 100%.
No, yeah.
I agree.
It was a great time.
I agree. Me too.
Missoula.
Cruisers for life,
Like
bitch.
that, man. You're with us in Missoula, and you got good.
I did.
photos.
But I don't think
I did.
Missoula was as fun
I
as
didn't-
Post
I
Falls.
didn't
Missoula
party.
just didn't hit the same.
No, so Missoula for you guys, I hope is different from me, because Missoula for me was like me coming to like a.
Hey, what's your saying? That's going to itch when it dries.
You should have left it out silently there. That was. Was that what you tried to do quietly? Like you're like, I'm trying to.
I got news for you. This isn't our first podcast. There's no fucking way we're wrapping this up in 15 minutes. There's not a fucking chance.
Thank you for ruining my
somebody said
fucking
what?
sentimental moment, motherfucker.
No, I get it.
Nah, I get it. This country ass motherfucker over here. Nah, I get it.
He farted and then went, "No, I get it." Like, why are you waiting on me?
Nah, I get it.
It was so loud.
It was violent.
You done ripped that motherfucker.
Dude, check your underwear,
Your
dude.
dickie's still intact?
Dude, that son of a bitch ain't been tampered with.
Let me tell you this. We haven't talked about this. Me and Cody.
Y'all some fart motherfuckers.
I got the
That's
cleanest
Dude,
fart.
I already know.
No,
From this trip, dude, from this trip, I'm like, y'all, why do y'all fart so much? Where do y'all fucking
Let me
fart
tell
so
you right
much?
now. Me and Cody, we shit ourselves 3 times.
No, mine's only once.
Yeah,
Cody shit himself
Cody was
once.
on the first night.
I shit myself twice
It
on
was
this
like
trip.
third
Lord.
day.
I remember this. I remember.
So let
Yeah,
me
we
let
had
me
a
let me
thing
give
going
you
in the
guys
early
let me give you
days.
guys like realization about riding bikes in your late 30s. You're gonna shit yourself. It's gonna happen.
It's not
you're
better
gonna-
if. It's when.
I remember when Cody shit himself, I was like, oh, look at this motherfucker.
Not 15 hours later.
15 minutes later, I'm like, oh shit. I thought that was a fart. And I had to go change my underwear.
The problem
And then
is, the problem is
never
y'all
trust
like
a
to
fart.
eat too much.
Oh, no,
I don't like to eat that much.
You've been eating.
And-
That ain't your MO anymore. You ate like a motherfucker on this trip.
I know I did because y'all had to eat.
Don't blame it on
And
us.
so,
I don't like to eat that much.
Don't blame it on
I
us.
can't.
Pants shitter.
I don't remember what night it was. I don't remember what night it was.
It was the beginning of the trip.
Say,
He
Pants
shit
shitter.
himself first night.
Amarillo. We
Get it
remember
out.
in the beginning of the trip, we're
got
like,
laxative
are we
in
gonna
their
go
food.
100%? Because like you was the first night. I think. Did you do it in Mexican hat?
I did it soon.
I think it was
wasn't
Mexican
too far
hat because
afterwards.
we're like 2 for 2. We're talking about we're gonna go
debating.
100% for the trip.
Yeah.
For the first 2 nights, y'all bullshit yourself.
I like
yeah,
I
but
like the
I
Big
did-
Texan, but they got laxative in their food. That sumbitch hit me.
I
like
remember
a
we were
bullet.
all about to go out one night, and I remember walking out the fucking the door, like pull it open, like let's go, bitches.
You said nope.
and I like, oh,
That might not
I'll be
a
right back.
fart.
I'll be right back. And I
me
shit
change
myself
my
for
bridges.
the third times.
For the
Look,
third-
here's the deal. If you're less than my age, I'm about to be 40. Shitting yourself
We get it.
is a joke. It happens so frequently and nobody wants to talk about it, but it really fucking does. Because when you're in your
frequently.
20s, like you got a fucking 20-year-old body, dude. You don't know what it's like. When you're in your 20s,
Clearly not.
you fart, and it's fucking funny.
Clearly
and,
not.
and when you get in your 30s, it's still fucking funny. It really is. But every once in a while, like you're trying to get that fart out in the group.
Fart motherfuckers though. 100%. Y'all too.
I feel like you don't tell us when you shit yourself.
No, I 100% would tell you.
I don't think you would.
I would, but I'm saying
Cody.
every morning.
I already fart.
No.
Now that I think about it,
Yeah.
That's not no, but that's the thing.
I've never heard you fart.
every morning. No,
You
what are you
hold it
talking
in?
about?
I've never heard
No.
you fart, dude.
When I go into the toilet,
Dude, fart
This
Right.
motherfucker's an alien, dude.
no, when I go in,
fart.
when I go in
When
the
you
morning,
fart.
and I do my business, and I fart, and I fucking blow all my fucking bullshit and mucus out that I have all that because y'all have heard that.
No, we've heard that.
Exactly.
I
feel
want to
like
hear
you're-
you fart, so you're
When
normal.
you,
For
in
what?
the morning in the shower, I feel like you're sucking the biggest black cock I've ever heard in my life.
Dude,
Yeah, you're choking
y'all have
on
no
something.
idea. Like I really get a
Why do you-
gnarly amount of like just snot mucus bullshit buildup. I know it's
You
kind of
didn't get
gross.
that looked at.
Yeah, but y'all fart like every day. Every morning I wake
That's
up.
normal.
All of a sudden it's like, but depending upon which one of y'all it is, it's y'all motherfuckers like
We're just like
setting up
choking on
there.
that. This motherfucker sounds like an episode of Blacked on Pornhub. Dude, it's like choking.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
but apparently
Here's the- you
that's
jerk off
worse.
for a living.
That's worse. That's worse.
Black.
You're absolutely right. I do wake up with fucking bullshit in my face all the time.
Worst.
It sucks. Believe me, I wish I didn't. I wish I just farted like y'all.
I wish you did too.
It's fucking
yeah, it'd
gross.
be way more normal.
I'll be honest. You know, I come on these trips with the the guys I grew up with and all that, and like I can't sleep in the same room with these motherfuckers because they snore so bad. So I choose to
Sleep with the less.
the lesser of the snorers.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that's why I choose to sleep in the rooms with y'all because don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
y'all fucking snore too.
we had the lesser room, but
But-
like our room has graduated.
Oh
like
my
we've
God.
leveled up,
Dude.
From the first trip to this trip, every single one of us probably got 25 pounds on us.
I agree.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree
So
with
like
that.
the first trip to this trip,
But
it's just it's an added fucking I don't know weight thing. I don't know.
dude,
Because I know I snore more now than I did
you're
in 2018.
fucking fine if you don't.
If I'm
sleep
not on my
your
back. Exactly. You're absolutely right.
I'll fucking elbow your ass. Get over on your damn stomach.
Look,
You-
I
bed
tell
hog,
everybody,
though.
Jason's
You're a
not
bed
bad.
hog though.
I'm not bad.
I might be.
Say that. What
No,
you
you're-
say
no,
about
we
me?
all snore.
You're not that bad.
I'm not
we
that
all
bad. Oh, fucking hell yeah! My wife thinks
You're-
I'm horrible.
you're
Fuck
not
her.
that
Yourself
bad.
though. 100%.
You do
I
shit
shit
like-
myself.
100%.
I'll shit myself all day long if I'm not a bad
See,
snorer.
and that's the thing. Like, I don't fart as much. Every now and then
I can
do
buy
when
underwear.
It comes out, but I can like.
I don't think I've ever
It
heard
doesn't
you
matter.
fart
Like
now that I
this,
think
the
about it.
whole big nose.
Who,
guy,
James?
Like,
Yeah.
I bring
Nah, he's got
Have you-
a wide asshole.
some gnarly shit.
He just shits
It
himself.
just leaks out.
No, it just like it builds up.
No.
It builds up.
We still on this shit thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No, well, it builds up.
Poor Chance
Right?
had to sleep with
So like I
Larry,
had to blow it
Jacob,
all out.
Jaden.
Chances on us. He's like, I'll just buy a hotel room. We're like, okay, I'm gonna
Right.
sleep with you.
2-3
He
nights.
can't get away.
No,
he
that's
can't
not
get
what
away.
I wanted.
A couple like 1 or 2 nights chances like he gets his own room. He's like, I never slept so good in my life.
No, somebody always joins him. He's like, no, fuck you.
No, you had to go. I'm trying to sleep.
I think like our group is one thing, but like watching Chance interact with Jetty and my machinist and Jaden was probably the most funnest thing I've ever dealt with.
Why?
Because
Wait, are we
those
ready? You wanna talk
motherfuckers,
about that?
we haven't got to that point, but I just want to say
All right,
it.
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it real quick.
Let's steal your show, it's all
We ain't
good.
even made it to Missoula.
Let's talk about it.
And we're still on what, maybe?
Yeah,
6.
clearly we're not going chronologically, so let's talk about how you was messing with Jetty and Justin.
No. Like
Oh, you don't want to talk about that?
look, we have 3:32. We have to stop this in 15 minutes for a regular podcast.
All right,
Nah.
we're gonna go to Missoula. All
right,
Post
so-
Falls to Missoula.
We need to talk about Missoula because
wanna
Missoula
rush
was
through this?
amazing.
Missoula was good.
No, we don't have to rush through it, but we need to get to a point
All
where
right.
we can cut
All
this
right.
off and do Patreon afterwards.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Or continuous YouTube and be a boss.
No, we're gonna continue YouTube.
Absolutely. Hey,
But
don't touch me, man.
we need to stop
Don't
the
judge me, man.
Okay.
thing.
I key yes.
Okay.
So all I gotta say, Post Falls was a really, really, really good turning point. If that's what made us feel like we were like starting to descent into the south and going
Yeah.
home or whatever, then I'm super okay with how we did that night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
But that did send us basically on the path of zigzagging back and forth, east to west in
Idaho.
Idaho. And basically from Post Falls, we ended up leaving the entire state. So we started the day entering into Post Falls. We started the day in Washington. We ended the day in Idaho, and then we left Post Falls and we made a travel day, and we ended that day in Montana. Right, so we're crossing borders.
We're on Highway 90.
Yeah, if you look at a map, it's literally we're zigzagging back and forth, east west, east west.
So 90 from Post Falls down to Missoula was it's a major highway. So like we'll talk about, if you listen to this podcast, you'll hear us talk about
70.
Glenwood Springs, going through Colorado. You'll hear us talk about 40 going through fucking North Carolina to Tennessee, the whole border crossing right there. 90 going through Post Falls to Missoula is one of the nicest highways I've.
There's certain like interstates
Yeah.
that just hit differently,
They have to.
right?
There's
You're
no
not
other-
just making time; you're also having a quality of life ride added
Yeah.
to it, and that's one of them. I agree.
That was a good one.
And it was amazing. We got kind of split up. I don't know. I think it's because I was trying to buy a jacket or some shit or a hoodie. We all went to go to the next town over from Post Falls to Band Store
Oh yeah, we did.
or some shit like that, or Zoomies or some shit like that.
half. We did.
And
go
then
half.
we ended up having a separation where it was me, Franz, Kyle, and I think Jacob.
Jacob.
Yeah, because me,
Right? Yeah,
Jacob,
Jacob.
And Larry blasted.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
Jaden.
J-Dog.
and so when we got to Missoula,
Shirt change.
Missoula was as we pulled into it,
P16, you fuck, so don't know about that.
Calm down, brother.
it changed. I don't know about it either.
We done, yeah. Neither do I.
You never told
Neither do
us.
I, yeah.
Um,
Well, I'm closer to knowing about it than most of you, so.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, touche.
Hey, you gotta
Touche.
You gotta shine on these fools when you can, right?
Yeah, fuck them.
Do y'all know where the whole performance bagger thing started?
No,
I'm not
don't
going to
even
talk
start.
about that shit. I'm literally not going to talk about
Ventura,
that.
fools. Pay a little respect. Put some respect on that name.
Calm down,
So,
brother.
Post Falls to Missoula was, I think, a sleeper. We all slept on it. I think that we all ended up linking up at that little fucking burger joint with the way hotter than needed to be there waitresses. Straight up. Let's be real.
No, so
dude, yeah,
so,
you're right.
Yeah,
The
we're
biggest
saying,
booties I've ever
dude,
seen on children.
I-80.
The biggest booties I've ever seen on children in my life. Straight up.
You can't say that,
Dude, it's weird because like
you got three N-words on this
we
thing.
were just
You
like
can't say that, dude. So canceled.
we were just clearing the rain at that time, right?
Montucky,
We were just like, all right, let's go to a bar.
Montucky, it's not that
Get out
bad.
of the rain. Let's go to a bar. Let's get out of the rain. Let's have a little food, whatever. Like, because it was mid to late afternoon, and we just needed to clear the rain because we'd been getting rain on again and again and again, right? So we went to this. I don't even know what it was called.
It's like a burger joint.
It was a burger joint
in like a downtown
in Missoula. Missoula is not a big downtown area, so
Oh, Jesus Christ. I know what you're talking about.
it was called like what was it called? Like
Finally.
fucking
Remember that
Bone?
ass, dude?
It was called like the Iron Horse or some shit.
The Iron Horse, dude.
No,
Was
I think
it?
it was Iron Horse.
Some shit like that, right?
You're
And it was
the best part.
literally just like I don't even know. We felt
That
old
stretch of
because of,
I-80 may be my,
I don't know about y'all,
you
but
know, I-70 Glenwood Springs.
Yeah.
I was there for a long time, but that stretch of I-80 may be my favorite now. Like
90.
that-
I 90.
meh.
80 is southern Idaho.
Okay, well, 90 was
80 is
amazing.
what we did across northern Nevada.
Okay, so
It's not until we left there that I started
left where?
feeling Missoula.
Well, I'm just saying, for interstate riding, that was fucking
It was
amazing.
pretty.
Going over that summit and doing all that, like,
Yeah.
that was amazing.
Once we hit the border
Man,
for
too.
like Idaho to Montana, we stopped, and that's where we took the picture where like Kyle was laying in the flowers, and you
that's
Oh,
right.
yeah,
jumped
that's
on
right.
it.
Notice we were in
split
our
up.
rain suits because it was fucking wet the whole
Didn't
time.
we? Oh, Cody and
They
them
had
were already
split.
there,
Yeah.
Didn't catch
right?
it.
Because of the hoodie. You didn't get none?
No.
You motherfuckers.
we really didn't get rained on. We put our shit on, but we never really got fucking dumped
We
on.
did, but we didn't.
Yeah.
Like there was rain, but like it was.
We stopped
We
off
would
at
have
the
been all right
spot.
without.
We
suits.
stopped off at the spot that you would take to go to Glacier National Park,
Yeah.
and we were sitting there
We
like,
almost
wow,
went.
like
We
the
almost went.
women were fucking amazing at the fucking gas stop. It was wild.
I feel like we didn't talk enough about that at the restaurant stop that we stopped at.
We ain't got there yet. That's in Missoula.
The Iron Horse? We're not at Missoula yet?
No,
are
we were talking
now.
about the
We
women.
are
We're
now.
talking about the road to it.
So
We are now.
we end up managing to make it to the Iron Horse, and
We all
as
met up.
we hit this valley, like you see the rain, it was just like
You
it was
could see it
depending
coming,
everywhere.
yeah.
And we got fucking dumped on for the night,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, because me and Jaden left the Iron Horse to go find the hotel, and we got
Oh,
fucking
we got pissed on there, yeah.
pissed on,
Yeah.
100%.
That was the worst.
That
But-
was the worst.
That town,
We just had to leave in a downpour instead of stay at the restaurant where we could
350. Let's
have beers.
let me know. So we hit the Iron Horse. Great times. A lot of shit I'll never be able to touch the rest of my life in there. And then one time for that.
Yeah.
One time.
One time, but
One time.
but
Missoula goes
Bless you,
hard.
young men.
I don't know, dude. I just don't know.
But as far
What was
as,
in the water up there, Mike?
as far as Missoula that night,
Opportunity.
I think we had some good hosts.
We did, yeah. A
but
couple guys come out.
But
What day was it? It was like
it
a
was
Tuesday.
it was a weird
Like,
night.
Yeah, we
was
hit
a
it
weird
early.
night.
It's there's there's
Yeah.
nobody
Drew
in
from
town.
the zoo?
But at
Drew
the same
and Zach were
Dude,
great.
we still had a good
Yeah.
time with those
We went to
guys.
the rhinoceros.
Yeah, the rhino,
Yeah.
rhinoceros, whatever you want to call it.
So
It was really
Yeah,
weird to
it
see
was a-
rhinoceros spelled out in a full word.
Yeah, right. Instead of the rhino or
it's
anything
almost
like
as
that.
wild as reading pterodactyl.
Jace got a dope ass picture of his bike in
He
front
got
of
a
that sign.
bunch of good pictures.
I did, but at the same time, Zach grabbed my camera. He got a couple shots of us hanging out right there.
I like that picture.
And that picture, I think, it speaks more volumes about what it's like to be a part of our journeys.
He did.
It was. I have a good picture of you and Zach together in the bar. I didn't drink that night. I didn't drink anything that night. I just.
We did.
That was
Y'all
Jones'
did.
birthday, dude.
I'll pull back the full curtain. I hit one
That
of
was
my
that was a mushroom night.
yeah. So one of my four a lot of people talk about Four Corners rally. Every trip I go out, I got a Four Corners rally of drugs. It's can I do a little mushrooms? Can I do a little cocaine?
Oh, man, dude.
Can I do some weed? And can I drink some alcohol? And guess what? Missoula, Montana knocked off the mushrooms part of it because Zach came through.
He did.
And next thing you know, I ate a gram and a half, and I am having the time of my life, baby. Woo!
When
Missoula
being
had-
sober and hanging out with you motherfuckers
Oh,
Yeah.
dude,
is
so
wild.
It's horrible.
No, it's terrible.
Horrible.
It's not bad in the conversation. Like I think our conversations always are alcohol inspired, but whenever we decide to jump back on the bikes and go back to the hotel, and I'm being the responsible adult, like don't draw any attention. Like Jaden,
Dude, remember?
that was a bad night. That was a bad night for that. That was a bad night for that.
Remember when we were
I'm usually
halfway
good
home?
at it.
We were
I'm usually good
halfway
at it.
home that night, and there was this like other bar that was popping, and you're like, "Oh my god, I want to go over there." You remember that?
no, that was no. Larry found
The
a whore at the last bar, the first bar, that he wanted to go see if that was still available.
Yeah, but guess what? We went.
You
so
don't
we
remember
went
the
to
chick?
this
You don't remember the
late
chick
pizza
that was
spot.
like Larry? Like she walked out, she was being super heavy. She took his beer. Remember that?
She was horrible.
She was a cunt.
Oh, she's so drunk though.
She was horrible.
Yeah.
Well, Larry thought he had an opportunity.
Me,
Larry said his bike was a
Kyle,
bike
and
with
Jacob.
go
I think it
wheels.
was. Me, Kyle, and Jacob went to the all night pizza
Larry was like,
spot,
"Hey, let me get that bike
which
bone
was
saw."
right across the street from that shithole old bar, and the pizza spot fucked, and the bar was closed.
I didn't get to experience the pizza spot, but I'm
Nope. It was basically like Reno's of Missoula.
Anyways. We
Anyway.
Or not? No, not
Proud
Reno's,
to-
whatever
to-
the other one is.
Drew and Zach showed us a good time,
they really did.
Such a good time.
but
In
This is
Missoula.
such a good podcast right now.
yeah, there's 26 people listening.
Hey. Oh yeah.
Keep going.
Everybody been there.
What are you doing?
Go
about
do
your
49.
Yeah. That night in Missoula, I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Y'all can. I had a great time. Like that was such a good time. Hanging out at the bar. That was such a fun bar experience.
He's already talking about it.
Urge
This is after
the
we
Surge.
split.
Yeah,
Urge
buddy.
the Surge is one of our guys from Salt Lake City,
Oh,
Tucker
yeah.
Speed guy.
Ryan, he's the shit.
We're almost there. We're almost there.
You know what? I'm not even gonna fuck with it. Like, so this podcast, we're gonna wrap the official podcast that you hear on this right now. If you're listening to this,
The audio.
the audio version, if you want to catch the rest of this, you're gonna have to jump on YouTube.
Whole
straight
thing
up,
on YouTube, baby.
Yeah.
Start to finish.
straight up. So
We're going 6 hours, baby.
Just
For all
kind of
you
what
guys-
happens with us, bro.
for all you guys like listening right now, we're gonna stay going on, but just know if you watch the podcast on YouTube or podcasts on like Spotify or whatnot, this is the audio cut out. If you want to check this out, come back to the
YouTube.
YouTube and check it out. For all you guys
Baby.
watching right now, let's fucking go.
Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Let's get it,
I
Urge.
love G, baby.
We almost there, baby. We almost there.
LFG.
Go put it back on.
Oh, you took it off?
All right, we're good. So
Well,
Let's see it.
I gotta wear
we're still live, so don't say anything. It's in the cremated.
No, we're good. We're good.
All right.
We're good. We had a great
Missoula-
time in
yeah,
Missoula.
We gave a shout out to Missoula.
And then, honestly, after Missoula, we hit the best fucking stretch of roads, even though the weather was shitty, in my life.
Yeah.
I would say.
What was it,
I-
120? 120, right?
No, the
99
12.
miles.
The 12.
So that's another
Okay.
thing that Tommy, if you want to scroll back to the
12.
comments, you don't have to. But Tommy,
So,
Tommy
you
said
put it on
something
there?
about the sketchiest.
Calm
whatever
down, brother.
roads.
Goddamn.
Yeah, Tommy Donnelly, sketchiest road or
Sketchiest
moment.
or-
so one of those was
sketchiest
once
road.
we broke off on that thing on Idaho where it said 99 miles of
curvy-
Treacherous
fucking roads.
curves.
Treacherous.
The amount of fucking stickers on that sign where people were going,
Yeah.
let's fucking go.
Yeah.
It was awesome. Yeah.
That
I remember we did a video at that.
Stop and take a picture of that sign.
No. None of
think
it.
so.
We talked about it the day before. None of us did.
We did
to
a
my
video
knowledge.
at the gas station.
I
though,
seen the 90 mile.
before we were about to head over this summit.
I seen the 99 miles of
We knew
curvy
we was
roads, but
ready.
I never seen a sign that said treacherous.
Me neither. That makes me think the dude at the bar made that up.
When we left,
Yeah, I didn't
Missoula,
see
and
it,
we went
see
to
it.
that first gas stop before we like took that road,
Right.
which was the 12 crossing.
Northeast to
I remember
southwest.
like we did some videos. I don't remember where it's at right now, but we sent like some like cell phone videos. We're like, we're about to go across that, and
Oh,
it was
no.
like
I got them.
it was like
range,
mountain range,
yeah.
ice capped or fucking snow capped fucking mountains, and I was nervous as fuck. Right, I was nervous as fuck because I also knew that we had rain coming into the fucking situation. So we
100%.
had
Oh, we
like
got a lot of-
not just we're gonna hit elevation, we're gonna hit rain. Do we have ice? Do we have this? What are we doing? Where do we put on fucking rain suits? Do we already have it?
Did
Did we leave?
We put them on at the gas station or before
The smart
because
people
we
did.
were prepared.
He didn't
Not-
bring
not
one.
Cody.
Yeah, he didn't.
Because he went to the Pacific Northwest without one for some reason. But we were prepared
Even
to,
I didn't do
to
that.
get into the precipitation for sure at that time. And when we went up there, like that road, God, dude, that road did not disappoint. That road was gnarly.
Best road I've ever.
You want to talk about Tommy Donnelly's sketchiest road? That was it. 12 from Missoula down to
13.
what was that town called? We went to the laundromat and we went to the diner.
north of Boise, but it was
Kookapoo or some shit.
When we stopped at the diner,
Yes,
Chunkamunga or some shit.
No,
you know what I'm talking about.
started with a K.
Yeah, I think it was like Kookapoo.
I got my shit right here. I got you.
Anyway,
you.
it was
It was
The
a
best road.
special road. Like if it wasn't for earlier today,
Kuskia.
yeah,
Kuskia.
Kuskia. That's
Earlier
where we
today, I
sat
put
in the
out
laundromat for an hour.
a little video letting y'all know that we're gonna do this tonight. We're gonna do this video. It was a little snapshot video of us stopping midway down 12 on a little bridge that we had found that was going. We were standing on this raging fucking river that we went on the side of us
This was
the
like-
entire way down this 12. It was epic. It was gnarly.
Best
It was
We
really
pulled
really great.
off.
That was on our way to McCall.
On our way to
On our way
McCall
to
for the
McCall.
night, we had
We pulled
had
off on
lunch
the
at
highway.
Cusca.
From
And it
Kuskia,
was-
we went 95 all the way down.
Yeah, 95 is
That's where we ended up in the fucking Ireland. looking
show
shit.
95 the
Even-
fucking respect. Hold on, we haven't
95
got
to
there.
Boise is amazing.
So this
But
whole
that-
stretch, one thing we have to talk about, like for you guys that are ride bikes, like this is the thing about the 12, I think is what it was, through Lolo Bay or Lolo Pass.
My man. He wasn't there. He
This is
don't
the
know
real
about-
ones.
That's not me.
he don't know about
These
that.
are the real ones. that
Okay,
went out in
I guess
McCall.
I'll go fuck myself.
Hey, what is
So-
that?
You wasn't there neither. Go fuck yourself. What the fuck was that?
So
You're at the room.
Bro, did I? I didn't.
we this past
Larry,
man.
you ain't in this.
Calm down, bro.
Larry was in it.
Larry was
Yeah.
good guy.
I think that was one of the nights where we got Larry to come out.
Larry, Cody
Larry,
was.
Larry.
He
Hey,
came out late.
Hey,
He
say
came
it.
out
There was
Hey,
late.
one
say
or two
it.
nights where
Hey.
Say it.
Larry. Larry.
Say it.
Larry fucking showed up on this trip.
Showed up.
He showed up.
Did
we got our dirty back.
Hey,
Last trip, Larry became Dwayne, and Dwayne didn't show up to shit.
hey, did
Dwayne-
Dirty
Larry,
Dwayne's a bitch.
Did Dirty
Hey,
Larry
straight
out
up.
party?
Larry out
Leighton
partied
Brantley?
Jace. He out partied me.
He out party Jace?
He out partied Jace,
That ain't
100%.
hard.
Did he
Larry-
out party Cody?
No, he did not. But
Ah,
he did
he
good.
might have.
He did good.
I,
He did good.
I need to see the stats on
I
that
give
one.
my friend credit.
The
He
king
did
of
good.
East Texas, Larry McCrimmon.
He did good.
Y'all follow Dirty Larry
Come
on
on,
Instagram.
man.
He'll finger your old lady.
Hey, you know that's right. Or her mama.
My man.
Maybe his sister. I don't know. See.
I
He went
love
hard.
it. Goddamn
Hey,
Larry.
he said a
My
fat
man.
girl at the strip club last night crushes screen protector on his phone because she sat on his pocket.
Last night.
Yeah,
That's
last
2
night.
weeks after the trip.
No,
That's
that's
just a
last
random
night.
Thursday.
That was last night. Chance was with him.
Still on this trip.
Goddamn.
This trip never ends. This
Ain't
is
that,
a life.
Ain't that the fucking truth, right? This kind of is
all
what
right,
we do
so-
for a living.
Missoula, let me say this. Missoula was it was an amazing experience. The homies were amazing, and
were
then next
great.
day we woke up and we hit the 12, basically going through Idaho, and we got rained on. This was the first time that we had the second day we had a solid day of rain, but it was a whole day of rain.
I almost died on that road.
You know what? We almost we I think that's the day we probably got the best video of the whole trip though. Too.
That's my personal favorite video.
Dude,
My
James.
favorite day.
I have a number
My
of good
favorite
ones.
fucking day.
James was fucking ripping in front of us,
One-handed,
one-handed,
backwards.
backwards, ripping. In front
Oh, and he almost hit the fucking curve.
Well, I almost died and hit an oak tree.
and dude, I could.
He didn't even hit a redwood. He hit a fucking oak tree.
You bet not.
Fast as fuck, boy.
not.
Fast as fuck.
Dude, he was ripping in front of
Dude,
us, and we were
when
like
he was
right
doing
there
it,
on him.
so I can't wait to see that video because it was a fucking amazing video.
Y'all have
James,
seen it, but I've tried to put it on the internet so
Yeah.
many times, and my shit's too good apparently,
So-
or too bad.
James is like he's putting it all on the line. He's fucking like got the handheld back with the GoPro, and me and Cody are up in the front, trying to get in the fucking video.
The whole squad, dude. The whole squad was getting it in
was
that
tight.
thing.
Yeah,
It
dude.
was pretty tight. Like the GoPro distorts it a little bit because it's
Yeah,
a
it
little,
makes it look
it's
a
a little
wider.
fisheye. It's not like the widescreen,
But
but
the whole,
it's
yeah.
but it distorts it. Like the whole group, call it seven. So 7 of y'all were pretty fucking tight. Like
Yeah.
it might not have been like highway tight, but for
I think we were at
curved
that fucking
river roads, it was tight.
We were at that fucking restaurant, and I think you showed us the video. I was like, "Oh, you can see where you
I can
like."
show it to you right now.
He figured it out.
Dude,
Yeah.
that
At the end of this clip, it's like a minute-long
I
clip.
was super impressed of like just James just being able to ride like this and one hand on the bars and as fast. We were fucking getting it.
We were going,
We
yeah,
were fucking getting it, and this motherfucker was maneuvering. I was
with
like,
his 4 controls
please
Calm down,
because he
brother.
got long ass legs.
Y'all realize
I
that's
was
what
like-
I do the entire trip, right?
Let me say this.
Dude,
let me say this.
I was
I'll
just
say
like-
this in your favor. James doesn't get enough credit for how good he rides.
No, fuck no.
He really doesn't.
Damn, okay.
He
don't-
doesn't.
He don't get enough.
James can ride as good as us with a fucking GoPro hanging out the fucking ass end. And all he has left is his clutch hand.
Hold on,
All he
let
has is his clutch
And
hand.
that's what, like, yeah, that 100%, 100%.
You really,
I like-
you can ride, dude.
Dude, you ride
you
the
got
fuck
it.
out of it.
Because
And like,
I watched you on Grandfather Mountain almost eat shit, and you fucking saved
you
yourself.
stalled out
Yeah,
on the
fuck, dude.
corner, and then, like you saved it. I'm
I was
like,
trying to get your video,
this
bro.
nigga. Oh, that's 4.
He said, "Oh, that's four." He's trying. That's four. He's trying.
Dude, it's with an A. It's
How do
good,
you-
right?
No, it's never okay if you're
It's a sign of
white.
respect, right?
No, man.
That's how you're doing, right? It's a sign of respect.
Hold on.
I mean, I'm not saying you are.
Hey, how do I send a video?
Is that
No,
okay
I
or
can't
not?
do it.
I don't
I'll
know.
feel
Y'all
it.
neck of the woods.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Sure, sure.
We play around with a different set of people, I guess.
You just threw an A on my shine, bro. Why you
Yeah.
gotta do that like that?
I mean,
James gets some shine. He throws the
Right?
ER on me.
100%.
I think you ride good, James.
Thank you. Thanks, Cody.
I think
I'd like to send this
you
video.
Ride, you ride astounding like a white civilian.
Civilian. Like a civilian or a civilian? This drunk country motherfucker, man.
Oh shit!
I try to.
Oh fuck!
I try to be
Chance, that's your kin, man.
Wow.
Hold on.
something.
I would. God, I have the video and I've shown y'all this
Dude,
video.
I'm trying to get sponsored by Montucky.
Too late.
Save it.
Too late.
Save
No,
it.
I do. Oh, dude.
They're never gonna approve this.
Well, that's on them. Sorry. Sorry. That's the way it works. This is
Pretty
biker
much,
shit, dude.
he said
This ain't
fucking-
fucking. You're telling me snowboarders don't cuss and fucking skiers don't fucking.
Montel's
play
like,
shit?
I guess we're racist now.
We're equal opportunists.
Jaden, what day did you wake up
Hey,
to?
their next can
Man.
covers is gonna be a fucking swastika.
Oh, golly, boy. And cut.
Adolf.
Hey, yo!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, found it.
Hey, technically, he didn't do anything that was historically accurate. So you can't cancel him for that. It was on a Nazi in history that went, "Hey, y'all!" and did anything. So
Oh,
you
this
can't.
is it.
You
This
can't.
is sick. Dude,
You can't fucking do anything.
this is so sick.
He's
It's
just
still
joking
my
around.
favorite
It
video.
really is.
Just that part right there is so fucking.
No, it's still
He's
my.
just
I feel
joking
like it
around,
looks so much
guys.
better on an iPhone. But
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck out of here, dude.
Dude,
I got here, dude.
just throw it. Just throw it out the fucking trash. Here you go.
no, he did.
Hey, if you're still
iPhone can't
listening,
handle it.
if you're still listening right now, is it worth keeping going or should
100%. We
Dude,
haven't
we
even
ain't
finished our
on the
trip.
trip. Shut the
If no
fuck up.
other reason, we're keep
asking
going
them.
for us 8 men that was on this trip.
I can't even see his fucking name.
Urgent.
Urge
Yeah.
the Sturge.
You didn't get the.
He's one of the
You
fucking
didn't get to
Tucker
meet
Speeds
him 'cause
boys.
you fucking-
in
We
Salt
haven't
Lake
got to
City.
that point.
I know
but
we haven't. We're
he's
getting
the
there.
only one hanging out
Yeah,
right now.
Fuck off, because y'all didn't get a
Everybody
meeting.
still coming.
Yeah, we're
They are?
getting Kuskia.
Oh, snake.
Larry's still on there. Kuskia,
Larry,
baby.
we need an easy rider.
We had
Keep
we had
going.
hot chocolate and soup in Kuskia, baby.
Donnie,
and
Donnie
Cody
with us?
Cody
Yes,
spent
sir.
45
Landon-
minutes in the
Landon's with
laundromat
us.
drying his clothes because he ain't got no rain
I didn't
suit.
get to eat. I didn't get a drink. Or nothing.
So here's the.
You got a bunch of hoe ass motherfuckers. Because I didn't get
It's
shit
cold,
offered
boy.
to me. Because I
Cody
dry my
went to
goddamn
Idaho,
clothes.
got racist. So here's where we're going.
I didn't say no bad words.
He's not wrong.
Baby.
I believe him. I believe him. It sounds sincere.
Fuck you, Larry.
If people
Sincere.
want to dig down far enough, I've got family on the wrong side of the history. And when it comes to the Civil War,
I think all white people do.
no, yeah, but I got ones like that I can directly link back to me, and it's like, yeah, Confederates, so and so. So, Cody,
When you do your 23andMe, you realize like you're a part of the problem.
I'll go down on that shit.
Oh
with
shit!
you.
I'm not gonna fucking post this. I'm not gonna repost this. Hey, share or no share?
When all of a sudden, yeah, you realize I'm never running for public office. And this is what it is.
That me?
I'll go down with the ship with you, Cody.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you for
Appreciate
taking one for the team.
Where are we at?
I have no idea because I
We
lost
crossed
track.
the 12 or the 14.
So we're heading to McCall now. Unfortunately,
Hold
we're,
on.
we're pretty fucking drunk on this podcast.
Speak for yourself.
Wow. We're pretty lit up on this podcast, but here's the deal. Idaho is one of the 100% most underrated states to ride motorcycles in.
100%. Nobody talks about Idaho, and it's the greatest fucking state to ride in.
It really is. What makes it great is the fact that it's not easily accessible. So when you're experiencing it, you're experiencing it at a kind of an intimate level. You got to do.
Can you imagine like 18, whatever the show 1863,
1883.
1883? Could you imagine trying to cross Idaho with the rivers and shit? Like you thought you got through everything, and then you get to Idaho and you're like, oh fuck, dude! Like, whoa, we're following the stars. We're taking the shortest route to what we think Oregon is, and oh, you got to be fucking kidding me on this shit.
Well, that's kind of the funny thing about the whole concept of. I think we talked about it in something recently. The podcast. I think one of the podcasts is released. Is we're talking about crossing the plains versus crossing the mountains. And so the mountains, apparently from all the research I've done, were easier to cross than the plains.
I don't believe that.
You don't? All right. Well, in the mountains, you don't deal with weather.
You don't?
No.
You climb mountains, you deal with
No,
cold
no, no.
weather.
Says otherwise.
You don't deal with weather the way that, like, when you're in the open plains, you deal with fucking wind and tornadoes and things like that.
Okay.
You don't deal with that in the mountains. Yeah. Let me.
You deal with cold and wind.
Oh yeah.
Instead of
like jackets. Oh, I'm gonna get a jacket for how cold it is, but you know what? That tornado over there, I'm gonna put a jacket on for this one.
Highly unlikely a tornado is going to hit
About
your area.
where are we
We
at?
got our producer saying
Because tornadoes don't hit.
We got our producer saying over here.
We're debating weather
Hey.
cells.
Producer said, "Get back on track, bitches."
All right, so we made.
We're on day 4, guys.
That's kind of what happens with us, huh?
Oh God.
So we went from Missoula to McCall, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
McCall was
McCall.
a good town.
McCall
I think
was
that-
our end stop.
Dude,
Yeah.
did we not climb up into McCall and it was cold as fuck?
So McCall was the town that as
McCall
we were
was
coming
cool,
into, we
bro.
went through snow flurries.
Yes,
That's
McCall
the
was
one-
where we got
That's the one
snow.
we rolled into.
McCall was cool.
McCall was cool. McCall was the
tell
one.
me how long you hung out in McCall.
I'll tell you, I watched Hustle on Netflix. It's a great show.
Yeah.
I watched that in McCall after I got out of the fucking.
Is that what we're doing right now?
That's the one where
that
Kyle
what
fell
we're
asleep
doing?
on the front
I'm
step
just
of the
calling
pool.
you out.
Go ahead. Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back.
Come on, go
Where we
back.
stayed at
Hold
McCall
on.
had a huge pool. That's
Oh,
the one
yeah,
where
yeah,
Kyle
That's
stayed.
yeah. We
That's
had
the one where
we had
Jacob-
another great
that's the one with
huge
the
hot
deer-
tub
Yeah, right.
That's the one with the pizza spot right literally next door.
next door.
That we all hung out.
that's where I got
deer,
sick.
The deer came walking through the thing.
That's
we
where I
all
got sick.
laughed.
Yeah, I got a.
That was McCall.
Yeah.
But it was
Fuck
literally
that deer.
snow flurries were coming through as we rolled into town.
Yes, and
And it was like 104 in Texas.
we had a great night that night.
I
Yeah.
got sick as we were checking into the hotel
That's right. You got
that
sick.
night.
We know
Yeah.
you did.
Calm down, brother. You gotta calm down.
I felt
right
like
now.
McCall was a good time. I do regret.
Oh, you do?
I do regret. But Hustle on
out
Instagram
that
with
night?
Adam Sandler was a good
That's
fucking.
right. He did watch the
video.
movie
Y'all
while
went
I
out
was
that
sick.
night, right?
Yeah, me, you, and Chance.
Oh, it's
Guess
about
what?
time.
This is
About
serious?
time you went out.
I think Kyle went out. Kyle went out too.
That's
Kyle
Kyle's
always in the bar.
Kyle's
yeah.
always
Larry
good.
rebutted. Larry came out at
rebutted.
like fucking 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's right. That's when we were like, we don't have much time left, Larry. Come the fuck out.
Oh, Larry was
Shut
a
up.
trooper that night, which he wasn't on our level, but he came out. It was a good time.
Okay. McCall
Most
was
of you
cool.
fucks don't have a Larry. Don't even have close to
Dude, Larry he's a national treasure.
So
But McCall, I think that was our coldest place. That's when we
I
started
think
getting
so, too.
snow.
It was cold.
We were in the middle of the rain.
was it like
The rain didn't snow.
39, right
Got
around
really-
40. Like when
We
went to bed.
started our
It was
day in
cold.
snow the next day when we left McCall. Like it
It was cold.
was fucking
Yeah.
cold. Really,
Beautiful
really,
town.
really cold.
Beautiful
Super cool town. On that lake and
That
shit.
lake- Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Cool town.
Kyle
Fancy
got,
people town.
Kyle got some killer pictures on the lake.
He did.
with The sun going down.
That's what I'm saying. Because
Fuck
we hadn't seen the sun.
Yeah.
Hey, fuck Kyle. He's trying to please his girlfriend right
Hey,
now. We're all
man.
getting bad
We
reputations.
hadn't seen the sun
reputations.
in 4 or 5 days or so, right? And I know we saw a sundown, but I'm like, because we still didn't see it when it came up. So I'm glad y'all saw it on the fucking lake or whatever. But we didn't
bad
see
at
it. We
podcasts.
did not see it.
We're so
And-
bad at podcasts.
I mean, we're
4
something.
fucking hours, and we're like at the point where we like.
It's a big trip, dude. It's a big trip.
I
Context.
agree. It's a big trip.
Until
Fuck
we
me.
left McCall, like we didn't see the sun until like we were splitting at Boise. That's like
So-
the bittersweet fucking split.
That was
of
probably the
trip.
wildest
That
thing.
was the split. That
That
was
was
the
the
split
split.
from us. And
As we hit Boise,
And
it was
Jake-
kind of like it was a weird vibe because we started to see the sun,
Yeah.
and
Started.
We also got rain on a couple times leaving McCall. You know,
So, Jaden mentioned something a little bit earlier about, I don't know. I'm sure y'all feel the same way in these trips, like as far as like certain points where, you get emotional or you get, you just get that time in your head that it's time to go home or whatever. Like this was it. This was it. Like the McCall.
it's your moment. I'm sorry.
Fuck you, Jace. But so this was it for me. This is the time that because I knew these boys were
Yeah.
trekking off that day.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but for some fucking stupid reason, we left McCall that morning and we were headed down the road, and there was a mountain range in the background. There was a song playing in my fucking headset. Like, it was just, it all hit at once. Like, I knew this is our last day of a full group together.
Yeah.
And it really did. Honestly, I swear.
The word bittersweet, I don't think people understand what that means until they're in that position.
Yeah, and it was,
You know what I mean?
it was nothing. Like, I don't think anybody else felt that at that moment. I did, but it was like, I don't know. It was weird. It was as soon as we left the hotel, we were getting out of McCall, and there was a mountain range in the background with snow caps.
It's our last
And it was like, we're all together. We're just trekking, and
still in the rain.
some fucking song hit me in the fucking headset, and it's like, man, this is it. Like, it wasn't even the end of our trip, but it was
there.
like
It is.
the end of
It's in a specific
call
version
me
of
gay or whatever the fuck you want to call
No,
it.
it's
not even.
I get it, man.
That was
It's
that
got
was
that shit
my
too, believe
that
that.
was my moment of this.
the separation of
Yeah.
our trips
Yeah.
together was as much as I want to claim like we had it all figured out, it was hugely vulnerable.
Well,
Hugely vulnerable is the word I'm trying to say.
And also at that point, it wasn't no longer on the group. It was on 6 of us instead of 8 of us.
Yeah.
And as we all know, like as good as Jace is with maps and all that shit, like, they're splitting off. Like, it's on us, which mainly me and you kind of take charge. So it's like, it's on us no more. It's not on. We can't be followers no more. We got to be kind of leaders, of getting home. So it just I don't know, for some weird reason it hit me like I said.
Well,
the mountains were in the background. The music
let me say
hit
this,
right. And
like,
it was fucking.
You and James.
You got a man crush. That's what it is.
No, it's not that. Like, you and James are. No.
Jacob.
In this world, what we do together as men is amazing, 100%. But I am only a small part of what the trifecta of us is. We plan these trips. I mean, Jaden, everybody else will conclude is that, like, we plan these trips. We sit down, we figure it out, and we all play a role in these trips. I choose a role in the front line about, like, leading sometimes, but
you're good at that.
I'm good at that, but that doesn't define me.
Right.
It's really at the end of the day, I've said this many times in the past, maybe not as much as I should say, but every man on our trip is a fucking leader.
Absolutely.
Nah,
Straight up.
I think so too. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Every dude on our trip could lead any group of men across this country, and they would experience what we experienced as a group, and they would understand. So at the end of the day, like, whether it's me or you or James or Dragon or fucking Chance over here that doesn't have a mic, or Kyle or fucking
Jacob,
or Larry.
Yo.
Like,
It takes everybody, man.
It sure does.
It really does.
it's a village, man.
Yeah.
Like,
You pull a couple people out of it,
Well,
it ain't all there.
well, that's why our
just
fucking
think-
group is what our group is.
Yeah, because they're all leaders. Well, just
fit.
Just
It's,
think.
a,
Just
it's
think
about
of
it's about creating
this. Okay,
leaders.
just think of this. Just think of this. We're all on a trip, and we have been fortunate, so fortunate enough to never have a significant bike failure.
Yeah,
Right?
we've been fortunate.
We've been
for sure.
really fortunate. We try to keep our bikes up. We try to keep maintenance on. We try to keep all that. Just imagine if two people's bike breaks down, or two more people's bike breaks down, like you have to have somebody in the group that's going to step up and take
Figure it out.
ownership pretty much,
Yeah.
or figure it out, and I think everybody in our group will do that. They will figure it out. They will take ownership of.
For people that are probably listening to us now for the first time, they don't understand. Like we're talking about a trip that we've done for 3 years now, 4
years.
4 years now, right? This is the fourth trip we've taken across country. We've dealt with like that. We love Matt to death, but Matt had a lot of issues on the first trip.
Yeah, Trent.
Trent had a lot of issues on the trip that he did with us to Maine, but he made it. Matt made it.
Oh yeah, Trent had it twice. Yeah.
Matt made it. Trent made it. We, like having friends, having people in the world that like are gonna, in hindsight, like you can think like, I always tell people this, like on a bike trip, this is my vacation. It's not your vacation. It's my vacation.
All right.
So
It's
if you
all
don't
of our
put
vacation.
all your fucking ducks in a row to make sure your vacation is good for you, now it becomes my responsibility.
Right.
Responsibility for your vacation to be good.
Right.
The responsibility of myself or anybody else is that like we have to make sure that everybody that's on this vacation with us, if they have a problem, I don't want to leave anybody. I don't want to leave anybody.
nobody behind either. But it's part of the trip.
It is. It's part of being responsible about being ready for the trip, but when they don't,
a grown person.
yeah. And it's hard. It's really tough. And
if you know you're going to do a cross country trip, you better have some backup plans if something
At least have some money in your pocket.
Cody said, "This can says freedom. Are you saying you don't want it because you're a terrorist?
Dude,
Why don't you want this beer?"
if you're going to put me on that front street, then I'll take it.
drop the N-word.
I ain't been.
dude.
I've never
This is
turned
pretty
down
much the
nothing
only way
in
you
my
can redeem
life.
yourself.
I ain't never turned down nothing.
I mean, we're kind of hitting this this crescendo of the fact that we're like
Yeah.
going our separate
It's our
ways,
split.
and
It's hard to it's hard to put into words.
it really is.
It's
because
hard to really.
It was hard to do it at the time.
express. It's hard to exactly. Well, you know what? Almost like if we are being completely honest, at the time we kind of didn't address it. We just did it. We just let. We didn't linger.
And we're
we
breaking
didn't
up
hang
tomorrow.
around.
Fuck it.
It was literally like we're leaving. You're leaving. All right, have a good trip.
About this trip?
Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
in
it's-
Boise. We went and had some goddamn French fries in the goddamn
wasn't-
city.
Overrated
And then
French fries.
The worst fucking.
Yeah.
I was looking for a baked potato in this motherfucker. I was like, let me get one of them gorgeous Idaho potatoes I hear about.
Step up your
Nope,
potato
here's some
game,
French fries.
It's
fags.
some $17 bullshit ass French fries.
But like you said,
But after that, like it was kind of like, all right,
if we would,
y'all be good. We'll be good. See you when we see you.
It would have been worse.
I agree. If we would have let it linger, it would have been worse.
Yeah, it would have.
I didn't like it. I mean,
It wasn't fun.
sad.
None of us like it. That's
it
the
was
thing.
sad. It was bittersweet.
Nobody talked
It was-
about it. It was a quiet.
Yeah, it was
just-
nobody talked
100%.
about
It just happened.
I mean,
Because
the
we
crazy
all
thing
knew
about
what
it is
was.
like,
That's what I alluded to earlier. We kind of we let it out the night or two before. You know what I'm saying? Like that's really
we had a
when
good
that's
time,
really
yeah.
when we let our separation come through. When the actual act occurred, it was just kind of a
if I would have really,
kind of an ordinary
Everybody
thing.
just,
You just
if
turned
I
a
would have
different
realized
direction on
what
the
it
street
meant to
than
me
I did.
now, hindsight sitting here right now, if I would have like gone back and realized what it really meant to separate from you guys on this trip.
It'd be weird then.
No, yeah, maybe, but like in McCall, when that was the last night we partied together.
You wouldn't watch Hustle?
I probably wouldn't watch us. I would have been like, I want to do this with everybody, but
That's
like
why
I said, it was
the last couple
this whole trip.
About
This
that nationwide, R8 versus your 8. We're fucking down anytime.
I feel like
Fight to the death, Anchorman style.
100%. I like my dudes. I'll put them up.
You remember that time Cody killed a guy with a trident?
Here's the deal. I'll put our fucking 8 dudes against any of the fucking dudes in Ventura County.
Man, anywhere, honestly.
Is this some future podcast stuff?
It's fucking
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, I need to listen.
And yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But as far as like meeting up, going down, hey,
Should have gave that guy the fucking
do you ever?
privilege.
It's a whole thing of like, do you have your shit together
Hey,
enough? Put
have
down
you
some
rode
money?
the canyons yet? Have you rode the canyons?
Yes.
Have you rode
Yes,
Texas?
I have, actually.
Have you rode across country?
Yes. Also,
Here we go.
yes.
Probably not.
If you wanted to fucking jump on the Patreon for that one,
Being on the road is a sacrifice in a more than one way.
It's
And
more of a
I would love to
it's
see
where-
another. I would love to see another state that has 8 dudes.
Dude.
that all of a sudden for 4 years are doing what we like. This like
them out.
also like. I guess Arkansas went to Kentucky like 2 days ago or something like.
but I feel like there was a
they're
big
like,
issue, but where Arkansas didn't want to cross state lines.
Arkansas went to Kentucky.
yeah, Arkansas went. A few of the dudes from Arkansas went to Kentucky, and
They're
all of a sudden it's
two
like
borders away.
it's like 2 days worth of
Oh,
memes.
fuck outta here.
I don't
One
know.
border away.
I love him, and I'm busting Scott. I hope Scott's just
No,
gonna
Scott
rip
was
me
the
up,
one
but
leaning into it,
Scott's
saying like,
"Oh, you don't
"Hey,
even own your bike."
get your shit together. Like we have something to uphold here."
Yeah, don't get it wrong.
Scott's doing his
Scott
point.
lays out miles.
He's doing
Scott,
his job.
Scott does lay that
Dude,
out.
Scott would be such a seamless introduction in our crew. If he lived here, he would be one of us.
If I could
no doubt.
handpick, like, don't get me wrong,
doubt.
our group is
No
the,
doubt.
the shit. But if I can handpick a couple ambassadors across the country, I'd probably get Scott. I get probably Johnny Utah. I'd probably get a couple dudes. Bylon.
Oh, Brian.
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 Byron?
I don't know
Did
his
you
fucking
say
Instagram.
Byron?
I don't know his fucking Instagram name.
Wood Grain FXR.
Brian.
No.
Brian.
I'm talking about the dudes in fucking Northeast. The goddamn
Oh,
Boston dudes.
Taylor and Brennan.
Oh, B.
Yeah.
Lyons,
Brennan.
B.
Lions,
Lions.
baby.
Brennan,
Brennan
and
and Taylor.
Taylor. Yeah, those dudes
For
are
sure.
rad.
What
get-
they're going to realize, I think Papa
But also
Juan
Brian
has
was
exploited
great.
this
Yeah.
about this trip, is that a lot of motherfuckers showed up at Born Free this year. And Born, granted, all the San Diego Customs weren't in the
A
show.
lot of California dudes showed up, or who showed up?
A lot of people showed up, but my machinist and Stan McCall,
They got rad bikes.
they won it.
Well,
They
straight up.
did win it. They come and took the fucking show from California.
Yeah. And so Born Free Texas there will be some of
It's
that.
gonna be big.
But
You
you
know-
know what's
you-
even closer?
you know what
there's gonna be
You know what's even
Californians?
closer?
I'm not happy. I'll straight up. I'll say it right now. I'm not happy about the Born Free Texas thing.
No, because you know what the fucking whole, you know what the whole deal is? They're
Choppers, baby.
hey, goddamn
Choppers,
exactly. And it
baby.
bites my ass. Like, I guarantee you, there's more fucking diners and baggers in that parking lot than there is fucking choppers. But everybody wants to praise the goddamn chopper's dick in Born Free or wherever the fuck it is. Same thing, Texas Hills. We can call that shit out right now. I'm not gonna go support their goddamn show if they're not gonna come support our shit.
Yeah.
If they want to be real motherfuckers and come to a goddamn camp out or show, come to the fucking real ones.
Yeah, where
come
were
to
you
the
at?
Fast Life camp out. Come to the come to any of the shit we do.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Texas Hills because I don't know those dudes. Like I know the last Texas Hills, but that died. That closed. So this
sure.
is somebody else.
Yeah, I don't
jumping
know
on-
what the new
Yeah, it's
shit
a
is.
whole
Somebody
new
else jumping
motherfucker.
on a name.
He's
and if
been
you want to
tagging
know,
me in a bunch of shit, but I don't know who he is. I
Have
don't
you
know
been
who's-
invited as a builder, as Big Will Cody?
Not a builder, but
Three-time
he's been-
champ over here.
Triple champ.
Triple
fucking champ.
Get
Wow, bro.
But
Wow,
champ.
bro.
I'm saying, like,
You must have a
I
fancy
don't know
bike.
who's running it.
Yeah.
And like Jay said several fucking years ago, look, dude, I'm not gonna come park my $60,000 bike in dirt when you got choppers on fucking stages over here. Like, dude, I look.
Say it, Cody.
I'm tired of fucking supporting.
Put your dick on the table.
I'm tired of supporting chopper shit when they don't support us. They don't come to none
My
of our
man.
shit.
My man.
Like,
Fuck these motherfuckers.
Why
They
would
don't.
any of us go to Texas Hills?
And they're not going to. They're never
no.
going to.
Well, fuck them. Don't go to their show.
Hey, but
You know
Cody,
what? I'll
you're
tell
an
you what.
invited builder.
No, you're not.
Wait,
I'm
you
not.
are?
No.
Well,
invited
if he says you're invited builder,
Listen.
do you?
Listen.
Here's the deal.
I wouldn't go.
I'm looking at look.
Listen, unless I see about 50 motherfuckers that are supposed to be Texas Hills guys, 2 weeks after our camp out, convenient timing, come to our shit, don't expect us to roll
Yeah,
full
I'm
through
not fucking going,
that one.
man. I'm
You
not,
know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
going to support somebody.
The
like
last 3 years,
I'll support
3
people.
years.
You
I'll support people that
and the bad thing
support
about
us,
it is
but not the other way
born
around.
free Texas shit. Like, I don't even want to support that, but it's so close to my goddamn house that
Just something to do.
it's something to do, and I don't want to support that because it's all fucking chopper dudes.
Right.
No.
And nothing
let
against
me
them.
tell you this right
but they
about
don't come to our shit.
Let me tell you this about that.
and
Me
if they're real fucking bikers, they would come to our shit.
I wanted to fucking bring this up, and I'm in a fucking conundrum, right?
Yeah, we got off track.
No, I want to put this on track.
We're on YouTube now, baby.
Um,
Stay on us
Cody,
for hours.
Born free,
They say
born free
Cody Big Man?
Texas.
Somebody said that? That's true.
Larry.
Goddamn Larry.
Born Free Texas
So-
reached out to me 2 years ago when the pandemic hit. Most people might not remember when the pandemic hit. The FASTLIFE camp out still fucking raged on.
I got engaged at that camp out.
You did, and I got photos, and they're made.
2020, maybe.
And so
man.
now this thing took place. We raised a war against society, as they would say, and then everybody stopped doing events in 2020.
Yeah.
They did. We did Camp Out 3. It raged. We had a good time. We did two hood rides
Yep.
in 2020. One, because we know what the fuck we were doing, and two, it was a rager. Wow.
2020 was probably one of the best years of my life.
My life as well.
Right.
Between
And
having
so now-
fun, making money, and everything.
We extended
The dudes from the Born Free or the fucking Chemical Candy, whoever the fuck owns Born Free, they reached out in 2020 and said, "Hey, we're doing fucking Born Free in Texas." I was
you
like,
ain't heard from them since.
I had heard from him since. And so at the time, I was reached out to, and I wanted to create a show for performance bikes
Why wouldn't
in
you?
Texas.
Why wouldn't
Right? And that shit went to the wayside.
Yep.
I guess I'll
They're
put
good.
my show on the side. What's Born Free Texas going to look like? And we wanted to put a show right in the slot that Giddy Up avoided, and Texas Hills also avoided that shit. They were gone. Like this is like. Look, I love Texas Hills. I want Texas Hills to work.
I do
but
too, but I don't want
what
to be.
drives me fucking nuts is for the last 3 years, as everybody else went and fucking put masks on, we fucking rode bikes and lived fucking motorcycle life, right? And now the shit's fucking coming back around. Everybody's like, hey, we don't have to wear masks anymore to be bikers. Like,
Hey, guess what? The dudes at Texas Hills didn't ride bikes anyway.
yeah.
They just brought them there to show them.
And now I guess I get a fucking invite to be
Can we finish this trip?
Yeah, let's stop talking about all this bullshit.
all right, I'm done.
So we left Missoula Road Route 12, and that was
We don't want to
amazing.
talk about it, but we made our way down to goddamn Boise.
We did. We made it
Boise.
Boise.
To Boise.
And we met
And-
Vic.
and
we
we
had a
split.
good lunch spot.
We separated.
Decent.
And then we started talking about Texas Hills.
No.
But even
No,
then,
let's
like,
get this over
like
with.
I know people that have reached out to me that they're going north as we're going south about camping. So the 12 to the 13, and is that, am I wrong? If somebody
I
has
think
a
we
map
did
up,
the 12 to the 95, but I don't know
I
about the
think you're
13.
fucking wrong on that. Man, I swear to God, I think we did the 12 to the 13 or 12 to the 13 to the 14. We did something.
I think we did 12 to 95.
I feel like that's right. 95 was where the Ireland shit came in, where the vista opened up. All the mountains were green.
Yeah.
Everything was great.
Yeah, and you.
And we're
you
still getting
had-
rained on.
You had a dope ass video on that too.
But that was just a little snip. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
All right, talk to him.
I don't know. I like to shoot videos on these trips. I've done it on all of our trips. But it's one of those things that unfortunately I haven't like yet. I haven't been able to, for whatever reason, put this trip out officially because, like, I don't know. I got the fancy new GoPro that shoots higher resolution than apparently, I don't know, the app, and also the Instagram platform are able to be compatible with. So I literally, I'll tell you this, I became very frustrated after I worked on this, putting together this film for like a week. I became very, very, very frustrated that I wasn't able to put anything out because it just wasn't, I don't know, compatible. It was too high a resolution. It was too high a quality. So Jason and I are going to try to put something together on his fancy fucking equipment here and see what we can't like actually compile because it was, I don't know, it was frustrating. And all that I can say is I have really good footage, like literally right here on my phone, but I just can't translate it out to the shareable, I don't know, avenues that we have to deliver media to people at this point in time. And I don't do YouTube or anything like that. Maybe YouTube's different and I would have been able to do something like that, but I don't know. I shot it on the high resolution and that apparently is too high, and that's just whatever. I guess whenever fucking technology catches up is when y'all motherfuckers gonna see it. But I got some beautiful stuff of these men, and I don't know. I'm proud of it, and I hope that we can put something out for you soon.
I think what you did captured a lot of the raw and the footage. I mean, like we were transferring files, and there was 82 or 84 gigs of files.
It's a lot, dude.
Yeah.
It's a fucking lot.
And that situation is like, so one thing I would tell everybody right now is like James and I have always connected on the fact that like we jive on the fact of telling a story, and we get inspired by other people doing trips like what we've done. And it's wild that we live stories like what we see on YouTube, but our shit's better in a sense. Not better in a sense like when you think about like all this, like all the stories we're telling you on this podcast right now, it's with a grain of salt because the story, the visual story of this shit right now is so hard to capture. It's I don't know, man. Like,
I've always looked at it this way. Honestly, it's not me comparing myself to any other videographer, filmmaker,
content creator,
documentary, any of that shit. To me, it is like one of the only things I'm able to give back to you men
Yeah.
that I don't give a fuck if anybody else cares about it. But if you 8 dudes are like, you know what,
Dude,
that
when
put
you-
me back in that space.
When you would post that fucking thing,
That's what I'm saying. Like that's why like it maybe I was in my own head, but literally that's why I sent y'all that message last weekend. Like I feel badly about the fact that I haven't been able to provide you what I have historically,
Yeah.
right? Like because I take pride in that. I really
We all knew it was coming.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. I know you know what's coming. That's why it's almost like more pressure on me in a sense that like I want to give that to you so badly because I have and I want to continue, but for whatever reason I guess my technology isn't up to date or whatever it is, but I have so much great stuff of all of you men, and I want to give that back to you in a manner that is befitting of this trip and of these travels, and that you can say I remember that and I feel that, and that's like, to me, that's the best thing I can ever do, right? That's your fucking e-card, that's your birthday fucking song and dance. Like I don't care what it like. That's
thought about
the
this.
best thing I can
I
give.
thought
to
about
you.
this a lot, and I feel like you know what I think is going to be the best e-card is a me and you translation on all the footage.
Maybe.
I think
I
that's
have
going
a
to be.
really distinct thought in my mind, so I hope we can, me and you.
I think that like between your footage and my footage, I think that like we'll have plenty of footage to talk about this trip.
we
but
sure fucking do. If I gave you 80 gigs,
yeah,
I don't know how many fucking gigs you got, but we got the gigs, bruh.
200 videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that how do we like you can do 200 videos, you can do 200 clips, right? But it may or may not resonate the trip. But the fact is, I think me and you, if we put a video together, we can sit here in the podcast and we can talk about it, or we can put a script. Unfortunately, yeah, the world. Hey, guess what? All the shit you like, scripted.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Every single shot that we do is literally like on our trip, on our travels. We don't stop and like,
there's no
hey, all
stopping.
right, this is film set 5.
That's
for
why I
the
don't
next
want to. I don't
40
want to
minutes.
rush it. Like I got an opportunity. You
Whether-
gave me your footage. I got my footage. I'm gonna be out of town for the next 2 weeks, painting a bike, and so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna shuffle through this, but with the ultimate goal of putting our footage together. But I still believe that, like, if we were to sit here and just talk about, like, hey, if I put we put a whole video together, right? Day 1, day 15, right? And we watched it, and we just watched it here. Like, dude, you remember that? So you get the fucking commentary in between. That's the one thing that the videos that we put out prior haven't had. And I don't know, man. Like the podcast has been helpful for us. It really has. It's been helpful where people can understand how important this fucking trip is to us. Like at the end of the day, like we all look at it like, fuck, dude, this whole trip was badass. But you see the beer cans and the bottles, you have no idea the sacrifice. No idea. And everybody here sacrificed something to do this trip.
Sacrificed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, like
Look what we put our families through, man.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
all got repercussions, and I don't want to put that word out.
It all comes at a term like where you just
We have content right now that represents a version of our life that we just lived that like we agreed to 100%. But
you know the bad thing about it is like there is people in this world that dream of it, that dream of taking the trips we take, and there's people in this world that has done it. You know,
Yeah.
that has never talked about it. You know
Agreed.
what I'm saying? So like, where are we at? Like, are we on the aspect of churching it up, or should we be on the aspect of just being fucking just where we love it? You know?
No. You know what?
Because I mean, I think we're on the aspect of, you know, preaching it to other people. You know,
Yeah.
Like I want to preach it to other people so they can experience it. You know, but there's people that experience it and don't ever say a word about it. You know,
For sure. But even then, I'm gonna double down. We're too far in the millennial culture now where, like I said, we do these trips.
if it's not documented,
We go 2 weeks, and if it's not documented, and you got to check in with this fucking this bitch, whether you live with her, you're married, or whatever. You do this, all this, where it's like I said, what I made a joke earlier. I was like, this ain't the '80s where you leave for a month, you go, bitch, I'll be back, like, and you just dip out for a month. Man, I don't know how feasible it is, but I'm about bring that shit back, like, but also.
I get it.
I'm a guy that I don't know. It kind of suits my lifestyle right now, where I kind of want to go.
I get it both ways. I mean, it's like,
But I don't know. Like, we've only got this for so long, and that's
where I'm at.
If we hand it off to a bunch of fucking pussies, where it's like, oh yeah, dude, you can be a biker as long as your wife signs off on it. Like, I don't know. Like, where does
Yeah.
that land? Like,
I don't want to talk to that dude.
like, and again, there's tons of club dudes and other dudes that fucking live their lives, and I guess
Yeah,
I just
trying
We got,
to,
we got way off on some other shows and shit.
trying to wrap this whole trip in a single podcast is
It's hard.
impossible.
It's hard, but I think if we're gonna wrap this up into
We're wrapping up right where we fucking split.
Well,
Like, straight up.
well,
Like,
okay. Well, we need
in
to.
Boise, Idaho, we split. We're at what, fucking 5 hours now? 4.5 hours.
So we're gonna. We
It-
almost need to do another one about where
Talk
we
about-
split.
No, we don't need to do another one. Just talk about when you split and what'd you do.
Well,
It's-
that's
so
a whole
for us,
another podcast.
It's only a few days, right?
Yeah, a few days ago to
But
3
for
hours.
y'all, it's a whole different thing. I know that.
Yeah, I think we'll
we'll save our part for a Patreon or another one.
wrap it
because
up.
Just y'all.
It
think-
literally
Because for
felt
us,
like
this
another
is
fucking
still
month
like
for
our
me.
trip, right? It was 6 of us,
yeah.
not 8 of us. It was 6 of us.
We need to recognize a couple people. In,
100% we do. Because from us, when we went from Boise,
we went from McCall to
we
Twin
actually had a
Falls
gentleman
and stopped in
come
Boise.
meet us.
Yes,
His name's Brian.
Brian and Don.
Wood Grain FXR
Don.
on Instagram.
Yep.
And then he took us back to his spot in Twin Falls, Idaho, which is Don was waiting on us there.
One of
And
the
they
most
were great,
one of the
great
most-
hosts.
amazing spots we've been to.
Absolutely. After like 5 straight days of rain and bullshit and cold and whatever, we finally after we got there,
Yeah.
like
After we got there, 'cause we rode to his house in rain.
6-7 o'clock at night, we
Yeah.
finally caught a little bit of heat and
Yeah.
warmth and sunshine.
we were all
Yeah,
chasing that.
Oh my god, it was
Well,
it was,
it was
amazing.
tough, dude.
straight up between all of us, like, to be fair, you know what? No, me and Jaden's trip is separate. We can do that. Like, Cody, you're from out of town. Jaden's, you pretty much are out of town.
Pretty much.
What was your experience leaving Boise and doing the rest of the
So
trip?
I want to hear y'all's too.
Not on
but-
this podcast, but your
Yeah,
guys.
we have another.
But we can wrap ours up because ours was the whole group trip minus Jaden and Jace, right?
Yeah.
So the main thing from us is we all split in Boise, unfortunately, and they went their direction to continue on for the extended podcast trip, and we started making our way home, right?
Yeah.
And like I said just a minute ago, Brian came and met us in Boise, took us back to his hometown, his spot, in Twin Falls, and we fought through weather just to get there. It's weird because
we got pissed on getting there.
like all the way down, we were just talking about like northern Idaho. There was a whole bunch of like mountainous ranges and all this shit, and it was beautiful. Like you start getting into central, and then putting
Idaho,
into southern,
it's flat.
southeastern Idaho.
It's flat as fuck.
Dude, one of the windiest places. Excuse me, one of the windiest places that we've ever ridden.
It's
in.
flat,
Like,
dude.
it was arguably as windy as like
North Texas.
Western Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like it was windy, bro. So
It was.
crazy. So we had a good 100-mile rip or so from Boise to
Yeah, I think
Twin
it's
Falls.
120 or something.
Fought through some rain, fought through some wind, fought through some bullshit, but we got there, and he's got a cool like house shop situation going on, and it was just right. So we got
Dude,
there.
Don was there to greet us.
Don was there to
with
greet us,
beers and whatever.
and these
the fuck
boys
was-
just
like-
got off the road.
Yes,
Just got off the
just
road.
got off the 2-week FXR.
Them two and Joe Kidd, they just did like a 7,500-mile trip to the fucking
did a
East Coast and back,
crazy
and all.
amount
Like
of trip, yeah.
these dudes are some riding motherfuckers. Like if y'all don't know,
They're
they
rad
ride.
motherfuckers.
They're
Yeah.
super rad.
Brian and Don from fucking Twin Falls. They're legit.
Good dudes.
They're fucking
really
legit.
good dudes.
We're Green FXR, and I don't know Don's handle, but
I have it in
they're
there.
fucking legit, man.
Brian and Don.
They love anything about
Yep,
motorcycles.
absolutely.
And they put us up in more of a better place than we could ever thought about.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. As far as just riding into a fucking town and figuring it out.
Well, the cool
Like-
thing about that town was that like we fought rain coming into it, right?
Yeah.
We hung out for a couple hours, chopped it up, and then the clouds finally like passed and separated, and you finally saw a peak of sun. And
Yeah, we waited for
I don't know, dude. It was exciting because we literally hadn't seen it for 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
And
nice.
suddenly we catch some sun, and then it's like 7:30 Idaho time, and suddenly it goes from dark, overcast bullshit to sun and some
We need to
some,
go right
like
now.
sunset shit, right? So it's like, oh, it's so dope, it's pretty, let's get out.
Yeah.
So there was 3 things that they took us to in Idaho Falls, which were equally cool and really cool from a
They're
timing
amazing.
perspective,
Amazing.
right? So if anybody knows anything about Twin Falls, Idaho, probably their biggest claim to fame, especially when it comes to motorsport, is that was the location and site of the renowned Evel Knievel failed Snake Canyon jump,
Or Snake River Canyon, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So there was a big dirt hill that was built, and then on top of that hill, literally there were like concrete footings that were into it.
is fucking
There was an
rocket.
additional like wooden ramp that was put
Yeah,
up on this hill, right? That Knievel took off on, and these guys, right from Brian's house, they took us down the road. And we went directly to this jump site, and it was really a cool vibe because like Kyle did ride up that motherfucker, right? Because like the sun started peeking out, and all of a sudden like we're feeling good again. Like for so many days we've been just like fighting. Like suddenly we're good. Like we're just chilling in this neighborhood in Twin Falls, and we're just having a good time. And you're absolutely right. Kyle rode up the Evel Knievel ramp, part of it at least.
Yeah.
And it was windy up there, and it was
was
cool, and
super
it was
windy.
dope. But like we just hung out there and kind of took it in and absorbed it, and that's a big Twin Falls, Idaho thing. And so we spent some
area.
time up there, and it was cool to see that, and everybody that was there like appreciated it for what it was. And then we shimmied down to the fucking other end of town, and then there was the
Falls.
waterfalls, man. There was
Dude,
the
those
Twin
were-
Falls waterfalls,
Those
and
were
that was
fucking dope.
super cool too. It was very, very pretty waterfalls, and they were coming out of a I want to say it was
Double
like a
D's?
spillway. What?
Double D's or
Double D's. They were double D's. They were
at
nice.
least double
They were
Ds.
some nice goddamn waterfalls.
Nice waterfalls.
And like they were, dude. These dudes were stoked on them just like we were.
Yeah,
It was cool, man. Because even
went-
though it's
it
in
went-
their same town, they don't necessarily go out there all the time, right?
And they've seen it 100
Right.
fucking times. And they took the time to take us there every fucking time and not bitched about it. Or, oh, this is gay.
They had a good time with it,
Dude,
too.
they fucking
They had a
loved
good
it.
time with it.
And we went back to their place.
Yep.
Drank beer.
Well, yeah. Last but not least,
And
we
then there's a
left the
fucking
waterfalls and we went over to kind of their high bridge. That is the bridge that crosses the gorge out of town, and apparently this is like a world renowned
I didn't
base
know that.
jumping
Yeah,
bridge.
I didn't know that.
Only because apparently there's like it's kind of lawless. Like you're able to do it without penalty on this particular bridge. I don't know why. I don't know what, but
Probably just state.
this fucking town clearly is into action sports because if they're firing off fucking dudes in a cannon, if they're letting dudes just jump off the bridge unwittingly, like
Yeah, it's lawless.
it was pretty cool. So we were catching
Lawless
this bridge sunset, like we
There's
just
Don
parked
right
on a
there.
park.
He said, "I'm so glad we could show you,
Bro,
guys,
you're
good
so
time."
right. You're so right, Don, and I appreciate it very much because like we went up to
Those
this
dudes
bridge,
were rad.
and apparently like it's pretty common for people to jump on this bridge early time of the day, like morning time, that type of thing.
Not
It's
evening.
less common to see somebody sunsetting, and
They did it.
there was one cat actually two, who decided to go out there sunset. They literally were walking up. We're pulling into the parking lot, and we see this dude with a goddamn like parachute pack on. Right, we're like, this motherfucker's finna jump. So we kind of like we left our helmets on. We fucking followed his ass. We're like, oh,
And
what's
two
going on?
people
What's going
ended up
on? And
jumping.
two people ended up jumping. It was cool, man. It was full base jump, like no
Nothing.
anything other than their pack, and they just jumped off this goddamn high ass bridge
Oh, it was
and just threw their chute out. It was a trip. It was a trip. So it's like a trifecta. It's
It's
trifecta
maybe
in
Brian.
Twin Falls. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Brian
was
and
it was
Don.
cool.
I wanna hear
Brian and
Brian.
Don, yeah. Shoshone Falls and
Perrine
Perrine Bridge. You got it.
Dude,
And put it this way: you go to Twin Falls, you can't miss this shit. There's
No.
only a few things in the motherfucking
like-
town. You know what I'm saying? Like you guys showed out, you showed up, and I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I love we just saw you at the camp out in Oklahoma. I respect the shit out of that.
And then they
And given
put
the
us
fact
up
that
like
we
that.
were able to come to your neck of the woods and spend some time there,
and they put
like
6
respect,
dudes up like it
respect,
was nothing, you know.
exactly.
Like that.
And that was one afternoon. That was literally one afternoon. We split from y'all in Boise. We went to Twin Falls. We did all that shit with these dudes. It was a good time. It was a really good
Agreed.
time.
Yeah, we got a.
What did we do from there, Cody B? You remember?
We got to give some guy from Salt Lake some love too.
Well, here's the deal. So Brian and Don showed us some love. They showed us all around Twin Falls. It was a great time. And then the next morning, so we only had a few days to get home at this point for the rest of us, for the 6 of us.
We could have straight shot.
We could have straight shot it, but we wanted to shimmy shake,
Salt Lake.
do a little couple things.
But there's some guys on the trip that has never seen Salt Flats.
Exactly.
So we detoured a little bit.
The next morning,
Glad y'all did
we
that.
ended our ass up in the Salt
It
Flats.
was good.
It was a
good.
great time.
It was great.
It was a great time.
Like,
Goddamn Chance ass
Chance
and
and
Jacob ass
Chance
went
and-
out there and raced on the flats.
Oh, they
Them
thought
boys
they
was getting it, man.
goddamn Evil Knievel on these motherfuckers. But
I feel like y'all had a good time. You had a good time out there, didn't you? Hell yeah. Chance was getting it. He was like,
badass,
"Bap, bap, bap."
man.
Hey,
Badass.
this brand new motherfucking lowrider ST. None of y'all motherfuckers know nothing about this shit. This dude done ride 10,000
sale,
miles
too.
with paper tags.
Motherfucker Burns is gonna
It's
go
for
out
sale.
next month.
What?
It's for sale.
It's for sale.
Get that chance. See
Well,
Ramsey
guess what?
83.
This hoe done ridden all
motherfucker
across the
ain't for sale.
country.
He full of
He got salt all over the motherfucker on the salt flats. It was a great time, dude. I thought we had a really good time. Like, unfortunately,
we did.
we didn't have the fancy camera situation, right? So we didn't recreate that. But at the same time, we didn't want to recreate that.
I was going to poke on that a little bit at the end of the conversation, but so it's hard. It is hard to take a picture now with, you know, as we split up, right? We split up in Boise. Right. We went our separate ways, and you know, we're all trying to get good pictures of each other and all that shit. And like, I don't want to toot this motherfucker's horn. Fuck him. But no, that without a photographer there, like without a good camera, like
oh my god. Listen.
Pictures from my phone.
No, it do not do justice. We know that.
No way.
Calm down, brother. I still got good footage, and there's good video of it. But you're absolutely right. The photo, anymore. But that is why I say, and I said it at the beginning, the best photo of our entire trip is the photo of us at Monument Valley. And that's because maybe we're all in the right frame of mind. We're all fucking just good. Like,
no, because
that was it, dude. Camera. That was it. What? Sure, but I'm just saying, like, there's all elements included. That was the fucking that was that photo of this trip, flat out.
Yeah,
for sure. But
yeah, so we went to the Salt Flats after Twin Falls that morning. Right. Dude. It was just a quick rip down.
Calm down.
We're drunk, dude.
You're not here no more.
You're drunk. You're drunk. I'll finish this up.
We got a few more shout-outs to give.
I'm good. We're good.
I'm good. You good, Jaden?
Manage it.
I'm fucking gravy, baby.
Great. Gravy.
They ain't even in the conversation.
We'll go back to camera 2.
Oh, Lord.
Go to camera 2.
Yeah, y'all drunk as hell. Anyway, so I'll just wrap up our trip, right?
Yeah, wrap up.
So we went through Twin Falls, and in the morning it's just a straight shot south to Wendover, which then you cut east over to Salt Flats. We were able to spend a good time in the morning at the Salt Flats. A lot of guys. It was the first time, seeing it. It was very exciting. Kyle, Chance, Jaden all had not been there before. It was super dope. Yep. It was cool to be able to actually experience that. Faggots. It was cool to be able to, like, these dudes went out on the salt. Like, it was rad, dude. It was super rad.
No, it was.
I'm gonna go out there.
Y'all got the best salt flats.
It was. It wasn't the water cover stuff, right? Like, there was literally tourists all out there. We was running them. I was walking them. These guys were running them. Like, it was a good time. So we spent a good chunk of time at the Salt Flats. Then we went to the nastiest fucking what was it? Goddamn Indian gas station you done ever seen. There's nothing but curry coming out of the gas pumps, and it was filling up them tanks with
that's right there,
hate fuel, baby.
That's right there by the Salt Flats.
Right next to the Salt Flats.
They know what they got.
But then it was just a quick rip over to fucking to Salt Lake City proper, and we went to go see our boy Sax. Yeah, right? Yeah. We went there to go see our boy Sax. I was super excited to make that happen. We literally dropped in on his bitch ass at work. He was fucking wrapping up his shift at the Harley dealership that he's at. And then we fucking booked up a spot relatively close to where he stays at, and we went out, right? And it was a really fucking good time. It was a really good time. We leaned into fucking Salt Lake heavy. That was kind of like our biggest kind of last hoorah.
Met it was.
So here's the thing, like, so to kind of pull it full circle from those of us who went in that direction on the very first trip, right? So midday when we had a spin through Salt Lake City on that trip, we went and had lunch with Raw Tin Garage at this place. It was called the Garage, or I think it was called like the Garage, Dan's Garage Bar or something.
Garage Bar.
I know I got it. Hold on. I got it. But hold on, man.
It's called the Garage Bar.
It's not called the Garage Bar. It says Garage on the front.
Garage on Beck. Mm-hmm. You want bet?
Garage on Beck. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There it is.
Make that 5.
We went to the garage on Beck,
Oh, shit.
which is in Salt Lake City.
We can do what you do. You can't do what we do.
Which is in Salt Lake City, fucking like kind of, I don't want to say hipster bar, but it's kind of like a little biker bar area, right?
Yeah.
We went there and it was there were like chopper dudes there and they had live music going on because we were there on I don't know, was it Thursday night, Friday night? Like we were there on a relatively proper night versus when we went there just for lunch. But it's funny because in 2019, we went to the exact same bar with Raw
Same
10.
one?
The exact same bar with Raw 10 that we ended up going with old Sax Ass. And then we ended up meeting up with the Tucker Speed guys. And the Tucker Speed dudes, they were cool. They were very cool. They were from like, so essentially, I think they kind of operate northern Salt Lake. And so that's like a come down for them. It's a come up for Saxon. I don't like, they're kind of meeting in the middle, I guess. And like, I was kind of getting a little bit of the backstory on what they were up to. And apparently Saxon like reached out to them when he got into town. They connected. They got a little bit of a relationship and like they're taking care of him a little bit. Right. So that's long story short, like a handful of dudes from Tucker Speed, not Tony Tucker. He didn't make it out that evening, but it was on, dude. We hung out. We had a good time. And they were having a great time. I think they were appreciative of the fact that like our level was as high as it was.
Yeah.
And they were right there with us. And like we made a night of it. We made a really good night of it. Saxon had fun. We had fun. And I think the Tucker boys had fun. And that's a cool connection that, you know, otherwise I don't think we would have made. You know what I'm saying? So
100%.
It was super cool to be able to have that connection. And you know, thank you guys very much for being a part of that. That was super rad. And whenever we cross paths again, we'll have another good time.
Yeah,
But
I feel like the trip was so big. Like, there's no way you can encapsulate it.
You can't.
Yeah.
You literally can't. Your mama hoe. But that was almost the last stop, right? Because we
Well,
so
we went to the bar. Zach's got on the bull, broke his neck.
tell him, man.
Yeah, wrap it up.
How you break your name?
Tell him, man.
Yeah, wrap it up.
No, hey, did we give
No.
love to the...
So we gave love to the Tucker boys. We spent the night in Salt Lake City. You know what was really cool though? Like there's a good. I know. I'm trying to fast forward this shit, dude. You're fucked up. You're fucked up as hell.
my wife to pick me up.
You're
Bitch,
fucked up as
calm
hell.
the fuck down.
Anyway, so we did the Tucker Speed shit
My
in Salt Lake City. That was
I
rad,
think I'm single after this one.
dude. Look,
I think I'm
this
blown
bottle's
up.
gone.
I
He's
think I'm
drunk.
blown up.
He's
Hey,
drunk.
let's give love to everybody that helped us out.
Hey, we have
Who?
Dimitri.
all of them.
Another guy that stopped, Dimitri stopped. He was driving his fucking truck and he stopped and it was fucking super cool.
What do we do after Salt Lake?
After Salt Lake, we made a really cool fucking route. I don't remember what the road was called. We'd have to look it up.
You're welcome.
Calm down, bro.
Grand Mesa Pass.
No. We did end up going through the Grand Mesa Pass.
Give Ian some...
He's
What are you
one eye.
doing?
He's one eyeing it over here,
Dude,
bro.
I told you.
That from Carolyn?
Oh my god.
Hey, all right.
Hold on.
first
Put it
of all-
on the internet. Put it on the
I
internet.
gotta stay with y'all.
God damn it.
Read it out loud, James.
Jaden, read aloud. Read aloud. Read aloud.
That man's single over here.
Read aloud.
It's on you.
Oh my god.
I was just telling him, I was like, I gotta stay
Get a
with
ride home.
Read aloud.
I was just telling him I gotta stay with you now. We don't have to button up that fluid change down there downstairs because I'm staying with him tonight. We'll do that tomorrow.
Read aloud, Jaden.
You want the full thing?
100%.
Let's hear it.
100%.
All right.
Are you getting picked up?
Let's start. No.
I'm driving.
No, you're not.
You need to calm the fuck down.
No, you're
first of
not
all.
driving.
Why are you trying to go home? To get
All I
disappointed?
want to do is go to bed, dude.
Dude, you need to calm down.
Really?
Just want to go to bed.
Go get on the right couch.
Canada?
Yeah.
You gonna dip out on your
Jason's
own
leaving his own
It's okay.
podcast.
I will go sleep on my red couch.
Jason's leaving his own podcast. Hey, don't cut it off.
Shut this bitch off. He's gay. Shut it off. Shut it off.
We're not done telling our story, bro.
Hey, you're gonna go home and go sleep. Ain't nobody else ready to go sleep.
Hold on, Jaden's about to put his business out there.
No. We've already moved on.
You already shut it off. Please
No,
shut it
no.
Live down now.
Shut it
No,
off.
no, let's finish
Thank you,
this shit.
everybody, for helping us on a trip.
Listen, there's still 30 people.
Brian,
I want to
Don,
actually finish this.
Losers.
Hell, hey,
That
Urge the Sturge. Just fucking put it up. Hell yeah, Tucker
losers.
Steve's boys
Brian
need to make it at the
is
camp
a
out.
shit.
You're absolutely right, Urge. Make it to the camp out.
Come on, baby.
Absolutely.
T.O. Williams wants to hear about a
Absolutely.
night in Leggett,
Come
California.
on, baby.
Did you, he just kid? Don't kill the live. We haven't even finished,
Kill it.
dude.
No, we gotta
he's
kill it.
drunk.
We're done.
We're not.